The National 12-Bell broadcast live from Sheffield Cathedral starts in just over 5 minutes. live from Sheffield Cathedral.
The National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final
2023.
with Matthew Tosh.
Hello from the Cathedral Church of St Peter and St Paul in Sheffield. I'm actually outside at the moment on the south side of the cathedral. There's a plaza outside the front which was once the churchyard. It's now all paved and it's a pedestrian area, and it's one of the key features is actually a tram stop. There's a tram stop just behind me, as you might be able to see on the screen. Opposite me, I'm being tantalised by a pie store. The Yorkshire baker has turned up with freshly baked pies and is got a prime position there as people file past into the cathedral. Well, I'm going to make my way into the cathedral for today's competition, and I've got to fight my way through past all of the ringers filing into the cathedral. But we've got a very busy day, packed day ahead for you, and this will be the official broadcast, the number one place to find out what's going on during the course of the day. Well, I'm making my way into the west end of the nave, and above my head there is a rather abstract and colourful stained glass lantern in the roof. And as I say, the ringers from all over the country are coming past and gathering ahead of the results for today's for the draw to work out the order in which people ring today. This contest will see 10 bands competing for the Taylor Trophy, and the earliest traces of a church on this site date back to the 13th century. Originally a parish church, it was elevated to cathedral status when the Sheffield Diocese was created in 1914. Today, Sheffield Cathedral is one of 5 Grade 1 listed buildings in the city, and it even has its own tram stop outside, as you've seen on the cameras. Well, this has been the focal point of 9 bands of ringers from elsewhere across the country for several months now, following on from the eliminators that took place in March. But for the local ringers, who will also be competing today, this is the second attempt at hosting the final. We were originally going to be here in 2020, but a global pandemic put stay to that. So today is an extra special day for the local hosts, and there is a sense of pride that the final is finally being held here at last. So we have a full programme lined up for you today from start to finish. Not only do we have the test ringing totally uninterrupted, and I mean that is our broadcast priority, but we also have interviews with several stars of the show, the ringers themselves. We give you a unique insight into the gruelling preparation and dedicated practicing that the bands have gone through to get this far in the contest. We speak to the judges as well to find out how they approach such a high-pressured contest, and they even have some top tips and their wisdom for aspiring ringing competition judges. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, stick around, plenty of tips for you there. And of course, no competition would happen without the enormous efforts of the local people on the ground. So we'll be catching up with them and speaking to some of the key people here at Sheffield Cathedral. That's all coming up on today's coverage. So we've got all of the ringing as it happens, the people, the bells, the atmosphere, and there are opportunities for you to get involved in the show. So welcome aboard. It's lovely to be bringing you the live coverage again, and I hope you'll stay with us for the whole of the day. It's easy. You just let us do the work and bring the competition and atmosphere directly to you wherever you are in the world.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
Well, there are people arriving and filing through the West End doors. You probably see on the cameras little huddles of ringers gathering together. You can tell they're ringers because they're standing in circles. It's something we do, isn't it, when we're meeting? We stand in circles. And they're gathering and starting to file into the pews, actually, in readiness for the draw, which will be happening in a few minutes' time. And this seems to be a good time for me to tell you about what is coming up and when. Now, I know that if you are a regular listener to the broadcast, then you'll know most of this, but we do have people listening for the first time, including relatively new ringers. So if you are new to the 12 Bell coverage, welcome. At 11 o'clock, the chairman of the 12 Bell Organising Committee, Mark Bell, will issue the welcome to everyone here. He will be joined by Simon Redding, who is one of the key organisers amongst the Sheffield Ringers. Simon will be giving the housekeeping instructions to the ringers and supporters here, of which I can tell you there are many. And I'm sure that the large number of beer barrels just across from where I am standing will have absolutely no influence on those housekeeping rules. Well, then we move to the draw, so that we know the order in which the bands are ringing. This will be carried out by the Dean of Sheffield Cathedral, and there's always a nervous uncertainty amongst the bands, or a sense of anticipation, I suppose. Will they be ringing early on, or even first? Or will they have to hold out until the last slot at 4 o'clock in the afternoon? And you hear ringers talking about, well, do we stay dry? Do we have a little half pint just to soften the nerves? Everybody's approach is unique and different, and the task of alleviating the tension will be down to the Dean of Sheffield, as I've said, who will be drawing the names from the hat and determining that all-important order, and we'll remind you of that order as we go throughout the day, so it can help you plan your day if you need to depart and then come back to the broadcast a little bit later. We'll try and get a chat with the Dean after the draw and learn a bit more about the history of the cathedral. And you'll also hear how I got on when I met up with the judges early this morning for a competition chat. If you think the ringers are under pressure, imagine what it must be like for the judges at a competition like this. Well, if you've just joined us, we are live in Sheffield Cathedral for the final of the 12 Bell Striking Contest 2023. My name is Matthew Tosh, and it's a pleasure to have you on board with us. There are 10 teams in the final. 9 competed in the eliminators back in March, with each eliminator sending the top 3 into the final. The 10th team is, of course, Sheffield. The hosting tower always gets a bye into the final. So our teams today, in alphabetical order, are as follows. We've got the Ancient Society of College Youths, Birmingham, Bristol, Cambridge, Exeter, Leeds, Melbourne, St Paul's Cathedral, Sheffield, and the Society of Royal Cumberland Youths. Now, I should stress that is the alphabetical order of the bands. The draw hasn't taken place yet. That will be done shortly after 11 o'clock. Once the draw is done, the first team will enter the ringing chamber at 11:30 to start their practice, and from then on the day runs strictly to time. And I have to say, the whole event runs on synchronised clocks. The ringing chamber, the cathedral nave and the judges are all working to synchronise time, and if a team is not in changes by 45 minutes past the hour, or quarter past if they go into the tower on the hour, then they can actually be disqualified. So that timing is really important. And we'll have more about the rules as we go through the day. I should say, you have got a clock on your screen. In the top right-hand side of your screen, that clock is synchronised with the local clocks here. So you'll be able to see yourselves whether those bands do ensure that they're in changes on time. Now, what are the bands going to be ringing? Well, the test piece this year is the first 6 leads of Cambridge Surprise Maximus. It's brought round with Plain Hunt after 6 leads, and we'd more commonly nickname that half a course. So that's what 12 Bell Wings will refer to it as. And as with all competitions, you can never really predict how long it will take the judges to deliberate and come to their conclusion. We'd normally expect this to be around 6:15 this evening, UK time, but it is a live event. We are live, and who knows? But we will be here right the way through to the end, keeping you company. As I said, don't forget, those times are on the screen in the top right-hand corner, so you can keep tabs on where we are locally, wherever you are in the world. Now let's cast our minds back to last year, to the final at Guildford, and remind ourselves of the moment that the judges announced the winners.
In third place, with a score of 84%, Team J.
Cambridge.
So Cambridge taking third place now.
In second place, with a score of 86%, Team B.
The Cumberlands.
So second place there to the Cumberlands.
Which means in first place, with a score of 93%, Team A.
Birmingham.
Well, that was the result from Guildford Cathedral in 2022 when Birmingham reclaimed the Taylor Trophy. It was pretty tense during the results, as the emphatic cheers show. So, will Birmingham hold on to it for another year? As we've seen in recent finals, they are not completely infallible. And with changes to the bands right across the contest, new faces and new talent coming through, we can expect to be treated to another exciting and potentially unpredictable final. I'd be really interested in your thoughts on this and anything else you'd like to comment on as we go through the day. I'm particularly interested to know from where you are listening. Have you arranged a gathering? Are you, I don't know, are you alone hiding under the stairs? You could even be on public transport, or is the entire house listening on a big screen? Do you want to send a message to a team or have your name read out on the show? We can do that for you, not a problem. Here are the details.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's Ringing and Chat. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
If you've just joined us, you are watching live coverage of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest final from Sheffield Cathedral with me, Matthew Tosh. Who is your favourite to win this year? Are you supporting a particular team? Are you a first-time listener to the final? That's okay. It's not a reason not to get in touch. Our coverage is for all ringers, whatever your level of experience. So go on, drop me an email, do the social media thing. I'd love to hear from you, and you'll get a mention on air. Now, I have to say, I'm being tantalised as I talk to you at the moment because there's a stall just next to me. It's on the north side. It's in the north aisle of the cathedral, and they're serving sausage baps with tomato ketchup. It's very, very, when you're trying to follow a script, it's very, very distracting when people walk past with hot dogs. But this year's broadcast would not be possible without the generous support of our sponsors, and it's only right we mention them. These are Avon Ropes, Big Wilf Muffles and Go Pensions. And I'm really thrilled that they're on board. And of course, there is a team working with me to make this broadcast possible. I can't do this alone, and I'm really pleased to have Gareth Lawson alongside me as my studio producer. Matt Thusey is providing the visuals that you see on the YouTube stream. He's our chief broadcast engineer. Our content producer is Robert Convey, who is roving around with me and is at my side and is also managing our studio and guests. I'd also like to add a huge thanks to Pete Spain and Isaac Renton, who are our broadcast technical assistants. And the whole team works very closely with David Richards, who is looking after the trichometer and looking after that side of things with the judges as well. Well, around me, the ringers are filling it into the pews because we are less than 1 minute away from the official welcome and the draw that will be taking place. We're going to hear from the Dean of Bristol there. What am I thinking? We're in Sheffield, Matthew. Get with the times. We'll hear from the Dean of Sheffield Cathedral, and the Canon Presenter is going to be doing the award a little bit later on. So when the results are announced later on, the Taylor Trophy will be handed over by the Canon Presenter as well. We'll keep you up to speed with who is talking and who's on what and when. So we're just waiting for the draw and official welcome. Just had a heads up, they're just running very slightly behind time, but they'll be able to tighten things up. Mark Bell is just getting himself mic'd up along with Simon Redding. So Mark Bell is the chair of the 12 Bell Committee, and Simon Redding is the local organiser, the kind of linchpin of the operation here. and you'll hear from him a little bit later, and also from the events team here at the Cathedral. There is a professional events team working behind the scenes. They've pulled together a combination of Cathedral staff and local volunteers from the Cathedral congregation and ringers who have been working hard to make this event possible. Yeah, it's really interesting when you look around the ringers that are gathering, the ringers who have not seen each other for a while, the people having selfies, quite a lot of people wandering around with coffees and water. I think water is going to be a key thing today because it is very muggy, it is very hot, and whilst we have some nice refreshing beer for ringers, I think one of the key things for everybody here will be to stay hydrated. I should just mention, if you are making your way into Sheffield and you're travelling by road, we have had a tip-off that there is problems on the Sheffield Parkway coming into the city today. So if you're coming in from that side, you may want to find an alternative route. That's only if you're making your way into Sheffield via roads. The Sheffield Parkway is locked up this morning, so take an alternative route. So we are live from Sheffield Cathedral, and we are awaiting the official welcome and the all-important draw, which will drive the structure for the rest of the day. And you can see that on our screen. You can see there's a screen just in front of the altar at the top of the nave there, the east end. That is giving the output to all of the ringers here. So I think our moment is coming up. Mark Bell is taking to the podium. I think we just have a little microphone issue. So whilst we wait for that, just to remind you, if you've just joined us, we're about to get the official welcome and draw, because at the moment we don't know the order of the bands that are ringing. Once we know that, we will keep you abreast of that as we go through the day. And that basically drives the structure. Once the bands are in the tower, the day is quite regimented. If you're familiar with this contest, bands entering the tower at past and on the hour. Here we go, Mark Bell.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Sheffield Cathedral for the final of the National 12 Bell contest. On behalf of the 12 Bell Committee, it's great to be here and see everyone. As some of you may remember, we should have been here in 2020, and so it's great to finally be back here today. I'm just going to say a few words before I pass over to the Dean, as we need to get through things quickly to be able to start the draw and the ringing. Today, the judges are led by the Chief Judge Benjamin Carey, who is assisted by David Durnley and Lucinda Woodward. The strikeometer who's assisting them and providing them with an output from the strikeometer is David Richards. A sound feed that is available to the judges is taken from a microphone in the belfry, and that's also passed through the strikeometer to aid the judges in their deliberations. I would now like to hand over to the Dean of the Cathedral, the Very Reverend Abby Thompson, to say a few words of welcome. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Abby, I'm the Dean of Sheffield. The Lord be with you on this glorious day. 26 years have elapsed since the last final was hosted in this very cathedral. Some of you won't have been born. Some of you might have been working as a waitress in a cocktail bar. And I bet you look good on the dance floor. Welcome back to Bristol, Cambridge, College Youths, Cumberland's, Sheffield. Not least, welcome back the reigning champions of 1996, St Paul's Cathedral. For the first time, welcome Exeter, Leeds and Melbourne. And for one particular team with us today, I am delighted that this time round it wasn't a case of "don't you want me, baby." Welcome Birmingham. For the 120 of you... Oh, you just got it. For the 120 of you unlucky enough to be ringing today, do take inspiration from Sheffield's finest band, Def Leppard, with 3 of their greatest selling albums, Resonate With and Experience, Hysteria, High and Dry, and On Through the Night. For the rest of you, with the bar open at 11:30, you get to live like common people. On that note, being a cathedral, we decided against seeking bar sponsorship from Lucky Strike cigarettes, but we hope you find the beer prices as cheerful as the bells. Amen. Now, before we get down to the important business of the draw, I've got a little song for you.
One morning in October, I got drunk and no sober, and very loud I was wending my way. When I heard of some ringing, some dancing and singing, I'll always remember that Jubilee Day. I go to town, the bells they did sound, they rang for a bell and the hat they ring gold, and the men of no blue rang so steady and true that they was misunderstood all the men of the world, and the men of the generation never had me. But the men of the world are so steady and true, they all matter to was a short town, they did sound, they ran for the but the men of the blue ran so steady and true that but the men of no blue ran so steady and true that they never were better ever known. So the night went on, the bells they rang out, the old
Well, I think that has to be a first at a National 12-Bell Striking Contest final. A cappella singing led by the Dean of Sheffield Cathedral.
And now back over to Mark.
Thank you. What a wonderful welcome and introduction. We need to get on with things quickly now. So I'll hand over to Simon to give some local housekeeping information.
Right, I can't really follow that, but I'll just give you a few housekeeping rules. The programme's available in the entrance lobby if you didn't get one on your way in, just £1. There are also souvenir glasses, plenty of them still to go, and all-important wristbands so that you can get served at the bar in that corner over there. Catering can be found in the 1554 cafe through there, and later on the forecourt there'll be some hot food available. There's free water, tea and coffee at points around the cathedral, just help yourself. The beer token arrangements, you buy tokens at the desk in that corner over there, £2 a half, £4 a pint. Same for cider. There are other thick drinks available. But you will need a wristband, as I say, and that's from the welcome desk. Toilets can be found through the cafe, and also there's some portaloos outside, which I'm sure you'll find. Help yourself to the deck chairs if you can find one that's not in use, of course, and the other seats outside. If the fire alarm sounds, you need to exit the building through the entrance you came in on, unless directed otherwise by the cathedral staff. And assemble on the forecourt next to the tram stop. And the results will be back in here at around about 6:15, as I understand it. Okay, good. Have a good day.
Just before we do the draw, I've got some important information for the teams, so please listen carefully. The teams will be drawn at times on the hour and a half hour. Each band needs to gather by the welcome desk, so where you came in, 15 minutes before the time at which they're drawn, which will be indicated on the screen. The first team, drawn first, should go to the welcome desk straight away after the draw has been completed. All other bands, please could you assemble and go to the Chapel of the Holy Spirit over in that side of the cathedral for your team photographs, again immediately after the draw. The conductors of each band, please could you come forward again immediately after the draw to have a chat with me to be briefed on the procedures of the competition. We cannot start without you, so conductors, please come straight to me afterwards. With that, I would now like to invite the Dean to make the draw. Birmingham.
Okay, this is the crucial moment. Birmingham has been announced as the first team in today.
Cambridge. Bristol.
For them, you can hear in the background the reaction of some of the teams.
St Paul's Cathedral.
Being fairly early on is quite favourable, but not first.
Melbourne. Society of Royal Cumberland Youths. Ancient Society of College Youths. Sheffield.
That's the cheer from the home team.
Leeds. And Exeter. That concludes the draw, so could the conductors come to see me now?
So there we have it, the order of ringing today. It is Birmingham, Cambridge, Bristol, St Paul's, Melbourne, Cumberland's, College Youths, Sheffield, Leeds and Exeter. Now don't forget, if you want to get in touch with us, here's a reminder of how to do so.
Get involved with the broadcast via social media and let us know what you think. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12. Or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Well, that was quite a draw that we had there, wasn't it? I think that's the first time in the competition's history, and you may correct me if I'm wrong, that we've had madrigal singing a cappella live during the draw. We've just managed to grab the Dean of Sheffield Cathedral, dragging away from Chris Kipping, who just popped up to say a quick congratulations. The very Reverend Abby Thompson. Abby, that was extraordinary. Little treat they had. That was sprung upon the organisers, wasn't it? They didn't know you were going to do that.
No, they didn't. It was a complete surprise. I felt I had to sing a song about bell ringing, though.
You certainly feel that rhythm going under it. Now, this is a stunning building. It's come to life today, obviously, because of this kind of slightly eccentric event. What were your thoughts when you first realised it was coming to Sheffield?
At first, I have to admit, I didn't know much about it. And then I had a party for the bell ringing team here, and they told me what went on. And by the end of that party, I was enormously enthusiastic about the whole thing and got plotting about how good we could make it.
Absolutely. And of course, we were hoping to be here back in 2020, but I think the delay maybe is a blessing in disguise, because I think it's given a bit more time for a bit more creative thinking about the event. You've got the bar. I mean, I've never seen a bar in a cathedral before.
No, we're glad about the bar. I'm hoping it stays, actually. We've never had so much beer in here.
Win-win there. So tell us a bit about the building, because I'm going to be honest, it is a strange mix of old and new, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a little bit of a jigsaw puzzle, really. So right as you come in, you've got a very modern bit that's been completed in the last 20 years, whereas here, where we're just standing, is sort of the oldest bit, which is sort of around about 1,000 years old. So yeah, the whole place is a bit of a jigsaw puzzle, but I love it for that, actually. You get all sorts of different feelings in different parts of it.
Yes, the character changes, doesn't it, as you wander through the building. I gather that the first kind of evidence of a place of worship dates back to the 13th century, is that correct?
Right, yeah, no, that's right, absolutely, yes. So there's been worship here for many, many years. And of course, for many years, this was a parish church of Sheffield, so fairly sort of ordinary place that people came week by week. And it was just fairly recently, really, that it changed into a cathedral. So
yeah, early 1900s, I believe.
That's right, that's exactly right, yeah.
Amazing. And so, are you sticking around for today? You're going to be able to hear some of the ringing?
Yeah, not only am I sticking around, but all my family have come as well. So they were very excited about it too.
Oh my God, you'll be on commission next, sort of promoting ringing. So tell us a bit more about the life of the cathedral, because I was talking to Emma, your events manager, and you've got a real varied programme of stuff that goes on here.
No, that's right, and we style ourselves as a place for all people, so it's really important that we explore all sorts of things that come our way. Often cathedrals can kind of land in classical music and that's it. So for us, if we're genuinely going to be a place for all people, then we have to explore all sorts of different music types, all sorts of different worship styles, all sorts of different events like this one. As I say, I had no idea that these things happened about 6 months ago, and now I'm really glad that I do know that it happens.
And we are too. Well, listen, thank you so much for talking to us. We wish you a very good day, and your family. We hope you really enjoy the contest. You're rooting for the home team, I imagine?
Yeah, absolutely rooting for the home team, obviously. But yeah, I'm also delighted that Birmingham are here. I was told all the history of them not qualifying last time here. So that's quite funny, because I understand that they're the favourites today. So, yeah.
In some quarters, I have to be completely impartial, as a head broadcaster here. So I have no favouritism. I just have to present the facts as they emerge.
Well, good luck, everybody. I hope it's a really wonderful day. But yeah, I'm obviously rooting for Sheffield.
Fantastic. That's the very Reverend Abby Thompson. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Pleasure. Lovely to see you.
Right, we're going to have a wander down the cathedral, and I have just found a very important person. It's Claire Monk, who is the bar manager. Now, we've just been talking to Abby Thompson there, the Dean of the Sheffield Cathedral. It's quite unusual to have a bar in here, isn't it?
I think it's probably a little bit unusual for a cathedral, yes.
You might be onto a good thing, though. Her eyes lit up when I mentioned the bar. So, now, you've got an interesting position, because you are a ringer, but you also have professionally, you have an interest in beer, don't you?
Yes, I'm a general manager at a brewery, so I'm over at Welbeck. And I know the Sheffield Cathedral ringers and have done for a long time. So they asked me if I'd source all the beer for them, which I've done.
And you've got beers from around the country. They're not just local beers, are they?
No, the idea was to run it like a small beer festival and have each of the teams represented with beers from their region. So we've got Bristol, we've got cider, we've got all kinds of different things. So
where do you go about that? Because I appreciate you're in the industry, but I mean, do you have to travel around to these places to locate these beers? Well, how do you make that choice?
So I spoke to Simon, who organised it all, about where we should be looking to get beers from, and we're very lucky. The beer industry is extremely friendly, and so I rang lots of my breweries that I know across the UK in the various locations. They sent me beer on pallets, and we collated it all over the last week, and curated it and put it together for the guys here.
And if anyone's been watching our official 12 Bell social media channels, they would have seen your setup on Thursday. It is an impressive array. Can you just remind us how many different beers there are there?
So there's 24 different beers, and it's basically a couple from each different region, and we've got a little bit of backup as well, just in case everybody drinks it all.
Well, I guess that's the challenge, isn't it? Because you've got all the stats from previous years, but yes, I guess you're looking at the weather forecast as well, are you?
Yeah, and also the fact that Sheffield is so central and it's so easy to get to on the train. So we're anticipating that anyone who would like to come to the competition is going to think, oh, it's a sunny day and it's easy to get to. There's no train strikes on. Let's just go.
I don't have to worry about driving.
No, definitely not. We do not want people having to drive.
And we should point out there are non-alcoholic options as well. I think I saw some non-alcoholic beers as well.
Yes, so we do a low alcohol version of our beer called Masquerade, which is an under 0.5%.
Amazing. Well, look, I know you're going to start kicking into action soon, so I will try and catch up with you a little bit later to see how it's all going. But Emma Monk, thank you very much for talking to us.
Okay, thanks very much.
Sorry, that was Claire Monk. Sorry, Claire Monk. I've got my names muddled up. Right, now, earlier, just before we released them, we managed to grab a moment with the judges. And we're going to play you the interview now. This was about 9 o'clock this morning we caught up with them. They just arrived in Sheffield. We whisked them into the studio, and before they knew it, they got microphones stuck in their face. Here's how we got on. Mate, what's what you've done? Well, we will get the judges' interview up very shortly. Sorry about that. I was jumping ahead and my producers were whispered in my ear. But that's the nature of live broadcasting. So we are live from Sheffield Cathedral today, all the way through until I want to say the bitter end, but until we get the results, which we expect to be around about 6:15. That could vary, as I've said earlier, but we've got plenty to fill in. Now, I just want to give you actually a little heads up on some of the things we've got coming up later today. We're going to be talking about where some names of methods come from. We've got an interview lined up with Chris Kippin. And also we will be talking to David Hull, who is the chief organiser of the Ringing World National Youth Contest. A fascinating interview he gave us, because we're all about encouraging ringers at all levels of ability and all ages as well. So we thought it'd be a really good opportunity 2 weeks ahead of the Young Ringers Contest to find out a bit more about that and the organisation and plans for this year's contest. If you've just joined us, let me just remind you the order of the teams that they are ringing today. At 11:30, Birmingham will be going into the tower. Now, they need to be in changes by 11:45. That's the rules. Right, you've got a max, well, you can't go up to 15 minutes practice. You have to be in changes by 1:45. That's the rules. At 12 o'clock, Cambridge goes into the tower, so they'll be into their test piece just before 12:15. Bristol go in at 12:30. Then at 1 o'clock, St Paul's will go into the tower, and remember, they will be in changes into their test piece by 1:15. Melbourne go in at 1:30. At 2 o'clock, it is the Cumberlands. At 2:30, it is the College Youths, and at 3 o'clock, it's the home team, Sheffield. 3:30 will be Leeds, and at 4 o'clock, Exeter. So the competition ringing, the contest ringing, will be wrapped up around about 4:30, and then we've got plenty of interviews to provide you with after that. Right, I am now told reliably that we have the judges' interview lined up. So here's what they had to say. I now have three very important people in front of me. Ben Carey, who is our chief judge today, Lucy Woodward and David Durnley. Welcome to the three of you and welcome to the studio.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning to you.
Can you just tell me, each of you, there's a lot of pressure on these days for the ringers, but what's going through each of your minds at the moment? We'll start with you, Ben.
I think the last kind of 6 months have been quite cool, calm about it. Woke up this morning, different story entirely, I think.
Is that the reality is here?
The reality is kind of here now. Well, I think when you're not chief judge, you kind of want an interesting day, but it's be easy. When you're chief judge, you just want it to be easy. That's all you want.
Yeah. What about you, David?
Hoping that there's a clear winner. That's always...
Makes the job... Yeah, that kind of can be quite drawn out at the end of the day if you're not careful, can't it?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I mean, having done a few in the past, I also know that it seems quite daunting when you start, but it's soon over. After you mark the first one, you think, oh no, another 9 of these to go, and then before you know it.
Is that because you're concentrating so intently?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah,
it's relentless,
relentless. Lucy, what about you?
Well, I haven't done this before, so there's an element of blind panic going on, but...
But did you were involved in some of the eliminators, weren't you?
I've done a couple of eliminators, yes, which were made very easy for me by my co-judges. But I'm just, like David, hoping for a clear winner, and pleased that I'm not the chief judge.
So the role of the chief judge, for people that aren't familiar with the competition, why do you have a chief judge? Do you have a casting vote? Is it to whip your judges in line? What's going on there?
The main idea is that people start by judging the eliminators at being one of the helpers in the eliminators, and the idea is that they kind of progress, eventually kind of become in charge of one of the eliminators. And then obviously judging the final and eventually become the chief judge just for 1 year of the final. The idea really is that you get a lot of experience working with various different people, different methods of judging the competition, so that hopefully by the time the day comes that you are in charge of the judging process, you've had a sort of 3 or 4, 5, 6 sometimes years of experience of doing it in advance of that day.
Let's just talk about that method, because regular listeners to this broadcast will know that different teams of judges approach the judging in a slightly different way. What's the structure you're adopting? Are you all having individual roles? What's your plan?
Yeah, so the way that we're doing things today, we're going to each of us have a mark sheet which shows every single row of every single touch. Every single bell, I should say, of every single touch, of every single row of every single touch.
That would be every single position, I take it, or is the touch actually written out?
It's every row is literally written out. Every bell of every row is written out. So if the 8 is slow or quick, we can see it was the 8 on the piece of paper. We're not necessarily good enough to hear the tone of the 8, but because we're following the rows in front of us, we can visually see what's going on in every row.
I suppose that would give you an idea if there was particular bells struggling, say in like the 7-8 position, or
exactly,
when dodging on the front or something
and
like that.
That's how we're going to pick up which bells are affected. Yeah.
Okay, and so you all do that, and then how are you judging things like pace and whether it feels the right speed?
Well, that's very much a personal thing, isn't it?
Well, that's why I asked the question, you see. I like a bit of controversy.
Well, it's not controversy, because what you have to remember is that ringing is a human thing performed by humans. And although you might have a piece of ringing which is mechanically perfect, it might not sound easy on the ear, if I can put it like that. So that's something which we will judge together, I'm sure.
I think people get quite hung up on the concept of speed. It's important in that some rings of bells, and we will probably hear that some rings of bells are easier to ring at a certain speed, but the actual speed of the ringing on the day, it doesn't actually affect our decision-making process. Ultimately, the band who rings the best on the day will be the band that wins. Of course, speed affects it. It will affect if bands try and ring too slowly for the bells, it makes the ringing harder, and they suffer for it.
I think there's a danger of saying this band rang too slowly or this band rang too fast.
Yeah.
That's not the case. They couldn't cope with the speed that they were trying to ring at.
I suppose you're saying it's finding the right speed for the band on that bell.
Yes,
that combination could vary, couldn't it?
So the comment like they rang too fast doesn't mean anything. What you're actually saying is they couldn't cope with the speed they were trying to ring at.
Right.
When
Aspiring
push comes to shove, there's only 2 types of ringing, good and bad.
We've just condensed the entire 12 bell contest into 2 words there. So all this build up.
Well, 5 good, 5 bad. No.
So that your challenges when you stand up later, team A, good, bad.
Absolutely, yes.
All those flowery comments. No, but that's really important because aspiring judges, people who are thinking about, quite interested in judging later, or it's something they've been asked to do for a forthcoming contest. Those comments, like you said, David, giving back the feedback to the ringers, it's really important. I mean, I know one competition I judged, I gave some negative comments. Never again. It was a horrible thing to do. You want to be, I guess, constructive.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And today, I think it's the comments on the final can actually be quite a lot easier. We were expecting 10 reasonably good pieces of ringing. The ones that win, obviously, are going to be exceptional. It's not. At the eliminators, it's more a case of, in some cases, having to give kind of constructive feedback. I think at the final it's a bit easier. The bands who are involved have already established themselves as, the 10 best in the country. On that side of things, I always think the final is a bit easier than the eliminator.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I see what you're saying. Can I just ask about the kind of the physical setup in the room? Do you sit relatively close? Do you try not to look at each other's papers? Because I appreciate that, like you said, Lucy, it's a human thing and you may tune into slightly different things. So do you try and guard your own judging sheets until the end? How does that work?
Well, in terms of guarding it, if I looked at anybody else's piece of paper whilst we were doing it, I'd lose where I was.
Yes.
You're not in the slightest bit interested in what anybody else is doing.
Yeah, I think it simply doesn't come into it, does it?
It's just so intense.
You're so intensely concentrating on what you've got to do that nothing else around you matters. I mean, World War III could break out outside, I think, and you'd still be, yes, where am I at the backstroke there? Yes.
So how do you get into that headspace? Because there's going to be like a switch that goes up. Right, we're judging now. Are you going to be listening to have you already listened to ringing day, or are you going to be listening to the practice? How are you getting yourselves ready for that first touch?
How does anybody do anything like that? Whenever you get on the
I think the key thing is that while the draw and everything's going on, we will listen to one of the test pieces that the practice band had. We won't know which band it was, but it'll give us an idea of what we're going to be hearing, so that the first piece of ringing we hear isn't a test piece. So we've tuned our ear in a bit.
And I think that's the nugget I was trying to get at, because if you're doing sport, you need to warm up before doing your first race, and you kind of maybe need to warm your ears up and that kind of thought process. Is why I asked the question.
Yeah, we as David said, we have quite a lot of dead time now between now and 11:30, when the first band rings. For the judges, that's a long time. For everybody else, it goes past quite quickly, I think. And I'm sure you guys in here are going to have plenty to do in that 2 hours. But for us, as David said, listening to other pieces of ringing, talking about the outputs that have come from the practices, sometimes can come into it more kind of any issues that are going on with the strichometer. Dave very well gives us a really good briefing on all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's plenty to be doing in that time.
Let's talk about the strichometer, because that is an extra set of, I say ears. It's not. It's churning out data. How are you using that all the way through, or will that be an additional information at the end? What's your plan with that?
Yeah. So the strichometer, in my view, and I believe in many judges' past and futures view, is that it really acts as a leveller to the judges. My belief, and I think many other judges' belief, is that you cannot measure one fault in one row on the first team. You can't judge one fault, 2 different faults in the same row. Can I start that question answer again?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, because it is actually really complicated. Let's just try that again, because I want people to try and understand what it's giving you.
You can say, you can ask me again, or just say it. Sorry.
You can just say it. So the strichometer is churning out lots of data. How are you planning to use that today?
Yeah, so the strichometer, above all else, in my view, is a leveller on the judges. So it's very difficult for us to judge Team 1, for example, versus Team 10, particularly if they're very similar, 5 hours apart. I don't believe that a human being is capable of judging 2 faults in the same row accurately and consistently, let alone 2 faults that are judged 5 hours apart. So the strikeometer, to me, gives us confidence that we're doing our jobs properly, and we hope, obviously, it gives the teams that are competing that confidence as well.
It's reminding me of when we used to do, when I was teaching, you used to have to do moderation to make sure that you were marking all papers at the same level. I suppose it's your mechanical moderator, isn't it? Yeah. Let's just go back to the beginning for each of you. I'd like to capture this because you're each very experienced ringers. You're now judging this very high-profile contest. Where did your ringing journey start, each of you? Can I start with you, David, if you don't mind me asking?
You mean, where did I start to ring? In West Wickham in Kent, which is, well, it's London Borough of Bromley, so I still think of it as Kent.
And how many bells were you on there?
6.
6
bells. I started on 6, but there was a very good district band of ringers, and so I was able to progress quite quickly. There was local practices of surprise major and things like that.
And your journey into 12-bell ringing, when did that...
I suppose I used to go up to London County Association practices at Southwark, at Cripplegate. That's the first time I would have rung a 12. And also, although I'm a college youth, Cumberland's.
Are we allowed to say that in here?
Can, yes.
First time I rang Surprise Maximus was at St Martin in the Fields with Dennis Beresford.
Okay, yeah.
And then college youths weren't quite as welcoming to people who were just starting out at the time.
Hopefully things have changed. Well, there's quite a lot of colleges in here. Right, Lucy, what about you?
Well, I got into it quite by accident.
I love this. This is great.
On a school trip, actually. There was a tour of North Norfolk churches organised by our head of maths, who was Paul Catamel, and I knew he was a bell ringer. And this was just an excuse for him to organise a ringing outing for his mates. But a few of us went along, and I was mad keen on church organs at the time.
Okay.
I thought, well, I'll go along and I'll see if I can play the organs in the churches while they're off ringing the bells. But there were a couple of towers where I couldn't get into the organ no matter how I tried. Nefarious.
Got visions of you trying to screwdriver the thing open.
I thought, well, I'll go and watch the ringing. And there was something about it which was quite captivating. And a friend of mine who was a ringer noticed me taking an interest in it. He said, would you like to learn to ring? And I said, I might be persuaded. He said, well, come along to St George's Colgate on Wednesday evening. This is in Norwich.
Yep.
And so I learnt, like David, I learnt on a beautiful Gillett and Johnson 6. But of course, in Norwich, we had St Peter Mancroft.
Yes.
And I was lucky enough to make quite reasonable progress on 6, and I was invited to go and ring at Mancroft. Initially, just on the Gabriel 8, ringing a bit of plain Bob Major, maybe some Grand Cicadas in the evening at evensong. And then on a Monday night, I sat and heard all 12 ringing, and they were ringing something magical, which was called Stedman Sings. And I heard the wonderful Martin Cubitt calling a touch, go Stedman, Bob, and all of a sudden, these back bells started careering down through the change, and it was amazing. And I was hooked.
The magical titums you were a bit enchanted by. Yeah, there we go. Thank you for sharing. What a great story. I love it. And Ben, I know you've shared this story before, but could you just remind us how you got into ringing and your transition to 12-bell ringing?
Yeah, so I learnt a place called Titchfield in Hampshire. I got into ringing because both my parents did, and my dad's parents both did also. I went to university in Guildford. That was the first time I really got exposed to regular 12-bell ringing. I'd done a little bit of peal ringing in the meantime, but on a regular basis it was ringing with the Guildford band. A lot of those people still ring in the 12-bell every year for Guildford. They're very proud of the fact that they are a true Sunday service band. Fantastic experience ringing with them. And yeah, and I think I rang with them for 2 years, actually in the 12-bell eliminators. Got eliminated both times. But yeah, really enjoyed ringing with the Guildford Ringers. Fantastic bunch. I'm sorry they're not in the final today.
Well, there's always next year as well, of course. Yeah, indeed. Thank you for sharing those stories. That's really great to hear. Just before we let you go, final tips for anybody who's thinking about being a judge. What would your top tips be for if someone's about to judge a striking competition? How do they prepare for it? Oh, I've got them.
I'm going to take a slightly different spin on this. I would actually say the 12 bell judges and the judging process is kind of put on this pedestal that it's the biggest competition in ringing, and yes, it is. There's a lot of pressure to get it right, but I think the people who are going into judging for the first time in a local competition need to have an awareness that actually they've actually got a tough job as well. There's a lot of pressure for us to get it right, but we've also got a lot working in our favour. We've got perfect judging conditions, perfect sound feed. Every band is ringing exactly the same touch, and we've got a strikeometer and a strikeometrist who understands the strikeometer far better than any of the judges do. Yes, it's hard. Yes, you've got to talk in front of a lot of people, but we have a lot going for us. I think people judging local competitions, in a way, actually have quite a lot harder job. Sometimes they're judging rounds and call changes versus rounds of triples. They sometimes have great ringing. Sometimes they're judging fire up versus fire up. It's a very different ball game. So my words might not necessarily be a tip, but it's kind of words of encouragement that yes, this is the 12 bell. Yes, it's 12 bell ringing. Yes, it's hard, but you've also got a tougher job, so don't be demoralised by it.
Thank you for sharing that. Words of wisdom there. Lucy, what about you?
I don't think I can add to what Ben has said. I think he summed it up beautifully.
The only tip I would give is, as soon as the band's finished, write down what you thought about it. Don't leave it, because if you leave it, you've forgotten, and your time's gone, and another band starts.
Your head's in the next band.
You must get it down as soon as it's finished.
So presumably that's going to be an element of you quickly scribbling shorthand notes down. Yeah. Very good. Well, listen, we wish you the very best. We've seen your room. You've got plenty of space down there. Lots of windows that open as well. So we may come and grab you very, very quickly after the results as well, but we won't hold you up because I know you'll probably want to go for a little refreshment afterwards.
I've got catching up to do.
Ben Carey, Chief Judge, Lucy Woodward and David Durnley, thank you for speaking to us, and we hope you have a good day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final.
Well, there we are. Now, we are awaiting Birmingham to come to the end of their practice ahead of doing their test piece. That's the ringing coming from the tower now. Let me just tell you a bit about the team, Birmingham. It was delighted with its milestone 25th win at Guildford Cathedral. All the ringers representing Birmingham today are members of the Sunday Service Band, and a final at Sheffield is something the Birmingham team has never experienced. 1996, get this, was the only year to date when Birmingham failed to qualify for a final due to an intruder during their eliminated test piece, narrowly preventing qualification. Fortunately, there were no hiccups qualifying at Cheltenham this year, as they powered to a strong win with a performance they would hope to surpass at Sheffield. They know they'll have to be at their very best to win today and give one of their older team members their desired birthday present. How about that? Very good. So that is, what you can hear in the background is our microphone feed from the tower, which is actually in stereo. How about that? Stereo bells. But we can go one better than that, as you'll see in a moment, because I won't spoil it just yet. But we've got our belfry cam standing by, so you'll see the belfry cam when the test piece starts. I'll just give you a heads up. Emails are starting to get very busy. Mika Walker has been in touch. Walter has been in touch and said, I rang my first quarter peal last fall. My wife and I are up at 5 a.m. in Massachusetts in the US. A kettle is on for tea and we're watching the 12 bell. Thank you for the broadcast and commentary of this lovely event. That's Mika Walter and Laurie Tupper. Right, there we are. That's Birmingham giving the signal to the judges that they are ready. So we will go live to the tower for Birmingham's test piece.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
And that was our first team competing for today, Birmingham, of course. Next in the tower will be Cambridge.
Ropes manufactures full-size and mini ring ropes. We even make light ball bell ropes, which make a great gift or addition to your home. We provide a 2-week repair service, extending the life of used bell ropes by adding new machined spliced tail ends, repairing failed sallies and replacing worn top ends. Avon Ropes is pleased to support the 12 Bell broadcast.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final.
And we will be talking to the Birmingham Ringers, a couple of members of the Birmingham band, in a moment, once we've managed to grab them coming out of the tower. I should actually explain how the ringers are getting out of the tower. If you've not been to Sheffield Cathedral for ringing, there are actually 3 ways up into the tower. One of them we have commandeered for all our cables, but 2 of the others are in use for the ringers. So there's an upstairs, and that comes in from the south side of the cathedral and goes across the south transept roof, effectively into the tower. So the tower sits above the chancel crossing. It's a tower with a spire. And so once you've gone up in the corner of the south transept, you hop across the roof on this little walkway, and then you're into the tower. Now, when you finish ringing, they're going out on the north side of the tower, across the north transept roof, and then down another set of stairs and coming back in that way. So there's this snake of ringers going across the roof, and we hope that the weather stays kind to them, because it was quite unforgiving in the sun on that roof, because there's nowhere to shelter. In fact, you can just see it on the screen there. That's the walkway going in to the tower, and the louvers are just above that clock there. So if you're standing out there waiting to go in, and the previous team are finishing, then it's quite loud standing out there. So once you've gone up there onto the roof, you're almost at the belfry, the ringing chamber level. And you'll hear me do that journey a little bit later with Simon Redding. We explored the tower yesterday, and it was a fascinating insight. He was talking about the local ringers' perspective and some of the preparations, including a massive cleaning operation. Perhaps I shouldn't say that on air. So that's the Birmingham ringers are now snaking their way down, and our producer Rob has gone to go and catch a couple. Whilst we wait for them, here's a good time to catch up on some of the messages, and I'm going to mention Twitter first of all. We've got some messages coming in on Twitter. First one is just something I caught late last night. Sheffield Cathedral has been tweeting about this big event coming up, and you heard the very Reverend Abby Thompson talking earlier about the excitement here with the Sheffield Cathedral staff and volunteers, and they've been putting all sorts of things in place for people coming to this event. And on this tweet it says there's even something for the little ones as well. They've got make your own bell and gingerbread bell ringers, little paper models that people can make. So there's something for young people here, and some colouring sheets as well here at Sheffield Cathedral. PWH, who goes by 5040 Grandsire, has tweeted and says they're looking forward to the event, not sure which team to support, as 3 family members are ringing, each in a different team. I guess that's the issue, isn't it? If you're from a ringing family and you've moved around geographically, who do you support if you've got more than one member of your family in a team? And I've got another tweet here. We've got one from Steph Barclay has put this one up. This is from Keep It Kent, and we've got a first-time listener, and we'll see you soon. So there you are. You can see the first-time listener has tweeted a photo of the little baby just there with the head next to the mobile phone, listening to there it is up on our screen. Look at that. Start them early is what I say. Start them early. Very good. Do keep your tweets and pictures coming in. If you are sending photos of people under the age of 18, we may come back to you just to ask for permission, just to be sure that you're happy for them to go out on air. So just bear with us while we sort that out. I'm going to turn to email now. I have a few emails coming into the studio, 12bellstudio at gmail.com address. Ellen Barber has written in. From Hampshire, I believe, because she sent this in on a work account, and says, "Hi, it's my first time. Super excited." Thank you for that. That's very good. We like excitement. That's good. And also an email in from Ian Carey, who is watching from Romania. This is Ben Carey's dad, watching live from Constanta in Romania. He said, we've just finished our cycle ride all the way across Europe, 3,000 miles in 2 months. That's pretty impressive. Congratulations there, Ian. Wishing all the teams, he says, wishing all the teams well today, and good luck to Ben and his team of judges. That's Ian Carey, who has emailed us on our address 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Don't forget, on Twitter we are at National 12 Bell. We're checking your messages there. You can also send us a message on Facebook. We will try and get through those. So if you just search for National 12 Bell Striking Contest on Facebook, you can send us a message there. I'll be honest, I've just been noticing lately that's been a little less reliable than some other methods, but you give it a go. You never know, it might come through and get to us. So, just to recap what's going on now, we've heard from Birmingham, and we're hopefully getting a couple of those ringers into the studio in a moment. We think they've been collared for their photo. I think that's why there's a bit of a delay at the moment. All the teams have photos, and you eventually get to see these in the ringing world. So it's important we get the bands captured for historical purposes. Cambridge are currently in the tower. And I just want to pull up the belfry camera actually at the moment. If you look at the bells, our camera is, I'm going to say precariously poised. It's not. It's actually strapped to an upper walkway, but just the arrangement of the bell chamber means we can't get all of the bells in shot. So the trebles are actually underneath where the frame where our tripod is suspended. It's a walkway. So even if we pointed a camera down, it would be blocked by the walkway. So in the bottom left of the screen, just slightly out of shot, is the fourth. Then the first one, you've got the fifth and the sixth on the left hand side, 7 and 8 across the top, then 9 in the corner, 10 is off on the right, 11 is hidden from view, and then you've got the tenor right in the middle. And look, that wooden clapper, you can see it bouncing, which is an art. I mean, a lot of clappers bounce, but wooden clappers do have that a little bit more spring in them. So if you're interested in your bell mechanics, you can see lots going on there. The pulley box actually of the fifth is just in view. If you look at the fifth on the left hand side, you can see the pulley box just coming into frame as that tenor gets out of the way. So if you love your mechanics, lots and lots to look at there. Okay, so that's our belfry camera just peering in on the Cambridge ringers as they prepare. Let me tell you a bit about the Cambridge ringers actually. This is taken from the programme which is issued to everybody turning up here at Sheffield Cathedral. It says here, the Cambridge band has changed little over the last decade, during which time the results have been mixed, ranging from 2nd to 9th place. That said, recent results have been encouraging. Last year, the team won their eliminator and had a podium finish at Guildford in the final. This year, they came out on top in the eliminator at Hursley, and confidence will be justifiably high heading to Sheffield, as these are a ring of bells that should suit our style. The future is also looking bright, as there are a number of current undergraduates who are now part of the wider 12-bell squad in Cambridge, and we are looking forward to what should be a great contest and a wonderful social occasion. Very true, actually. I don't think you can underestimate the kind of the significance of the social occasion. I was just talking to Estella Haynes, who is effectively the social media manager for the whole of the 12-bell broadcast. She's probably roving out there at the moment, out the front on the south side of the cathedral, capturing pictures of people. She's saying it's lovely. She said, but with doing the social media, she's sort of seeing people she hasn't seen for a while, people she's rung in peals with, people in her family she hasn't seen since Christmas. It's you know, it really is a wonderful opportunity to catch up, and it's what makes the 12-bell final really special. You've got the ringing, of course, and an opportunity to hear some top-notch ringing, but just that, you know, catching up with people. I wonder how many peals are being fixed today from people that are sort of hanging around out there. Yeah? It's funny. The other thing I'm interested in asking you actually, and I'd love to hear from you about this, is when we cross paths with ringers, do you ever find that we cross paths with ringers in unusual places? And I'd just be interested, what's the most unusual place that you have encountered a ringer? So it could be, you know, it could be quite mundane in the supermarket. It could be when you're on holiday somewhere in some far-flung parts of the world. Have you crossed paths with a ringer and thought, what are you doing out here? So let me know, please. You can tweet me at National 12 Bell, or you can email me in the studio at... so the email address is 12bellstudio@gmail.com. So just to remind you, Cambridge are in the tower at the moment, doing their practice piece. They have got... What was my studio clock? Oh, actually, so they've got a bit more time yet, actually, left for their practice piece. They have to be in changes no later than 15:15. Now, I should explain what will happen. We are awaiting the Birmingham ringers to come in. If they're late coming in, we'll only have a very short interview with them, or they'll have to wait until Cambridge have finished ringing their test piece. So we're not quite sure how quickly people are going to be able to get into the studio because of this kind of route they need to take across the roof and then have photos taken. So it may be that the bands we're talking to could be from a couple of performances ago. It'll all make sense. We'll make it very, very clear to you as we go through the show today. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to email, actually, because I've had an email from a previous voice we've had on the broadcast, and this is Hayley Barnett. Hello, Hayley. It's good to hear from you. She's emailed us, 12bellstudio@gmail.com. She says, hello, Matthew and team. It's just after 6 a.m. in Washington, D.C., and I was up in time to watch the start of today's proceedings. I'm looking forward to following along. Thanks for making it possible. And that's from Hayley Barnett in Washington, D.C. And she sent us a little picture there on the email. We might get that up. But a lot of you are doing this, and it's great. You're showing us your little setups. There's like mugs of coffee nearby, or people crowded around TV screens. We love those pictures. Do keep sending those in. We'll get through as many as we can during the broadcast. And who knows, if they're decent photos, we'll get them up on the screen for you as well. Now, the shot you can see on the screen, I love this. What do we see? It's 12:10 almost, and the beer is flowing. Bets are on at the moment to see how long that beer will last. Many different types of beer. And I should say, tasting notes in this programme that I've had thrust into my hands here. There are detailed tasting notes about what's going on. And in fact, a few years ago, I spoke to a number of ringers at Norwich, and to sort of get their take on what the final is. And there was a kind of theme running through this. Let's have a listen.
I describe it as a beer festival with some ringing in the background.
Drinking a lot.
Adam Crocker, how would you describe the National 12 Bell Striking Contest?
Beer.
It's a social occasion. Good social occasion. Beer!
Getting a theme here.
Well, there you are. You see, that's kind of a theme going there. But it is an important part of ringing culture. Not all of us drink, but it's just another thing that helps bring people together. So you saw the beer has already, and cider has already started to flow down in the cathedral. Okay. We are awaiting Cambridge. We're kind of in that kind of strange phase, just half listening to the ringing in the tower, because if Cambridge decide that they're ready to go for their test piece and their trebles turn over, we'll cut straight to the tower, because that test piece ringing is our broadcast priority. Okay, we will always bring you that totally uninterrupted. Now, just as I'm speaking, our producer has appeared and whisking some Birmingham ringers into the tower. Do have a seat, gentlemen. Looking a little bit hot, but you've got a little bit of refreshment. We won't keep them too long, so we'll just get them installed. We've got Michael Wilby and Jimmy Yeoman, I believe, who's just coming to join us, and just get themselves into seats. So, gentlemen, hello and welcome, and congratulations or commiserations for going first. You got it out of the way. Just come a bit closer to your mic so we can hear you. How was that for you?
I love being drawn first. It is just the best thing.
Are you serious about that?
I'm absolutely serious about that. You get a few moments longer up the tower where it's just peace and quiet and you can collect your thoughts. And then you get it over and done with first. tower's heating up. Unfortunately, we've left it in a bit of a state for everyone else, I'm afraid, and now we're going to be first to the beer queue. So, plan with no drawbacks.
That's very good. Yeah. So, that point about that kind of quiet space, is that because you're not kind of being rushed in as another team's going out? Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think
a combination. I think certainly from Guildford as well. Last year, where we were drawn first, it's nice to. Yeah, my heart sank as the draw last year, certainly as well. And went, oh God! But then you get up there, and you just get out of the way, and then you're.
Yeah, very good. Tell us, describe that journey, because I've explained to people you sort of have to go across the roof too. So you're in stairs and suddenly you're outside. Is that fresh air give a frisson of extra oxygen boost before you go in the tower? What's going through your mind as you do that, though? Those last few steps going into the ringing chamber.
Just very focused, I think, and trying to get yourself in that the right mental headspace to ring well and not to get distracted certainly, but.
Do you have any tips for people who are doing maybe their first striking competition on how to do that, how to shut stuff off? What would you say?
I'd probably say just remember it's just like your practice, and actually up there, half an hour, doesn't matter that people are sort of outside and listening to you. I mean, to be honest, in Birmingham, they're not particularly keen on us anyway. So
I'm very sorry, gentlemen. We've just had the trebles turning over at the top. Michael Wilby and Jimmy Yeoman there from Birmingham. Very, very short interview. I'm so sorry, I've got to cut you off. We will go straight to the tower for Cambridge's test piece.
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest.
And that was Cambridge we were listening to in the tower. We shall be talking to those very soon, and next in the tower will be Bristol.
Big Wilf's bell muffles have been manufactured since 2004. We are proud to be the leading manufacturer of muffles, with over 1,000 towers now using our products. The muffles are handmade using leather and use the Velcro fastening that Big Wilf pioneered for a secure fit. All Big Wilf's bell muffles are tailor-made to fit the size and shape of clapper and weight of the bell for a secure, non-slip fit. Big Wilf's Bell Muffles is delighted to sponsor this year's National 12 Bell Final.
Now, live from Sheffield Cathedral,
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final
2023.
With Matthew Tosh.
Let me give you a rundown of where we are. At 11:30, we had Birmingham, the first team in the tower. We're talking to their ringers again in a moment. Cambridge were next in the tower. Bristol are about to go in to start their practice ahead of their test piece. Then the lineup for the rest of the day is St Paul's at 1 o'clock. We'll be going into the tower. Then Melbourne, followed by the Cumberlands, the College Youths, Sheffield, the home team, go into the tower at 3 o'clock. Then it's Leeds, followed by Exeter. That is your lineup for the rest of the day. Keep it here. We are the official broadcaster of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest, and you get all that competition ringing totally uninterrupted. Michael Wilby, do you ever listen to these things back? Do you listen to the ringing that goes on at these competitions? Does that help you at all?
Yeah, I do. So it's quite interesting to go back and listen to your test piece from previous years and actually see how it was, because you're hearing it out of the bell chamber, and that's not what you remember in the tower. The tower's always a little bit different, so it's quite interesting just to see, and it gives you a little bit of grounding in reality, because we always sort of hope for perfection. You listen to it and you realise, you know, there's always stuff that you can pick up, and it just gives you a bit of a...
That's really interesting, yeah, because we've had this debate before about how much does it differ, because you've got the internal acoustics that you're kind of... It's affecting what you hear, isn't it? You know, bouncing off the bell frame, whether there's sound absorption, it's got to funnel down the tower. And that can sometimes be very different to where your perspective is if you're listening outside the tower.
It certainly can. We do know that, and that's one of the things that strichometers really help with. It does actually show you that what you get outside is different to what you get inside. And sometimes you have to make, you know, little adjustments for it. And these are things that you probably did when you were ringing a 6-bell competition. You know, in your local branch, you listen and think, every band's clipping the treble. Well, we'll go up and just hold the treble off a bit. And it's little things like that, because they're always doing a good job inside, but it's the little bit that you have to ring to the judges.
So there's nuances, which comes with I suppose, like the flying hours, isn't it? The more you ring, the more you get to get used to that. Jimmy, just come to you, Jimmy Yeoman. What was your journey into 12-bell ringing? Because presumably you didn't wake up one day and start ringing on 12.
No, definitely not.
I don't know, maybe people do. Where did it start? Come on.
Well, I started going to sixth form in Cambridge, and so being just in the city on a Monday, I had to get the train in and out, and quite a long, tenuous journey. So I started hanging around for Great St Mary's practice nights on a Monday night, and probably wasn't ready for them, but invited myself along anyway, and got the chance to ring, like Plain Hunt on higher numbers, and then Grand Sir, and before you Surprise Maximus soon, and that kind of thing.
Very good.
You soon get invites to other places and start travelling as well.
It's that networking thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Definitely. The experience of ringing on different bells, I think, is
absolutely. Well, listen, gentlemen, this is Michael Wilby and Jimmy Yeoman. Thank you for talking to us both before and after the Cambridge test piece. We really appreciate it. You've both got your beer in your hands. You look very happy, man. You can relax now for the rest of the day, and we'll let you go back and mingle with all the punters, and we'll perhaps see you a little bit later.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Brilliant. Right, so whilst we do a little bit of swapping over in the studio, it's time just to turn to the email inbox here. And Linda Huntington has been in touch, emailed us 12bellstudio@gmail.com. She says, thrilled to be with you today from Richmond, Virginia in the US. There is no tower in Richmond, so I drive 90 miles north to ring in the tower at Virginia Theological Seminary in Alexandria, Virginia, and also in Ringing Room. I'm very grateful to all who make this annual event possible. That's Linda Huntington. I can't imagine going 90 miles to get to my local practice. Katrina Agg and Phil Wilding from Cambridge. Can you imagine driving that sort of distance to get to your local practice?
Just goes to show how much she loves going.
Just come a bit closer to the mic so we can hear. That's fine. Thank you. Sorry, say again.
To show how much she enjoys going to our local practice.
That's dedication for you, isn't it? Yeah. What sort of distance are you local within Cambridge?
Yeah, I can cycle to Ringing. Phil comes from a bit further away.
Yeah, about 10 miles, 15 miles.
Brilliant. Look, you're sort of slightly warm. Is it getting hot up there?
Already, yeah.
Yeah, glad we're done and not on last.
Yeah, I should explain to people listening. We know that there's a way in and a way out. So you're going on the south side and come out on the north side, and you're sort of walking across the route. When you're doing the ringing, are the tower's doors open or closed?
We chose to have them shut.
Okay.
I think other bands might choose to have them open. I'm not sure.
I just wonder whether there's much sound, that sort of gets reflected in. Did you try it during the practice, or did you say we're going to keep the doors shut?
We had a practice and our test piece with doors shut, so the doors were shut for both. For us, so.
Yeah. Great.
I guess some people would. The bells are only just a few feet above you when you're outside, so I guess they're trying to cut out the excess noise.
That's what I wondered. Yeah, if it's sort of blasting back on the roof. So there we are. You've done your performance. How are you feeling now?
Pretty pleased that it's over. We
had some really positive ringing, really good ringing, really nice bits in there as well. So it's really good to take that away. Come and make a good show in for.
Yeah.
Definitely the last 2.5 leagues were really good, weren't they?
And your and your placement in today's proceedings. I mean, that's not going first. That's a bonus. But getting it out of the way early on do you favour that, or do you like to listen? If you had a preference, would you like to listen to more bands to get a bit of feedback on what's going on?
Oh, I don't know. There's a payoff with the beer tent, isn't there?
Well, it's not beer tent this year. It's actually beer beer cathedral, isn't it? This year, let's get right. Yeah, and there's a huge number of different beers.
It makes a big difference being able to, for me, to be able to soak up just a few different bands before you actually go up the tower, just to get a bit of a feel for who's preferred what and how it's gone for them. So speed wise.
Yeah, that's why I like to ask. Everyone's different. Everyone sort of has a different sort of preparation. I know some people don't like to talk to anybody going up as they go up the tower. Others like to crack jokes and things like that. Can I just put you? Are you a silent person, Katrina? Do you like to?
No, not particularly. I'm not the biggest wisecrack ever, but I'm definitely not in the zone all the way through.
Okay, what about you, Phil?
No, just go with it, really. Try not to just sort of sit there quietly in my own head. I don't tend to overthink things, but then also you do need to be relaxed, So.
Yeah. Can I ask, one of the things we get feedback on is people love to hear how ringers, 12-bell ringers in particular, got into ringing on 12. What was your journey into ringing? Where did it start for each of you? Where did your ringing journey start?
I suspect we both started ringing on 12 in Cambridge. Yeah. For me, it was when I was at university.
So I'm more local to Cambridge. I'm not Cambridge University guild ringer, so I'm a local person. Just as a kid, you're absolutely mad keen. My parents were kind enough to take me into Cambridge on a Monday night from when I was 12, 13 onwards, and just sort of really immersed myself in it and sort of stuck with it since.
And prior to that, what were you ringing on? What was where you started?
Home tower. Which got 8 bells, which is a good practice. I kind of went to Bury St Edmunds and Norman Tower on a Tuesday in the 90s, which was good fun practice. So, yeah, and you kind of just go from there. And it's a really nice, friendly place to ring in Cambridge. There's a lot of people there who take it really seriously as well, so there's opportunities to progress, which is really nice, really good.
But a good integration between sort of the local ringers and the university.
Yeah, definitely.
So.
Yeah. That's the beauty of sort of university cities. Where did you start to ring, Katrina?
I learnt to ring in Abingdon, so 10-bell and 6-bell tower there.
Yeah. You moved from Oxfordshire to Cambridgeshire. That's an interesting move.
Yeah, I know. I won't comment.
Very diplomatic. Good. Listen, thank you so much for popping in. I know it's very much appreciated by people listening to hear how it was for you up there. I think you both deserve a little light refreshment now.
Thank you.
Or a big light refreshment.
Or a big refreshment, yeah, we're getting there. So, Katrina Agg and Phil Wilding from Cambridge, thank you for talking to us on the live broadcast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely stuff. So we're trying to bring you as many of the stories from people involved in this event as possible, because it is the people that make it happen. A little bit later, we will be hearing from
Emma Gittins, who is the events manager here at Sheffield Cathedral, very much a professional events manager. They've kind of grasped the kind of horns of this beast that rolls into town when the final lands in a cathedral, guided by Simon Redding, of course, who is the Tower Secretary here at Sheffield Cathedral. So we'll be hearing from all of these people a little bit later. What I'd like to do now is just turn back to my inbox because Will Stafford has emailed us 12bellstudio@gmail.com. He said, I just wanted to say the broadcast is looking great this year. Thank you for all the effort you all put in year on year, and good luck to all of the teams, but especially Bristol. And he's written in capitals, come on Bristol! As a former Bristol resident, I have to still remain impartial, but yes, Will, yeah. Thank you, Will, for your email there. And do keep those emails coming in. We'll get through as many as we can. Rob is filtering them out for me and passing them to me as they come in. So it's looking good there. Over on the social media, very busy there. People who are listening in are sending in pictures, but actually people who are here as well are tweeting, and you've got the option. Some people are commenting. So Ashley Monk, for example, is commenting on our hashtag 12bell. He said it's a good start by Birmingham, but I'm disappointed that I couldn't make it to Sheffield this year, but here's to next year. Thank you, Ashley, for that comment. And just earlier in the day, I should mention that a big shout out to parkrun ringers. If you are a tailender, part of the tailenders group, or you do your local parkrun, or you like visiting new parkruns, there was a parkrun here in Sheffield this morning, and a few ringers took themselves off to the Hillsborough parkrun, which was on one of the tram routes, actually. It was quite easy to get to, and that was being promoted by the Sheffield Cathedral ringers this morning. So if you're a park runner, a fellow park runner, good day to you and welcome aboard. Okay, just to remind you, we are listening to Bristol, who are practising in the... Should we have a little eavesdrop? A little snoop? So that's Bristol. We just eavesdropped on Bristol there, just practicing. I'm going to delve back into the programme here and read you the introduction. These are kind of self-authored introductions from the bands taking place here. Bristol. It says, the Bristol band remains a potent band of youth and experience and has continued to enjoy a good run to the final. As in previous year, Bristol has lost some ringers who have moved away, and others who have very young families, but continues to have a strong pool of ringers to choose from, including some new talent from a competition perspective. The band has practiced as a team at home on the light ring at St Stephen's and the majestic bells of Redcliffe, and at less familiar towers to sharpen its focus. At its best, Bristol can be up there with the best of them. Can it improve on last year's position? Well, there we go. So we will find out because they'll be doing their test piece. They've got to be in changes of their actual performance piece before 1:45. Okay, and then after that, we hope to speak to a couple of people from that band as well. John and Jill Clay, thank you very much for your email. I'm just going to have a look at this. It's just popped into the box. Regular listeners. And they say it's wonderful to be able yet again from Spain to join your broadcast and enjoy the 12-bell striking competition. We are supporting the Cambridge band, which has 2 members of our family ringing today. John and Jill Clay, thank you very much. You are in Spain. Thank you for that message. Love these coming in wherever you are in the world as well. I can see also some of you have been starting to share some of your stories about unusual encounters with bell ringers. I asked the question earlier, and this is going to be asking you this throughout the day. What's the most unusual location where you've encountered a bell ringer, an unexpected location? The reason I mention this is I was working at Cheltenham Science Festival a couple of weeks ago, and I was doing a health and safety job, and I was wandering around one of the exhibition zones, and suddenly this voice said, Matthew, Tosh, Matthew. I thought, who on earth's this? And I went over to this table. I had no idea who this person was. And the voice said, are you doing the 12 Bell broadcast this year? And I looked at this person. It's Alison Hodge from Worcestershire. So completely unexpected there. And it's really nice. I love it when you cross paths with a ringer. And of course, if you're with non-ringers, you then got that kind of dilemma, haven't you? Do you out yourself and explain how you know this seemingly random person? Or do you say, oh, it's a friend from a hobby, and just keep it quietly? Or do you fabricate something? Let me know, please. Its address is 12bellstudio@gmail.com. We love you sharing all of your stories there. So that's Bristol in the tower at the moment. We're listening out. We're going to keep the bell feed open to hear when they announce that they're ready. And this is no different, actually, to quite a lot of striking competitions. If you've been to a striking competition before, you'll know that there has to be some signal to the judges, because the judges at the moment are busy scribbling their notes from the previous team that were performing, so from the Cambridge lot, also scribbling down their notes. In that gap, they've also got to get a cup of tea or any refreshment, eat a sandwich. I know some years, you could tell that judges have been having a snack because there's like a splodge of carrot cake on the corner of their judging sheet or something like that. So they're listening out for a signal. So the signal here is to turn the trebles over 1 and 2, 2-hole pulls, or was it 3-hole pulls? It's 2-hole pulls. There we are. Shows I've been listening. And that is a signal to the judges that we are about to do our test piece. So that's what they're listening out for at the moment. Just whilst... Oh, right on cue. Look at that. It's like I knew. So this is the signal from the Bristol Ringers. We shall go live to the tower for Bristol's test piece.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
You most certainly are, and that was Bristol doing their test piece, the third team in today's lineup. Next in the tower will be St Paul's.
Go Pensions is delighted to sponsor this year's National 12-Bell Final. Chris Stanley and the team wish all bands the best fortune with their test piece. Strong rounds in the tower and then in the bar. May your ringing be grand and be heard from afar. Strike well in the roll-ups and down through the middle. And when it sounds good, just give it a wiggle. Don't think of your pension or retiring just yet. If you do, you may stray and a dodge you'll forget. Hold your nerve to the end. Make sure it comes round. Be proud of your ringing. A magnificent sound.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
Well, I have to say, you're being very busy on the emails. We will try and get through as many of these as we can. The first message that's popped up on my screen, sent across by my producer, is from Cheryl Watson, who has emailed in and says, firstly, well done, Matthew and team, for the fabulous live streaming. She said, I love tuning in each year and would like to wish all teams well. I hope there is beer left for Leeds. That's very thoughtful, considerate. I'm currently riding my spin bike in the garage from Farringdon, Oxfordshire, watching the live stream on the laptop. Look at that, people working out. And she sent a picture there of, that was when the draw was taking place a little bit earlier. So hopefully you might have finished by now. You might be in a spot to eat or maybe a little refreshment. So thank you, Cheryl, for emailing what you're up to as well. I love these stories. What's our next one? We're going global again. Tom Perrins has been in touch. Hello, Matthew and team. Really enjoying the broadcast here in Sydney. Our plan to watch Harry Potter tonight has well and truly been thwarted. I like that. Yes. Well, you can play that again, can't you? That's fine. All the best from Tom and Anna Perrins there in Sydney. Thank you very much for those messages. We love these global messages. Please keep them coming in. Don't forget to tell us where you are, and also that question I asked a little bit earlier. What's the most unusual location you've crossed paths unexpectedly with another ringer? Have you been on travels or anything like that? If you want to get in touch with those stories and more, here's a reminder on how to get in touch.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. Tweet us at National 12Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Right, so we are awaiting St Paul's. St Paul's are in the tower. We are awaiting Bristol ringers, a couple of Bristol ringers to make their way across the roof of the south transept. I've done the exploration. We've got an interview coming up later with Simon Redding. He took me on the tour, the route that the ringers would go, and it's wonderful walking across a roof. It just feels quite liberating because it's not where members of the public normally go, and you can look down on the high street and see people below and get a good view of the tram stop. And that's just a tiny little bit of what's going on here today. I should say the operation, you'll be hearing from Emma, the operations and events manager here in a little bit later. But the operations here have been going on all week. The beer arrived a couple of days ago. You might have seen that on the social media channels. But also they were doing preparations outside this morning. And I actually took the microphone out, I think it was just after about 8:30 this morning, and just captured a little snapshot of some of the preparations first thing today. It's just gone 8:30 and I am standing at the front of the cathedral on the square between the cathedral and the tram stop. And I think this has to be the first 12-bell final where I've seen deck chairs being put out. There's about 20 deck chairs just being put in rows on the forecourt. They're sponsored by the Sheffield bid. SheffieldCityCentre.com is the address on there. And behind me, there is a table tennis
table being set up. This is clearly an activity area. We've got a marquee for people to sit under and to get away from the sun. Now, talking to Emma from the events team here at the Cathedral, she's the conferencing and events manager here. She has a mixture of Cathedral staff and volunteers, and the operation here is they're taking it within their stride. This is stuff they normally do. They've got a very active events team here, so it's quite different to some other finals that we've covered on the broadcast. This is very much part of their kind of normal operation. I say these deck chairs are just being wheeled out now, and it looks to be a good day. The gazebo's going up as well. Oh, and there's a Connect 4 game going past as well, a giant version of that. I might be tempted by that a bit later. I may be off that to play that Connect 4 a little bit later. I've just been greeted by two very happy-looking Bristol ringers, rather hot as well, Kathy Carter and Matt Frost. Matt, you're grinning as you came through the door. What? Tell us the story behind your grin.
We're really pleased with that. Yeah. We all stopped at the end and said that was stonking. Yeah.
It's nice when you finish a piece of ringing like that, isn't it? And you kind of got this kind of sense as the band is proud with its performance.
Really good. Everybody looked at each other and went, "Oh, yeah, that could be it. You know, that could be it." Yeah.
What about for you, Kathy? Are you really? I mean, yeah.
I think you're always relieved to get to the end of the touch. Massively relieved. You wouldn't, and I swear the floor was shaking. I don't know. Does the floor move when you're up there? I was ringing. I think this floor's moving. No, it can't be. It must just be me.
Is it you?
It must just be me. So, but all sorts of weird things go through your head. You think, I'm going to go wrong. No, you're not going to go wrong.
But those thoughts can be quite dangerous in a way, can't they? So, what's your mechanism for doing that? Do you manage to bat them out? How do you do that?
Breathe and try to push them out the way, and just think you've only got to do 10 minutes or 12 minutes or whatever it is, just like that's all it is. These are just blow by blow. Just do enough to concentrate, like stop overthinking it and concentrate, catch the rope. All you really need to do is catch the rope and then pull it.
Do you find these
go back to basics.
Go back to basics. It's interesting you say that, because sometimes I think about striking competition and these irrational thoughts come into your head. What if I do miss the rope?
Yes.
It's a human thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. What about you, Matt? What's your technique?
I try and focus in on the rhythm as much as possible. Just try and really just plough on, as Kathy said. Go back to the basics and just put your bell in that right place. Get into what the feel of the bell is doing. Every backstroke, are you feeling the same thing? And every handstroke, are you feeling the same thing? If you do, it's good.
Yes.
It's good.
Tell us about the go of the bells. We haven't asked anybody about that today in terms of how they compare to other rings. So they're a pretty good ring up there.
Yeah, I think so. They sound great. A little indistinct in places in the belfry. I think the fourth in particular is a really hard bell to hear. It's a real challenge to ring around it, and for the ringer of the fourth to put it in the right place.
So it's almost like you're listening for a gap, I suppose, if the bell's a bit quieter, aren't you?
Yeah, everywhere. A lot of other places, it's different everywhere. You get that positive verification straight away. You know whether or not you're in the wrong place. But if you can't hear your bell, then that becomes really difficult.
Yeah. Interesting you say that.
From the treble, you can't look at the back bells.
Oh,
so
physically?
I was ringing with Tom's knees. That's it. I can't even look.
So you're quite close physically in the tower, is what you're saying?
You're close, and they're a long way above you.
So
I didn't look. Well, I'm sure all the treble ringers are, but they'll be the same. They're not looking at any of the back bells. You're just, you can just see the 10th out the corner of your eye. You're just doing it on sixth sense, and what you can obviously see more than you think you can. But you can't look at them.
You're looking. We should explain, because
too late.
We've got some people who are just starting ringing who are listening, and we should explain for larger bells, because there's so much rope movement. The ringers of large bells are often stood on quite large boxes, so you're right. You sort of look up to them, don't you?
Literally, I could reach out and touch Tom with my arm, but he's right up there, and you run the risk of just overbalancing yourself.
Yeah.
If you try to look. at everything. So and that can make you feel dizzy when you're holding.
That's not what you want, is it?
When you're holding your breath because you're ringing in striking competitions. So, yeah.
Brilliant. So in that sort of circumstance, you've got a bit of peripheral vision, but it's that listening that's so important, isn't it?
Yeah.
So tips then for people who are just venturing out and starting to think about getting ready for their first striking competition. What tips would you have?
Enjoy it for what it is. It's a tradition, and it's really it's a fabulous tradition, and the 12 belt. I know it's easy to say it's not about winning, and of course everybody would like to win, but it's a massive event, and the whole idea is that it promotes and encourages and improves 12 bell ringing wherever those centres are, and we notice that it's improved the Bristol.
It has a positive sort of influence, I suppose.
Yes, and there's huge loads of people here from Bristol who come to support us, which is just fantastic.
Well, Kathy, you've been one of those people in the past, haven't you? There have been several competitions where you've not been ringing, and you've come along to support the.
Or I've run the team, or
you've run the team.
All sorts of things.
But it's so important, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great day out, but it's lovely. It makes a huge difference when you have people supporting the team.
Yeah. Any final comments from you, Matt?
I'd say teamwork is key. Yeah, I mean, you say we've seen everybody come up from Bristol today, and we're all wearing these nice, shiny new T-shirts.
You are in corporate dress.
Bit damp now.
Bit moist at the moment, but
slightly moistened. But
it tells you more about the atmosphere up in the tower. Yeah. But teamwork is key. It doesn't matter how good you are individually if you're not all working together and pulling in the same direction as a team. And it's something we've really worked on this year in Bristol, and hopefully it's paid off. We really think it has, based on what we've just done.
And hopefully you see those benefits reaching out to your regular Sunday service ringing and things like that.
Yeah, wider
exactly.
with the people who come to support, and they enjoy it. And it's really important that people do feel a sense of belonging and encouragement. Sometimes people come and support a different team. But
that's okay. I mean, some of us have our feet in several different camps, and it should explain, because certainly when you've got the non-geographic associations, so like the Cumberlands and the College Youths, if you're new to ringing, quite a lot of ringers in other bands are also members of either the College Youths or the Cumberlands, or grew up in Sheffield and have now moved to Exeter and things like that. So I think that's just a lovely thing that we can celebrate about ringing, isn't it? How we move around. Yes. Me being a former Bristol resident, I've got to get used to saying that now, because I'm now a Midlandser. I suppose geographically I'm more aligned to Birmingham.
But you know where your loyalties lie.
I can't. I have to be. My broadcast code says I have to be independent. I'm not being drawn in here.
Does that mean you have to be impartial?
I do have to be somewhat impartial, yes. So anyway, listen, Kathy Carter and Matt Frost, thank you so much for spending some time coming to talk to us today. And we're going to let you go and have a beverage. Have you got your eyes on anything so far? Or was anyone lined a drink up for you?
Yes, cider. Cider.
Without any question. Listen, thank you. Great for sharing those stories and the positive benefits as well of preparing for a competition like this.
Okay,
Kathy Carter and Matt Frost from Bristol, sharing their wisdom there. We are awaiting St Paul's. They are practising in the tower at the moment. We'll have a little eavesdrop to see how they're getting on. Oh, I love the stories that come out. Liz Evans has just dropped into the seat here. Liz, you've got an official hat on this event, haven't you?
I do. I am the contest secretary.
Yes. So that's basically just whipping people along, is it? Just keeping them in check?
Yeah, so I support the contest chairperson and the committee to ensure that all of the arrangements for days like this and the eliminator days are in hand. So I haven't done any of the practical arrangements at Sheffield. All of the thanks there goes to Simon Redding and Emma from the Cathedral team. They've done all of that work. But what I've been doing is ensuring that the bands are ready to compete, that they have all the information they need, they know what the touch is. They've submitted their band lists so that we know who's going to be ringing.
Is it more like a logistics managerial role sort of thing?
Basically, yeah, logistics management, ensuring that all the different parties, the judges, the broadcast team, the strichometrists know...
It's a difficult word. I can't say that word. Strichometrist. It's an interesting word.
Make sure that all of those teams know where they need to be and when, and that they're comfortable and have everything that they need to make the day go smoothly.
Yeah. How far ahead of each final and the heats, the eliminators, are you planning? I'm conscious we've got people listening for the first time.
So we have the final venue planned as far ahead as 2026.
Really?
We do. And the eliminator venues for 2024 are all booked. And today I've got my scouts out firming up the eliminator venues for 2025.
Oh, really? Okay. So you send people out as your eyes. I suppose there's certain things you're looking for in towers, isn't there?
Yeah, so we want bells which are audible to the ringers within the tower. We need towers which have got some of the practical setup, us being able to run cables for the judges to hear. And the contest committee has very much thought about a bit of our sort of carbon footprint and where we're sending people and how much driving across the country is going on. So we're looking at sensible locations for eliminators, trying to cluster them together so that the driving distances are not always unfair for certain teams.
It's a really interesting point, that, because we can so easily fall into traps of clocking up huge mileages just with day-to-day ringing and peal ringing things.
And sometimes it's unavoidable. The UK is a large country. I don't know whether you've seen today, we have got some visitors from Truro.
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking about. We talked about this last night in the studio, yeah.
Yeah, so there are 2 ringers here from the Truro team, and they're considering entering next year.
Amazing.
So they have come to case out the joint, effectively.
Yeah.
But for them, wherever the contest is held, it's going to be an awful long drive.
Yeah, I can well imagine. Just on you mentioned Truro. I know that Truro itself is one of those towers where the ringing chamber is visible from the church. Are those sorts of venues a bit more challenging? Because you've kind of got to shield people, haven't you?
They will be more challenging, but towers like that have been used in the past.
I suppose Coventry Cathedral's got a great big glass window you can sort of look in, can't you?
But if you think about Melbourne, we were there not so long ago. Even the eliminator this year was at Melbourne, so it's that's an open plan ringing room.
So it's not impossible?
It's not impossible. It's more challenging. And obviously, like today, the sunshine is beautiful outside, so a lot of people are taking shelter within the church because it's a bit cooler.
Yeah. Liz, we're going to stop you there because Liz Evans, the contest secretary, we're going to go straight to the tower because we've just had the signal from St Paul's that they were about to start their test piece. This is St Paul's.
Matthew Tosh brings you live coverage of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
And that was St Paul's. I'm remiss of me, I realise I didn't read the spiel that St Paul's ringers sent, and this is in the programme for today's contest. It says, the St Paul's Cathedral Guild of Ringers have entered a team every year since 1978, and more often than not, they have qualified for the final. Just one ringer this year was in the winning team at Sheffield in 1996, but the majority of this year's team were in the finals at Southwark and Exeter when they did well. So we are hoping we might repeat the previous success at Sheffield. With some 40 members practising together as a team, this is always a challenge. Practising together is always a challenge. Whatever happens on the day, though, we will have done our best to produce a sparkling performance. That is from St Paul's, and we will be joined by a couple of the St Paul's ringers for a chat with them very shortly. The current team just making their way into the tower are Melbourne.
Avon Ropes manufactures full-size and mini ring ropes. We even make light pull bell ropes, which make a great gift or addition to your home. We provide a 2-week repair service, extending the life of used bell ropes by adding new machined spliced tail ends, repairing failed sallies and replacing worn top ends. Avon Ropes is pleased to support the 12 Bell broadcast.
Now, live from Sheffield Cathedral,
The National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final
2023.
with Matthew Tosh.
Let's give you a rundown of where we are at. Our first team into the tower this morning was Birmingham. They went in at 11:30, followed by Cambridge, Bristol, and we've just heard the test piece from St Paul's. Melbourne will be up next. They are making their way into the tower. Their practice can start at past, and they have to be in changes, test piece, by 1:45. After that, it will be, in this order, the Cumberlands, the College Youths, Sheffield, the home team. They will be going into the tower at 3 o'clock. Then it's Leeds, and last but by no means least, in that graveyard slot, a really tough slot, at 4 o'clock, Exeter will be in the tower, as you can see on the screen there. So that's the order of things for the rest of the day in terms of the teams. And we have got loads of content lined up for you as we go through. Starting to get quite a few messages coming in from people about unusual encounters with ringers. I'll come to those in a moment. But right now, though, I want to show you the Taylor Trophy. This is what people are competing for. It's next to me on the table here in the studio. And what we're going to do is just trying to bring one of the cameras in so you can see it in a bit more detail. It's actually made of bell metal, so it is incredibly heavy, and whenever you see a winner lifting this at the end of the contest, when it's presented, this bit in the middle here, this shield, is actually made out of bell metal, and you've got the brass plates on either side. On this side it says the Taylor Trophy, presented by Paul L. Taylor, Esquire, OBE, etc, etc. He was the master bell founder at Loughborough, to be awarded annually at a contest of good ringing on 12 bells. I'm just going to turn this so I can read it a little bit more clearly. And it says the shield, cast in bell metal, is a replica of the founder's mark used by Richard Brazener of Norwich from 1500. So I have to keep moving because I've got a reflection on this to have a look at it. And Hugh Watts of Leicester until 1640. So that's an emblem you can see on old bells. The winner's plaque here goes from 2011 to 2022. So it's last year, of course, it was Guildford, and Birmingham won there. And the previous plaques are now actually sitting inside the case of the of where this shield lives. So basically, just gathering lots and lots of metal to move this around. So I thought we'd just show you that because we don't very often get to see that on our broadcast. So that's really good to see. That's the Taylor Trophy, which is very, very heavy. Just whilst we wait for the St Paul's ringers to get themselves installed, I'm just going to give you a couple of messages. Ashley Monk has been in touch and said, I accidentally bumped into a ringer while at Southwark Park when I joined the Queen's lying in state queue. I overheard her talking to her friend about fitting muffles, and she turned out to be a ringer at Pershaw Abbey. There we go. Ian Scott, this is on Twitter. He's tweeted us at National 12 Bell. He said, not that unusual as a location, but I'm always surprised at finding ringers on station platforms, especially when we aren't going to the same ringing event. Yeah, if you're going to a different ringing events, you can cross paths. And he says, and also while going along on a canal boat, we did once meet another set of ringers from our tower on a hike crossing the bridge we were going under. How about that for chance crossings? Paul Mounsey and James Watkins have just come out of the tower and plopped themselves into the studio, looking very relaxed, I must say. Can you just come a bit forwards to the microphones? How are you feeling at the moment, Paul?
Absolutely exhausted and hot. It's really
is it getting grim up there?
We're all dripping.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah,
but otherwise we're fine.
You're fine. You're smiling, which is good. We'd like to see smiling ringers. James, what about you? How was that for you?
It was good. Yeah, we relaxed into it. I think it was. It's always very nervous when you get going, but once we had got into the test piece, I think it settled down. It was good.
Now, these bells are slightly lighter than ones you normally ring on. So how quickly are you able to adjust the speed? I mean, you had a practice a few weeks ago, but today, do you click into that speed fairly quickly as a band?
I think one of the characteristics of our band is that we don't have our favourite speed.
Oh.
So some Sundays we will ring at well over 4-hour speed, other times we ring at 3:45 speed, and the ringing is just as good.
Yeah.
So what we tend to do in competitions is see how it feels, and if it feels right, we just stick to that. But we were very consistent today.
I'm just trying to explain that, though, for people who are listening, is how do you judge it? Who's giving you the cue? I mean, are you taking it just from the tenor ringer? Is it a tenor and the where's that framework coming from? Or is this something else going on?
I think the framework develops itself, because when you've got a band that's used to ringing together, and we've got the advantage of having more than just 12 people, and a lot of us are quite versatile and we ring, front or back as it suits, and we could just get used to fitting into a framework pretty quickly within a couple of minutes.
Which is really important, isn't it? Yeah. Do you find practicing for a 12-bell contest like this improves your ringing on lower numbers at all? I'm curious about that.
I think they're very different. Different styles and techniques. Actually, it's funny. I mean, we Paul and I ring in London, and I personally do very little ringing on lower numbers. I think almost all of my ringing's on 12 bells.
I suppose that's just a factor of being in London. So many 12 bell towers.
Exactly. And it's a very different technique, but the skills you develop from ringing on high numbers of concentrating very hard and picking out the individual bells and developing a rhythm are transferable.
Yeah, and have you seen benefits to Sunday service ringing? Are there kind of positive outcomes of preparing for a contest like this?
Well, it's because we've got quite a small pool that we take from to ring on 12 on Sundays. You often end up ringing with the same people, and even if you're not ringing the same bells, you learn how you ring together. You learn the sort of subtle cues from one another. So actually, just ringing with the same group of people repeatedly is very beneficial no matter whether it's for a competition or on Sundays.
Yeah, I suppose you learn about each of those little idiosyncrasies and nuances, I suppose, that you can sort of read people.
We're really lucky in that we've got 40 people to call on. So, every Sunday we'll get 12 or 14 out of that 40.
Yeah, it's a good pool to select from.
And we all get used to each other.
Yeah,
and we all get on very well, which
we
helps.
Do, yes.
Well, that's helpful, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's interesting. So actually today, all our band are college youths, and half the college youth band are Paul's ringers. So,
and I was trying to explain this to listeners earlier, because there is that crossover. A lot of us have got feet in different camps. So it's quite interesting when you actually could end up competing against some really, really good friends, which just adds to the fun.
3 of the Cumberlands as well, I think.
Very lots of crossover.
We're well spread.
Yeah, well spread. Very diverse bunch. Well, listen, Paul Mounsey and James Watkins, thank you very much for spending some time ahead of your beverage. I'm sure there's a beverage waiting for you outside.
There soon will be.
There's lots. It's a very impressive setup they've got there with all that beer, isn't it?
It's great.
Yeah, go and explore it. Go and have a good one. Thank you very much, Paul Mounsey there and James Watkins from the St Paul's team there. Looking very hot and very pleased though with their performance. Heading off to the bar right now. We've got Keith Beale has been in touch, and he said the tenor strikes twice on both strokes. Now, this is something we've been commenting on the footage. We'll just bring up the footage from the tower. This is the live image of Melbourne practicing. But if you just look at the tenor there, we talked about this wooden clapper, and it's a factor of a wooden clapper because the shaft is a little bit more springy. You do get that emphasised bouncing. Now, there's an issue with that. The human ear is very good at picking out the actual strike. Obviously it's the first one that the clapper makes. But when you've got software running like Hawk Ear on the strikeometer, the way it's coded and the way it analyses it, machines can't pick out the intended strike quite as easily as the human ear. The human ear and the human brain is very, very good at doing that. And that's one of the reasons, of many, why we'll always have human judges at an event like this. I've spoken to many technical people about this and judges of all different levels of experience over the years, and they all say there is no substitute for the human brain. But what the strikeometer does is it gives you that sort of benchmark, that consistency across all of the teams. But that double clappering that you see there, it doesn't affect the mechanics of the bell or anything, but there is this very, very subtle sound, and it will be picked up by the strikeometer even if the ear can't detect that. So there are. Thank you for those comments. We love those sorts of comments that people pick up. Going back to our emails now. Greetings from Ellen Vannin. This is Ernie DeLima-Runciman, who's been in touch from the Isle of Man. Says, I'm looking forward to a great afternoon of ringing. Good luck to all competing. The most obscure place I have met ringers was when walking across the bridge at Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. Now that's the kind of story I like. Yeah, it's thank you. Yeah. So can we beat Zimbabwe? That's my question. That's my challenge I'm throwing out to people. Can you beat Zimbabwe as a place to meet people? Ryan Trout has been in touch, emailed 12bellstudio@gmail.com. It says, great coverage as usual. I'm very interested to see how the results come out later. I am an avid Devon call change ringer, but love to listen to this superb striking. I'm listening at home in Plymouth in Devon. Good luck to all the teams. Best regards. That's from Ryan Trout. Well, Ryan, I can tell you that there are many change ringers, experienced and beginners, who are in awe of Devon call change ringers, and there is a trial competition, isn't it, this year of call changes taking place very soon, I believe. I think it's at the end of this month. I think off the top of my head, someone might be able to correct me on that. I'm sure I've read it in the ringing world, they are two very, very different skills, and I love this mutual respect between those two styles of ringing. So that's Ryan Track there from Plymouth. Now, just on your screens, let's have a look at that outside. How many striking competitions do you see where they put deck chairs out? They were being put out this morning there, and they are sponsored by the Business Improvement District and Sheffield Council. And what organisations do? They have to pitch and bid for these things. And the Cathedral got in early and got the deck chairs for all the ringers today. And there's a little creche thing happening up there, and that little gazebo there you see in the top right hand corner there, and that's where the giant Connect 4 thing is, I believe, and just out of shot of the bottom off the left, can't quite see it, there is a sheltered area for people to sort of sit and sip their beer and listen to the ringing. So those chairs facing the tower for ringers to sit in, they can just absorb the bells and focus on the tower without too much interference from the trams in the background. And I had a little wander out there earlier, and it's lovely. We might take a wander out there a little bit later to soak up the atmosphere. So what's happening at the moment? We've got Melbourne in the tower doing their warm up, and whilst they do that, it gives me a chance just to look at a few more messages that come in, because we've got a whole stack of them coming in. John Hutchinson has emailed us 12bellstudio@gmail.com. He says, I'm very much enjoying watching the live feed. It makes a nice change of pace from volunteering at Guildford last year. I'm watching from Northampton, Massachusetts. I'm staying with Mika and Laurie. So there we go, Massachusetts. Big shout out there. Oh, whilst I'm on, I could get into trouble here. Okay, I must say,
hello to Coventry Cathedral ringers and the Alsley ringers, people I'm ringing with a lot at the moment. So for Coventry people, hello from me. It's lovely to have your company here. Keep those messages coming in, folks. We really do appreciate them. And just remind you who is helping me here in the studio. We'll give a little wave. So we'll keep that camera shot on at the moment. Nearest the camera, we've got Pete Spain. He's doing the vision mixing at the moment. There he is, very good. Matt Thusey is our head broadcast engineer, making sure that everything going out to the web that you're watching and listening to at the moment is clean, it's not jittery or anything like that. A bit further along, opposite where I'm sitting here, we've got Gareth Lawson. He's a chief studio producer and has been with me since 2014, haven't you, when we did Oxford. We're going to talk about the history of our broadcast a little bit later. Over in the corner, we've got Robert Convey. Robert, wave to this camera over here. There he is. Okay. Rob is our content producer, so all of the interviews that you're listening to, Rob has kind of arranged that. He's responsible for getting people in and out of the studio on time. What you can't see actually at the moment is we've also got some windows opposite where I'm sitting, and there are ringers and people just stopping by and watching and looking in just to see what's going on. So we're kind of open for people to see. And finally, we've got Isaac here, who is doing lots of techie stuff with helping with the cameras and the vision mixing as well. Right, that's the signal from the Melbourne ringers to say that they are ready. So we'll cross live to tower for Melbourne's test piece.
Matthew Tosh brings you live coverage of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
There we go. That was Melbourne in the Tower, and I wasn't just trying to wolf down my food and avoiding burping live on air there. I have been bought a very nice little salad there from the cafeteria next doors. We've just been hearing Melbourne, and their little piece in the programme here says it's 15 years since Melbourne last failed to qualify for a 12-bell final. I do get concerned when people talk about failure, but it's been 15 years since they last failed to qualify. Our eliminator this year saw us come out top, albeit with a home advantage. We believe Sheffield should suit our abilities, most of us having had some experience of ringing there in the past. Of course, it's not a million miles away. Hawk here tells us that we are improving. The band are now able to fairly regularly get 6 stars, whatever that means, on our own bells, which we weren't able to do in the past. Top 3 is our aim. A possibility! ! That's in the programme. So that is the spiel from Melbourne. We will be talking to 2 of their ringers very shortly once they've made their way across the south transept roof, come down the stairs, come back in on the bottom of the south transept, cross in front of the organ, down the south nave, and then through the cafeteria. And all whilst they're doing this, having to fight through people, so that's why it's taken a little while to get people down into the studio. But we will bring those conversations as soon as they appear.
Go Pensions is delighted to sponsor this year's National 12-Bell Final. Chris Stanley and the team wish all bands the best fortune with their test piece. Strong rounds in the tower and then in the bar. May your ringing be grand and be heard from afar. Strike well in the roll-ups and down through the middle. And when it sounds good, just give it a wiggle. Don't think of your pension or retiring just yet. If you do, you may stray and a dodge you'll forget. Hold your nerve to the end. Make sure it comes round. Be proud of your ringing, a magnificent sound.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
Oh, I love it. Well, ringer Emily has tweeted, done it, bit hot, and you can actually see the ringers coming out of the ringing chat. We're going to retweet that actually now from the National 12-Bell Twitter account, and we might get that online a little bit later, but they do look very hot and relieved coming out of that tower. Turning to emails now, Anruf has been in touch and says, hi Matthew, thank you for all your work in putting on a fabulous broadcast again. I'm settled in for the day. Lovely to see my grandson on screen a few minutes ago. Of course, that was the little baby we saw with a phone next to them. And she says, I'm very interested to see the interview with the judges. I learnt to ring in the same area and same era as DD. David Durley, affectionately known as DD amongst ringers. So that's Anruf in Redhill in Surrey, and just staying on the emails. These have all come into 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Joshua Hutchinson says, hello to Matthew, Gareth and the whole team in the studio. The broadcast is as fantastic as ever. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Joshua. Disappointed not to be in Sheffield. Alas, I'm working all day today. Yep, if you're at work, we feel your pain. But I've got the broadcast on in the background to provide a much-needed distraction. I'm firmly cheering on Bristol today, a team of superb ringers and all-round lovely people. Good luck, everyone. That's Josh Hutchinson there, has emailed us. And I've got another one to do there. Unusual encounter. This is from Hugh Evans. Liz Evans' dad, in fact, who we spoke to a little bit earlier. Hugh says, I once spent a morning in an office with a Royal Navy test pilot, refining the details of an experimental solid-state instrument panel. I subsequently found his name in the ringing world in a quarto Grand Sir doubles. I love that. Yeah, it doesn't have to be crossing paths face to face, does it? You can cross paths with people in print and thought, is it a namesake or is it actually that same person? So thank you, Hugh, for that message. Loving these. So please keep those coming. What is the most unusual place you have encountered a fellow ringer unexpectedly, or where have you seen them in print? We like all of those, so keep those stories coming in. It's 12bellstudio@gmail.com is our email address, and don't forget you can tweet us as well. We've got the hashtag 12bell, and also you can tweet us at National 12bell. Well, I'm turning to my left, and we've got two very warm-looking Melbourne ringers, Richard Angrave and Tim Peverett. How are you feeling, gentlemen? Warm probably is an underestimate, is it?
Oh, it's extremely warm up there, and it's getting warmer as the day's progressing, I think.
What did you do? Are you keeping the doors open up there, or are you closing them? Because the sound reflects back off the roof. I'm just curious how.
Both doors were closed, so just the windows open. The acoustics change a little bit, I think, when you open the doors. So
yeah,
it's a little bit of a sweat pot.
You've got a tech top on. You're quite sensible there, weren't you? Sort of.
I've got my team colours here, but I learnt from ringing in Crediton final years ago, where there's a picture of the squad looking red, apart from me, who looks red and drowned. So yeah.
Oh, well done. First impressions, a sort of initial take on your performance. Are you pleased with what you did up there?
It was an okay performance, I would say. We probably settled down a bit better in our practice than when we started off in our test piece, to be honest, I think.
Yeah.
It got better as it went along. That's how I felt, anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we probably rang better when we were here practicing.
Yes.
So you get more time. So I think that's the trick, isn't it? Being able to hit your beat and keep your nerves down.
But also you've got the clock, and I have to say you pushed it right to the hilt. We were watching the clock. We thought St Paul's, who went in before you, were close. They had 15 seconds to go before it became the cut-off for you having to start. You pushed it to 12 seconds, which is the closest so far. So you really did maximise that time. I guess it's quite a tough call to make, isn't it, when you actually say go?
Yeah, I think so. That's why we leave it to Christian, isn't it?
Yeah, neither of us were really looking at the clock.
You don't want to say that responsibility.
No.
Just pass it on. I like that. Yes, delegate is what we say. So tell us about the ringing and what's going on at Melbourne at the moment. How is the band progressing?
It's going very well. We're getting more and more ringers coming along, and we have 2 practice a month now. So we have a second and a fourth Thursday. So the second is the advanced, and the fourth is for the intermediate ringers. And it's going very well. And we had a big squad to call on this time for the 12-bell final as well. So
yes, that makes it more
disappointing people, I guess, as well.
But then I suppose as a whole, if you've got a larger base of people to pull from, it's like that pyramid effect in sport, isn't it? You presume you're going to find a higher probability of getting a really strong band.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, and no disrespect to people that don't make it, because collectively they're raising the bar, I suppose.
Yeah, and I think certainly this year we've done. So I've not rang for Melbourne for about 12 years, is it? I think
something like that. Credited, wasn't it?
Three children came in between. Actually, no, it was the Melbourne final.
Oh yeah, 2012 then.
When Michael Wilby keeps reminding me that we came second. I'm sure he won't mind me saying.
We've said it
was
now.
A close second. So yeah, and we've been using the strichometer quite a lot more. I think that's in my sort of gap. I can't believe the advancement in that. That's phenomenal how far that's come on. I think it was Excel spreadsheets and offsets, and now it's like this whole program.
You've got this kind of star you mentioned in your little spiel in the program. You're now getting 6 stars. So what does the rating go? Is it maximum of 6 stars on this output that you're getting?
Individual ringers can get 7, but I've not seen scores beyond 7, to be honest, of individual ringers. But normally, Melbourne, we're pushing for 6 stars, but often end up at 5, I guess.
Yeah.
I
think we were really pleased. We ran a quarter pill, didn't we, a few weeks ago? That was 5-star for the whole quarter pill, which I think is pretty good.
So are you tending to keep it? You're using that software as a kind of quite run of the mill to give you feedback? Is it kind of on all the time?
Pretty much every practice that we get a load of feedback as well. So we've got analysis going back throughout several months anyway.
Oh wow! Yeah, and as ringers, we like data, don't we? We love numbers and information like that. So we will be talking a bit later, if you're sticking around whilst the judges are doing their deliberations, about a bit more about that information that Hawk here churns out. So and how that can be interpreted by ringers. But thank you for sharing that to see how it's actually being used within the band, and you're seeing progression. It's really good to capture that. Listen, I'm going to let you go because you're very hot and you probably need a nice cool beverage of some description.
That's for sure.
Organic beverage to help you see the rest of the day through. So Tim Peverett and Richard Angrove, thank you so much for your time today from the Melbourne Band.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Yes.
Right, so we'll move those out. Now, in the next in the tower are the Cumberlands. Let's have a little eavesdrop, and whilst we do that, I'm going to read the text about the Cumberlands. This is from the programme. It says, the Cumberlands draw their squad from regular society practice night attendees who travel in from outside London to ring well with their friends and enjoy high-quality socialising. Coming second on the acoustically challenging bells at Guildford Cathedral last year marked the Society's best finish since 2014. The band is almost unchanged from last year and has followed a similar routine of gaining experience on unfamiliar rings of 12. A creditable performance at the Melbourne Eliminator has set up the Society well for what will hopefully be a solid representation at Sheffield. So that's the blurb about the Cumberlands. Just having a look there in the cathedral body. This is one of our cameras that's pinned to the wall at the west end. The bar is sort of off on the left there, sort of behind that screen. But you just see it's just very sociable. People having conversations. Michael will be there, just on the right hand side of the screen there. Paul Mountsie just there in the middle. You can just see happily holding a pint. We were talking to him in the studio, and Matt Jerome there with his back to us at the bottom of the camera. Very important person amongst the young ringers, actually. We'll be talking about young ringing stuff a little bit later, particularly focusing on the Ringing World National Youth Contest. Stick around for that coming up a little bit later. Also got conversations with Emma, name's Britain. Gittins, sorry, thank you, Gareth. Gittins, I've got so many names in front of me, who is the events manager here at the Cathedral, talking about how they put things on and the balance and the preparations for today. Right now, though, I'm going to turn to my inbox of emails, which is bustling, and Jonathan Adkins has emailed in from Gloucestershire. Says, excellent coverage as always, and it's so wonderful to feel a part of it. Just preparing for our curate's first service as priest tomorrow. And Jonathan says, enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much, Jonathan. I hope you do as well. And I should emphasise, this is very much your show. We do this for you, and you know, we love it when you're getting involved as well. You can make it what you want. We'll do the techie work at this end, but the stories, the tales that you're sending in really do help make the broadcast what it is. It's like camaraderie, isn't it, that ringers have. And we've got Chris Fitter, who says, I am a Brummie listening to the competition whilst working here in Morowali, Indonesia. Yes! I like that he's going on the other side of the world. So we have Australia, we've got Indonesia now. Good luck to all of the ringers, but no prizes for guessing my team. Enjoy your day. Well, he's from Brummie. He's a Brummie. So there we go. Thank you very much, Chris, for sending that one in. And I'm going to turn to one more. Rowena Unsworth has said, it's fascinating watching that tenor double clappering, but how on earth does a strikeometer accurately cope with it? Well, it doesn't. Sorry, it's George. George, this is the issue. We were talking about this earlier. It does struggle. The human ear is phenomenal, and the human brain, and not related to that. It's one of the reasons why people with hearing aids will sometimes struggle to pick out conversations if the room is a bit noisy, because the device, it's an electronic device with a bit of mechanics in, it just picks out all the noise and amplifies all of the noise. But the human brain, when you're in a room and you've got that sort of three-dimensional representation of sound, is very good at picking out individual voices from a noisy place. A lot of research done into that as well. So, and lots of research gone into the strikeometer as well.
So if you want to get in touch, there are many ways to do so. I'm going to remind you in a moment of how to do that. Gareth's just moving it across there on my screen. Here we go. Here's a reminder.
Get involved with the broadcast via social media and let us know what you think. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12. Or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
At these 12 Bell contests, I know we talk about beer quite a lot, but they're also associated with the bar collector's items. And a number of ringers love coming to these events and collecting the souvenir, the glasses. They have each organising team arranges a design to go on beer glasses, and you can buy a beer glass, a pint glass, and take it home and fill a little cabinet with it. That's certainly what I'm doing at home, and I've now got to the stage where I need a larger cabinet. And the reason being is this broadcast this year marks 10 years since the very first broadcast of the 12 Bell contest. Now, it's not the first time it's been streamed, because that had been happening a couple of years ago, but I had this slightly quirky idea in 2012, after the Melbourne held the final, to put a little bit of voiceover. And that was all those years ago. 10 years ago, we did the first one. That was from Sheffield Cathedral. But now, coming right up to date here in Sheffield, we've just heard the trebles from the Cumberlands, so we're going over to the tower for their test piece.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
There we go, and that was Melbourne. Oh, sorry, no. I'll just start again. I do know what's going on. The Cumberlands in the tower. We'll be talking to a couple of their band very shortly.
Big Wilf's bell muffles have been manufactured since 2004. We are proud to be the leading manufacturer of muffles with over 1,000 towers now using our products. The muffles are handmade using leather and use the Velcro fastening that Big Wilf pioneered for a secure fit. All Big Wilf's bell muffles are tailor-made to fit the size and shape of clapper and weight of the bell for a secure, non-slip fit. Big Wilf's bell muffles is delighted to sponsor this year's National 12 Bell Final.
Now, live from Sheffield Cathedral,
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final
2023
with Matthew Tosh.
Right, let's give you an update of where we are. So far, we've heard from Birmingham, Cambridge, Bristol, St Paul's, Melbourne, and the team we've just heard are the Cumberlands. Next, going into the tower, will be the College Youths. They will start their practice very soon. We've got about just over 2 minutes before they're allowed to start their practice. They're not allowed to start before 2:30. That's in the competition rules, and they have to be in changes by 2:15. At 3 o'clock, it's the turn of the home team to go into the tower. Sheffield, see what they can produce on their own bells. Very familiar with these bells here and all the little nuances. Then Leeds will go in at 3:30, followed by Exeter, who have got that very challenging final slot of the day. They'll be going into the tower at 4 o'clock. And that competition ring will take us through until 4:30 this afternoon. And after that, there'll be plenty more to keep you engaged whilst the judges are deliberating. So stay here. We are the official broadcaster of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest. OK, I've just caught sight of a message on the Facebook page. This is from Clive Smith, actually, commenting on watching the live streaming. Clive says, "I'm sitting on the sofa trying not to fall into the tenor." I know what you mean. When you look at it, if you're sort of leaning forwards on the sofa, it does feel like when you look at that camera view of the belfry, bell chamber, it really does look like you sort of want to fall into the tenor. It's just where we stuck the tripod, really. All very secure, of course. It's all strapped to a walkway over top, so lots of engineering work gone on there to make those pictures appear on your screens today. Joshua Burson has emailed us, 12bellstudio@gmail.com. He says, "Matthew and team, I'm listening from Somerville, Massachusetts." Another overseas one, an inner suburb of Boston. He says, "Hi to John and Catherine and any other North American ringers in attendance." And he says, "Go Cambridge." I'm not sure whether he's rooting for Cambridge or just go Cambridge as the method. Thank you, Josh. Really appreciate you sending a message there. And we have a message from Nigel Gale, who says, "Hi from Turku in southern Finland." Now, I apologise if I've got any pronunciation wrong here. He said, "We're listening and watching your excellent broadcast." Look, there's a picture on the screen from Turku. Many thanks to you and all your technical support teams. He says, "Good luck to the teams today. Best wishes and may the best team win." Nigel Gale, who's originally from Suffolk, but as I say, is listening from Finland and watching. He says, "P.S. Whilst listening to the Birmingham ringing, sitting on the steps of the Turku Cathedral in glorious midsummer's day's sunshine, I noticed a bell on the forecourt below," and that was the picture you saw in the picture there on our screen. Thank you, Nigel. Really appreciate that. Keep those messages coming in. We'll give you a reminder of social media in a moment. I'm just going to read a couple more messages before we do that. Elizabeth Kern-Given and Tom Sherwood say hello from Bristol. Good luck to everyone, and we hope the beer tastes great. Best wishes from Elizabeth and Tom from UBSCR. Go UBSCR. Yeah. I declare my interest. I am a University of Bristol graduate. There we are. Good. If you want to get in touch, here's how you can do so.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. national12bellstudio@gmail.com.
We are appreciating all of the messages, and we will try and get through as many of those as we can through the day. Just a word on sort of practicalities of YouTube. If it's something you want to go back and listen to, you can rewind and then fast forward and things. So if you want to just re-listen to an interview or sample the singing that the Dean did with an a cappella group as a real surprise performance just before they did the draw this morning, I thoroughly recommend going back to have a listen to that, because it was quite extraordinary, and it was completely by surprise. The local ringers didn't know that was going to happen. It was just a surprise that the cathedral sort of chapter had put together for all the ringers here. So lots going on. We'll be talking to more of the key people from Sheffield Cathedral a little bit later. Right now, though, I'm going to turn to my left, and Mary Holden, a very warm-looking Mary Holden, and an even warmer-looking Tom Mack, who appeared. Well, go on. In a word, what's it like up there?
It's like a sauna.
Is it a sauna, is it?
Borderline intolerable.
Do you get smells from previous ringers? Is it?
I wouldn't like to say, but it's not the nicest atmosphere to walk into when you go up there. That's for sure.
No, but you're out now and you got in the fresh air. So reflections on the ringing, apart from a bit grim and sweaty?
I think overall we're reasonably pleased with it. It went better than our practice just beforehand, which is always a good thing.
So sometimes a good thing, though. You don't want to peak too soon, do you?
No, it was okay. I was okay, I think. I think there was probably a few too many inaccuracies in it, but it was a fair reflection, I think, as to where we've been as a band. So what will be, I think.
I'm just wondering, and this might be slightly controversial, but when it's a day like today, and it's not unique to Sheffield here, we've seen it happen at other competitions. As the tower gets hotter and hotter, do you think that does give later teams a bit of a disadvantage?
It's certainly an extra factor.
I'm being slightly provocative here on purpose. I'm curious on people's views, because it's a human thing, isn't it? You know, if you are uncomfortable in a space, maybe we don't perform as well.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair comment, but I think if you're just ringing for half an hour, you can probably just about tolerate it, and it doesn't make too much of a difference. If you were ringing for a more sustained period, then I'm sure it would.
You just have to try and forget about that and concentrate on the ringing.
Yeah, and we're not blessed in this country with towers that have got many towers that got air conditioning. I remember ringing in Australia, a lot of the towers there, they're kitted out for this. So you ring a peal, stick the aircon on, it's lovely.
That's true. I wouldn't want to be ringing a peal up there today.
No. Let's talk about the ringing, how your practices are organised, because for people that are not familiar with it, with the Cumberlands, and to a certain extent, of course, the college youth are in after you, if I'm allowed to mention them in front of you. Organising your practices, because you're a non-geographic organisation, so how do you manage that, and then how do you go about selecting the squad for the 12 bell?
So, I mean, the squad is entirely picked from Wednesday night regulars. I think 11 of the band are there pretty much every week. There's probably one member who's sort of a couple of times a month, but it is a band that is made up of regular Wednesday night attendees. And to be honest, quite a few of us travel quite a distance for the practice. I think it's the case these days. I don't know whether it's also true of the college youth, but it's definitely true of us, where more and more of us don't live in the city anymore.
Oh, really?
So we're, and especially if we're working from home during the day.
A lot of us aren't even working in London so much anymore after COVID.
Yeah, so is that you've seen this sort of shift since the pandemic because of that people working from home?
I think it's gradually been going that way. I mean, I come in from Hemel Hempstead.
Yeah, I come in from Berkhamsted, but I pick my office working day to be a Wednesday to coincide with Cumberland
strategic.
practice.
I like that. Yeah, very, very strategic. And so that's the regular. Are you? But then from week to week, are there many kind of people that maybe just drop in for the odd practice here and there?
Yeah, we have a core, I suppose, of about 15 to 20 people who are regulars on a Wednesday, and then we get visitors as well, and people who come when they happen to be in London for a particular reason. Yeah.
And presumably, do you have out-of-town practice as well? Do you move it around the country?
Yeah, occasionally. I mean, in terms of the London practice, we probably have an out-of-town practice once a year.
But recently we went to Reading. Yeah, it's not very far out of town.
Yeah. And obviously there's other society. Well, there's other practices. Stockton is a majority Cumberland practice. It's not exclusively a Cumberland practice, but there's a lot of Cumberlands at that practice. We've got a Midlands practice that's restarting fairly soon. But yeah, our team always comes from the from the London based.
Yeah, and we'll see if that evolves. If your geographical reach changes as things are going on. It's very interesting. Just trying to capture that. Can I take you back to where ringing started for each of you? Because we're just trying to capture some of those human stories. The first time you caught a hold of a rope, where were you geographically? What was the tower you were at?
I come from Cirencester in Gloucestershire, so I learnt to ring around there. But both my parents were bell ringers, so I was. I don't know when I first caught hold of a rope, but I was quite young, and then I sort of learnt properly when I was sort of 9 or 10.
Yeah, and your transition to when did you sort of move to sort of ringing on higher numbers?
So Cirencester has an 8 and a 12, and the same band rings at both. And we rang sort of Grants the Sinks, Stedman Sinks if we were lucky on the 12ve, but it did mean I was ringing on higher numbers from an early age.
Yeah, not the easiest of 12s, Cirencester.
They're really not, no.
Sort of wincing from people that have rung there, that's right. Tom, you're also from a ringing family, so I guess it was in the blood from early on, yes?
It was, yeah. I was going up the tower in a carry cot. It's all I've ever known, really. Family's been ringing for quite a few generations. I learnt to ring at St Peter's St Albans, which is a 10 in Hertfordshire, and I was exceptionally lucky. We had a very good band there at the time, which got better and better.
Yeah.
And I think that helped me then when I was sort of taken into London, if you like. The transition to 12 bell ringing perhaps wasn't as great as it would be if you'd grown up ringing on 6 or 8.
Yeah, I suppose. Fair point.
I've always had the opportunity. I've been very lucky.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you for sharing those stories. I really appreciate it, and I know people listening really appreciate it as well. And we appreciate you giving the time. You've held off from having your beverages. We're going to let you go now because you've deserved it. You've done the hard work, and you can let your hair down for the rest of the day. And we look forward to seeing you in the results session a little bit later.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for all the work that you guys do.
It's a pleasure. We enjoy it. So that's Mary Holden and Tom Mack there from the Cumberlands, going off to earn their well-earned beverage. Okay, in the tower now, we've got the College Youths, another non-geographic organisation, ringing association. Both those societies, actually, the Cumberlands and the College Youths, are very old societies, going for many, many years, hundreds of years. And they're just really, really interesting societies. And let me tell you a bit about the College Youths from their spiel in the programme. It says, today's band is selected from those who attend Tuesday practices regularly, and everyone has represented the society in the competition before, some rather more than others. Sheffield are comparable to some of our towers, putting us on a more familiar ground. After disruptions in recent times, our fingers are crossed that practices over the next few weeks go smoothly, and we look forward to what promises to be an excellent day at Sheffield. So that's the words about the College Youths, who you can hear practising in the tower now. Remember, they need to be in changes by 1:45. That's the rules. And if they're not, they can be disqualified. All right. And you may notice that people sort of hanging around in the cathedral. Some of them are in the queue for the bar, but when the test pieces actually ring, they then go outside to have a listen and come back in. So just coming in to cool down. It's quite a muggy day here in Sheffield, and that presents issues for not just the people standing outside or going to get into the shade, but the people actually ringing. We'll take you on a journey up the tower after the contest ringing, after all the test pieces. Simon Redding, the tower secretary here, took me, that walked the journey and told us a bit about the bells and took me into the bell chamber. And the air doesn't move very much through that ringing chamber on a day like today, because there's not much of a breeze. So I really do feel for all of the ringers who are putting themselves through that and competing as well. So there we go. Turning to our inbox again, let's have a look at more emails. I need to get through these because Rob keeps shoveling them over to me. Greetings from Chertsey and Sunbury. This is from Peter Whisker. He said, we're rooting for our friend Geraldine Forster, who is ringing for the Cumberlands, or who has been ringing for the Cumberlands. We're on the edge of Guildford, and the Middlesex Counties Guild and the Oxford Guild down here, and enjoyed recent visits to competitions at Guildford and Southwark. The Cumberlands has a secret weapon: my wife Trisha's amazing flapjack, to boost them in body, mind and spirit. I wish I'd read this before they came into the tower. I could have asked them if it had worked, wouldn't we? Geraldine is a great teacher of countless new learners at Sunbury and elsewhere, as one of the few ringers of 170 spliced Maximus and 204 spliced Royal. That's the thing. There are some pretty stonking ringers here with all sorts of records and attempts and credits to their names. And of course, you'll see those names going across the screen during each of the test pieces. So you can see where each of the people are ringing in the bands as well. Now, I should just preempt a question that we get every year about belfry cameras, ringing chamber cameras. We took the decision quite a few years ago not to put a camera in the ringing chamber because we don't think that's fair on the ringers. We find it fascinating watching ringers, but when you're competing at a high level competition here, there's enough pressure on them already, and we felt that by putting a camera in the ringing room, just being aware that there's a camera there, I think would could distract some ringers, because not everybody relaxes if they know there's a camera watching them, and so that is why we don't have a camera in the ringing chamber itself. And let's be fair, a lot of us just like watching bells, so that's why we put the bells on the screen in front of you. Okay, I've just had flashed up on my screen. Following the competition ringing, we'll be talking to Mark Bell, the chairman of the contest. You heard him do the welcome this morning. We've also got conversations with Simon Redding and a few other people as well. We will do our best to bring those to you as soon as we can after the competition ringing. And on cue, that is the signal from the college youths in the tower as they're about to do their test piece. So we'll take a listen.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
Well, I don't know there. That was a little bit of a rallentando just as they set the bells there. That was the college youths in the tower. We'll be talking to those very shortly, and we'll be very interested about the next team going in with the home advantage. Sheffield are next in the tower.
Go Pensions is delighted to sponsor this year's National 12-Bell Final. Chris Stanley and the team wish all bands the best fortune with their test piece. Strong rounds in the tower and then in the bar. May your ringing be grand and be heard from afar. Strike well in the roll-ups and down through the middle. And when it sounds good, just give it a wiggle. Don't think of your pension or retiring just yet. If you do, you may stray, and a dodge you'll forget. Hold your nerve to the end. Make sure it comes round. Be proud of your ringing. A magnificent sound.
Matthew Tosh brings you live coverage of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
James Ramsbottom has been in touch. He says, I'm not at the 12 bell this year as I'm ringing in Birmingham Cathedral for two special services today. One's for the ordinations of priests and the other for the ordination of deacons. It's a busy day there at the cathedral. And then there's a housewarming party which will involve some drinking, he says, but not as much as at the 12 bell. The most unusual place I've ever met a ringer is in a late bar during my Freshers' Week in Leeds, randomly chatting to someone, and they mentioned that ringing was a hobby of theirs. You meet all sorts in Freshers' Week, he says. Hope the rest of the broadcast goes well, and best of luck to all the teams. That's James Ramsbottom in Birmingham. Very busy ringing today. Yes, of course, some people who are listening in are actually ringing themselves today at various events. You might have a wedding going on. Got ordinations there as well, so it could be all sorts of things. A message here from James Hines as well, who's emailed us at 12bellstudio@gmail.com. He says, I'm listening to your live stream on YouTube while cutting the grass at Renishaw Hall Gardens. I wonder if it's one of those sit-on mowers. If so, I think you might be one of the first people to have listened to this on a sit-on mower. I don't collect that sort of data. He says, I have also crossed paths a few times with Claire, who you spoke to earlier in regards to the booze being supplied. Oh, that's Claire, Claire Monk, the bar manager, and used to ring with her when she was studying at Sheffield University. Thank you, James, for that. We really appreciate that message. So, yeah, you do meet ringers in all sorts of interesting places. We'll do one more email. This is from Charlie Martin and his wife Lydia. He says, we're listening to this whilst working this sunny Saturday. My wife recently accompanied me to a conference in Vienna, and she went to an organ recital in the city centre whilst I was busy. She ended up sitting next to a ringer who we shared mutual friends with. There we are. Keep up the good work. That's from Charlie Martin and Lydia Martin as well. Thank you for those messages. Do enjoy all of these as well. We've got a little bit quiet on... actually, no. I had a tweet. Phil Tremaine says, red arrows just flew over noisy blighters. Yeah, we can complain about noise as bell ringers. And Peaches has tweeted a picture to us, a tub of paint. I think they're decorating, and says, I'm listening in. Thank you for that, tub of paint. It's good to see that. One of my colleagues says, is it very sonorous if you tap it? Given it half a chance, the ringers will ring anything, won't they? Good. So keep those messages coming. We are enjoying those very much. Just to bring up to speed with where we are, we've got the home team just gone into the tower. They are imminently going to start their practice before they are in changes. They have to be in changes, remember, before 3:15. Now, two people have just entered the team, and they've got their priorities sorted as they come into the studio. A couple from, we've got James Marchbank and Andy Bradford, who have come in with very cool-looking pints, but very hot-looking ringers. Is it getting grim up there?
Oh, yes. I've never sweated so much. I've never sweated so much in my life, and I was only ringing the 7th and for about 10 minutes, but I thought I was going to slip off the end of it.
Could be a good way to lose weight, I suppose, for people, if you want to shift it. But the ringing, what was the ringing like that, other than hot? Andy, how was it for you?
We've practiced fairly hard, and I think we gave a reasonable account of ourselves on the day. As James says, conditions up there are far from ideal, and because of the bells are quite challenging acoustically in the ringing chamber, and so I think you hear them better if you keep the windows shut, so you don't get the sound beating in.
It's not what you want at this.
It's not really
day
what
like
you
today,
want
is
on
it?
a day like today. But I think we gave a good account of ourselves, so we're happy, and we're relieved to have rung now. It's quite late in the day.
Yeah, you've had to hold on. Have people stayed dry? Have you had any band rules like that? Because sometimes this happens, doesn't it? Or have you allowed people a little bit, a bit of a softener?
I think people know their own bodies and know what works for them. So I know if I have one or two, I'm not going to want to stop, or it's easier not to start for me than it is to then stop.
Yeah.
Whereas others, a pint, 2 pints relaxes.
Yeah, if you just I suppose I liken it to a bit like jazz musicians. Sometimes just 1 or 2 units of alcohol just helps smooth the edges, and they perform at that a little bit better. I guess, like you say, it's down to the individual. James, I just wanted to ask, because you are the ringing master of the College U's. When we've been talking about, we've had people asking about the non-geographic societies. Where are you finding your ringers coming from? Is it predominantly London-based, or is it from further afield?
Yeah, it's taken from our Tuesday night band, basically. So people that come in regularly on Tuesday, who are keen to come in rather more regularly to have extra practices.
Yeah, very good. And attendance numbers are good at the moment?
Yes, we normally sort of mid-20s. I think the most highest attended practice was 38 at practice at St Paul's, which was...
That's quite a challenge to manage, isn't it?
Yes, you don't really get any time to think, just constantly diving around the room trying to get people on ropes.
Yeah. And related to that, because in the towers that you ring at, you've got a range of different towers. For your practice leading up to this particular contest, granted you would have had an opportunity to practice here, have you been focusing on towers that are of a similar weight and style? Has that been important, or do you just try and ring on a range of bells?
So, interestingly, opinion was divided on this one. I think going to different towers is good. So St Martin in the Fields is great because it's a combination of not one of our towers, but also basically in London, so no travel. But then in terms of where you intensively practice, do you go to Cripplegate, which are basically exactly the same bells, the same weight and everything, but go rather differently? Or do you go to Cornhill, which are a different ring, but more comparable in terms of the go? And we tried them both and settled on Cornhill. So we had probably our last 3 practices at Cornhill.
Yeah. We've got a message here from David Mattingly. He said, I'm a long-time listener, but first time emailing in. He said, I'm just wondering if any of the guests from the competing bands have any tips for up-and-coming 12-well bands like Portsmouth, who entered for the first time this year. They're enjoying listening, but he's just as experienced ringers, do you have any tips?
I think I would say one thing that we have learned is that, and it won't come as a surprise to you, Matthew, practice does... maybe not make perfect, but practice does go a long, long way. And the more professionally you approach the competition, the better you will do. I mean, what you put in, you get out, both in terms of, fine-tuning your own ringing it cohesively as a band, but also getting used to the sort of slight pressure environment of having to perform on the day. I think, meeting as a practice with the strichometer, it puts you under a bit of pressure. So I think it's good to try and get into that mindset. And if you look at the successful bands, the recipe for success is practice hard, approach it professionally, and you will meet with success.
Building up those hours. Yeah, James, do you have anything to add to that?
Also, just being comfortable together as a band. Like, you can be the best ringers in the world, but if you don't gel for whatever reason, it's just not going to work. So you need to have a laugh. You need to be relaxed, and if you're not relaxed and you're on edge, then the ringing is on edge.
That's a lovely way of looking at it. Brilliant. Thank you so much, gentlemen. You're enjoying your pints. Have you gone for the same bit, or did you just pick the first one, or did you have a...
I have no clue.
I arranged a pre-order, so there were 11 pints of whatever this quite nice beer is, and one of cider for the non-beer drinker.
Do you know if they're selling out at all? We're going to get an update soon.
They better not be.
How dare you?
It does concern me that Luke Hampton and Alex Dix have been here a long time. So
we've been watching some eminent ringers, and just watching their body language on the cameras. We've got a beer store camera. You can just see them there, and there are some people that are quite regularly hanging around the bar. So I appreciate your concern. Listen, James Marchbank and Andy Bradford, thank you very much for giving us some time and talking to us and answering those questions from listeners as well. We really appreciate it, and hope that you enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
I will do my very best.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. That was from the College User. Currently, we've got the Sheffield Ringers in their home tower, and they are doing their warm-up at the moment. So a little listen.
So that's Sheffield just practising at the moment. Thank you for your question, David, about David Mattingly. Hope you've got a good answer there. We'll try and get some more advice from people. And that's what it's about. We want to share the journey that people have been on, the preparation behind the scenes. And as you heard from Kathy Carter earlier as well, just talking about the wider benefits of preparing for a competition like this. It really does have knock-on effects for... positive knock-on effects, that is, for other people in the cities that are providing ringers for these contests. It's raising the benchmarks across the country, and as you just heard from Andy Bradford, the more you ring and the more you ring together as a band, it creates those opportunities to grow and improve your performances. Okay, I am going to dive into my inbox again. Clive Smith emailed us as well. He just said, I am enjoying the broadcast and spotting many friends on the screen whilst listening to high quality ringing. Wishing traditional greetings to everyone that I know. Thank you, Clive. Thank you for that. Matthew Sorrell. Aha. An email from the... no, he's not in the Southern Hemisphere. He says, I'm listening from Tallinn in Estonia. Ah. Very good, Matthew. Matthew has actually made it across. I think it was Cambridge. He's often listening on the other side of the world in Adelaide. But he said, I'm listening today from Tallinn in Estonia, where I have 12 students from Adelaide here studying cybersecurity. I'm always torn at this time of year between celebrating Midsummer in Estonia or coming to the UK for the National 12 Bell. And after a few years of lockdown, Estonia wins this year. Well, that's fair enough. Thank you, Matthew, who has emailed us at 12bellstudio@gmail.com. I should remind you, that is the number 12. If you're getting any return receipts, it's the number 12, 12bellstudio, all one word, @gmail.com. Time to get in one more email. This is from Eliza Lewis-Skeith, and Eliza says, I'm loving the stream. You're all doing a great job. I'm enjoying whilst I wait to go for my singing exam, Royal School of RSCM. Come on, Rob, you're a musician. RSCM? Is that Royal Scottish School, College of Music? Anyway, a singing exam. Sad I can't be there, but good luck to everyone involved and keep up the great ringing. I hope the exam goes well, Eliza. Good luck with that one, if it's not already happened. So there we are, emails coming in. Do keep those messages coming in. Don't forget, we're on Twitter as well. It's at National 12 Bell. Got some people using the hashtag 12 Bell as well. Philip Pratt has said his greetings. He said it's good to see a British Wool logo. Oh yeah, British Wool logo behind me on the wall there. Seeing that on the screen today. It's funny, isn't it? Different people spot different things on the screens when we're doing these things. Okay, now let's tell you a little bit about the Sheffield band, who are obviously having a bit of a conflab up there at the moment. This will be Sheffield's 4th appearance in the final, 26 years since the last in 1996. I'll tell you more about the Sheffield band in a moment, because they've just interrupted with their signal to tell the judges that they're ready. So this is the home team, Sheffield.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final.
Oh, now we've had a ringer didn't set a bell. Now, don't worry, they don't get penalised for that. It just happened. It doesn't factor into the rules. Let me just finish reading about the band we've just been hearing from. It's Sheffield. We started reading this and then they rang the treble. So this will be Sheffield's fourth appearance in a final, 26 years since their last in 1996, being one of the first Yorkshire teams to make headway in the contest, appearing in the 1990 and 1991 finals. We appreciate that these days, for a band such as ourselves, ringing in one is very much a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we're pleased with the incremental progress made with continued opportunities to ring on 12 regularly over the last several years. Three of the team 1996 will be reprising their roles. I think they need to proofread this. I think three of the team will be reprising their 1996 roles alongside a more youthful contingent that have contributed towards the Sheffield ringing scene in recent years. Well, we shall be talking to a couple of the Sheffield ringers in a moment. Meanwhile, Leeds are going up into the tower.
Avon Ropes manufactures full-size and mini ropes. We even make light pull bell ropes, which make a great gift or addition to your home. We provide a 2-week repair service, extending the life of used bell ropes by adding new machined spliced tail ends, repairing failed sallies and replacing worn top ends. Avon Ropes is pleased to support the 12 Bell broadcast.
Now, live from Sheffield Cathedral,
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final
2023.
with Matthew Tosh.
Right, let's give you a rundown of where we are. The order that ringing has happened so far today. Birmingham went in first at 11:30, followed by Cambridge, Bristol, St Paul's, Melbourne, the Cumberlands, the College Youths, and we've just heard from the home team, Sheffield. Leeds are in the tower and will be starting their... Actually, they'll be going into the tower now. They can start their practice no earlier than 3:30, and they have to be in changes by 2:45. That is the rules. And then the final team to go into the tower will be Exeter, and they need to be in changes before 4:15. So lots coming up, and plenty more coming up after the contest ringing as well. We'll be talking about young ringers, the National Youth Contest, talking to David Hull about the organisation and development of that, how it has evolved. Also talking to the events team here at the Cathedral, and taking a tower tour with Simon Redding, going behind the scenes, and visiting the journey that the ringers are having to do, albeit without the sweaty heat up in the tower today, because it's a bit grim. Now, if you've got access to Facebook, I do encourage you to have a look at the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Facebook, because apparently there's a rumour that David Hull would not be making an appearance today, but he appears to have made several in some of the photos. This is courtesy of Estella Haynes, who's looking after the social media for us today, and I gather there are David Hull masks going around. It's something to do with a leaving do that happened earlier in the week. So, David, you are here replicated across the thing. And, have a look at those pictures. Well, worth a giggle. OK, email has been very, very busy. And we're going to go to Philip Iris. He says, Matthew and crew, good evening from Singapore. Very good evening, Phil, where I'm currently on a work trip. Sadly, the cathedral bells over here are still out of action, so I'm dialing in for an alternative 12-bell experience. Congratulations as ever for this super broadcast. You do a great job in bringing together ringers from around the world. And I think this is the 4th different country I've dialed into the broadcast final from. Maybe I wonder if he's leading. We have had a few people clocking up countries, and we've even had several overseas visitors come and visit us in the studio for actual interviews and wanted to come and see the actual operation behind the scenes. So thank you very much, Phil, for sending that one in. John Allen has also messaged. He said, this is one about meeting ringers in unusual places. Remember earlier I was talking about how bizarre places sometimes crop up where you cross paths with other ringers, or you read about people who you didn't realise were ringers in the first place. So John Allen says, some years ago we were visiting the Foundling Museum in London and sat down to take a breather and found myself sitting next to Chris Rogers from Guildford. Thank you for the broadcast, he says. I've logged in since 11:15 this morning and will be here all day. A stalwart. My lawn, however, is telling me that it needs a cut. That's scheduled for around about 4:30. Hang on, make sure you got your earphones on though, because we don't go off the air at 4:30. Hold on that lawn cutting until 6:30. We've got plenty more coming up. Right now though, we have got a couple of the Sheffield ringers here. We've got Stephen Hall and Natasha Klaus. A little warm?
Yes.
It is, isn't it? Now, of course, you've got the home team, home advantage. And a sense of pride, I imagine. How did it feel to actually be taking part in this contest?
I think it's absolutely lovely to take part in it, and great to have the opportunity. I mean, I think with the home advantage, it doesn't really exist for maybe a band such as ourselves. We're quite fledgling in some ways, but we do, have our uses as being a bit more of maybe a feeder tower. So we get our kicks out of ringing Stebben, Cambridge, stuff like that, and trying to develop a lot of people. So, but it's really lovely and quite a relaxing experience, despite the heat.
But it's probably the best way, isn't it? And that's why I say it's your own bells. You're familiar with them, so you've not got that kind of issue of having to suddenly hang on. We've got to get in the headspace of the Sheffield Cathedral bells. That's something you do quite regularly.
Indeed, yeah.
Natasha, how was it for you?
I was actually surprisingly relaxed. So I wasn't that nervous actually, because I think the advantage of sort of a home tower is it felt like any other practice that we've been doing for months now. Yeah. So sort of go up with the same people, bring the same touch we've been doing for months. So it's quite nice.
Yeah, you get into that groove. This is familiar territory, I suppose. Now, a question we've been asking ringers, and the jury seems to be out. What was your approach? Did you have the doors open or closed up there?
We closed them.
Yeah.
It's but I can appreciate that maybe moving some of the doors around can enhance the experience for the front bell ringers, but it can be quite difficult. And I think what Natasha was saying, if you practiced in the same conditions, trying to open the door could be a bit of a
change, I suppose, couldn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit like playing the air guitar, but with ringing instead. It's not being able to hear them as well.
There's another. I've not quite heard that comparison before. Air guitar with bell ringing. No, that's fine. Talk about the 12 bell ringing locally. How has that evolved in the lead up to this contest?
I mean, I've only moved to Sheffield sort of less than a year ago, so sort of pre this, I don't know much, but. We've been sort of slowly doing a lot of Cambridge Max. Sort of almost every Sunday now is our practice of Cambridge Max. But we've also been doing sort of quarters of Stedman Sinks, Lincolnshire Max, just to get everyone ready for 12 bell ringing.
It'd be very interesting as well to see for bands who have been practicing those 6 leads to the hilt, if they ring a whole course, whether it suddenly tails off when you get into the sort of 7th lead.
I think we're looking forward to a vacation from this, or temporary one anyway.
Anything, please. That's great. We've had some questions from listeners asking for tips and advice, both in terms of people who are venturing into 12 bell ringing for the first time, but also for bands who are a little less experienced. And I just wondered what your tips, what you would offer as advice.
That's a good question. I think that maybe if you have an idea to do it in your area, just go for it. I mean, I think you've got to see yourself as a fledgling entry, but see the value in the incremental progress that you would make. I think what you'll find is a lot of the very kind of top tier teams do take a genuine interest in what you're doing as well. So when we started entering, I think it was about 2018 or 19, the first eliminator for a considerable number of years for Sheffield. With the increase of 12 bell ringing we're doing, performances or practices, people are genuinely interested and really pleased to see what you're doing. So yeah, it's I think it's just getting the right people together and just getting people to focus and just apply themselves. I mean, we have most practices we've had the sort of half hour of silence where we just try to simulate exactly what would happen on the day. It's kind of a learning curve as well. So you might, the early days you might think, let's ring the full whack, as it were, for the practice. We kind of stopped doing that. We kind of just did little short bursts just to get better and better, and then just sort of go straight forward. So I suppose
you've also got the psychology, haven't you, preparing for this? I mean, what I noticed, it stood out for me in your performance today, is you actually had quite a pause before between your kind of practice. Was it gathering thoughts? Was there a pep talk? Was there a hacker going? I don't know what was going on up there.
It was like quite footloose and fancy free, I'd say, isn't it? It wasn't sort of like a...
It felt really relaxed up there. I think we were just sort of all standing around waiting. It just,
And that's lovely.
Have a calm moment.
Well, I don't think there's any harm in that. Natasha, any top tips from you for up-and-coming 12 bell ringers?
I think if you're sort of looking to ring on higher numbers, I think you sort of get yourself to a city, because that's sort of where the best ringing is, and just get yourself involved in everything you can, basically.
Network, basically, is what you're saying. Network. Okay. Well, lovely. Listen, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and for giving some time out. I mean, you've got your beverages there. Yours is a different colour, though, Natasha. What are you drinking there?
The summer berry cider.
Oh, yeah. It does look like Exeter berries. And what beer have you opted for? That was that cider?
I don't know. Somebody bought it for me, but the glass is going to get replenished very shortly. So,
but the baseline is it's some beer of some description. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I hope there's some beverages left out there for a little top up. We'll let you go. Stephen Hall and Natasha Klaus from Sheffield. Thank you for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Lovely. And if you look on the cameras, our broadcast often gathers a little sort of entourage of people watching how we put the show together, and that's why we've got the cameras in the studio as well, so that you can see that from home as well. Don't forget, we are on social media, and you can get in touch with us there if you search for National 12 Bell Striking Contest on Facebook, or you can tweet us at National 12 Bell. Some of you are using the hashtag 12 Bell as well. And of course, we've got our email now. Alison Stevens has been in touch with a surprising bellringer encounter story. She's emailed us 12bellstudio@gmail.com. She said, Matthew, I've previously watched the 12 Bell broadcast from Massachusetts and Vancouver, but this time I'm in your time zone watching from Edinburgh. I tried to remember any times I've encountered a bell ringer when I wasn't expecting, and I think I've got a good one. In 2019, she says, I presented at the annual conference of the Society for Music Analysis. Little niche. And she said, I was in Southampton that year. I got in touch with the Southampton ringers ahead of time about going to a practice whilst I was there, and somehow I discovered that the 2 students working at the registration desk at the conference were bell ringers. There we are. We turn up in niche places. And Alison said I was giving a paper about change ringing, but musicological work on change ringing is extremely rare. So it was thrilling to encounter other ringers at that conference. There we go. Musicological work on change ringing. Try getting your teeth around that after a pint or two. Good. Thank you, Alison. What a fascinating story. I do keep these coming in. I'm really, really enjoying these. Okay. We've got Francesco Greenslate has been in touch. He said, I'm watching all morning from Midhurst in West Sussex, and they say it's an incredible show which I look forward to watching every year, and some incredible ringing too. I hope to be able to make it to one in person sometimes soon. And also I see that Exeter are the ones drinking orange juice all day this year. Thanks for the good show. Good luck to all. I don't know. Are they drinking orange juice? I haven't seen on the camera, actually, whether we can spot any. Francesca goes on to say, P.S. The most unexpected place I've accidentally run into a ringer was when a ringer I knew at Chichester was running a stall at a careers fair at my secondary school a few years ago. There we go. So, good. Thank you for those stories. Do keep those coming in. Right, we've got in the tower at the moment the Leeds Ringers. And let me tell you a little bit about the Leeds Band as taken from the programme here that's been given out to all people attending the events. It says, Leeds, we're proud to have qualified for our 11th 12 Bell final, the 6th to be held in Yorkshire. The eliminator in Melbourne was challenging for us. We worked hard in the months beforehand, undeniably spurred on by our painful COVID wipeout in 2022, when we were performing particularly well. We're aiming to improve on our average position of 7.4 today, drawing on competitive experience of our band. Sheffield Wells are certainly more in our comfort zone than Melbourne, so look out for the team in the purple polo shirts. And this brand identity thing is growing. We've seen some of the Bristol ringers with their purple tops on. We've got one in the studio, actually. Colin there's just waving at the camera with the purple top on, and a sort of pinkish purple top. So we'll look at the Leeds strip. Leeds have always been branded up, actually, when they come to these events. So that's good to see. And I've just forgot what I was about to say. I was completely distracted by Colin in his pink t-shirt, pinky purple t-shirt. It happens. He's completely thrown me. So Leeds are in the tower at the moment, and we'll be talking to the Leeds Ringers after when they come out of the tower. It's lovely to have your company. I'm Matthew Tosh, if you've just joined us, live from Sheffield Cathedral, bringing you the unparalleled, uninterrupted coverage of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest. The actual test pieces are fully uninterrupted, so if you hear me stop abruptly, it's because we've had the trebles ringing, and it means that the teams are about to go into their test piece. Our judges today are
led by Ben Carey. He's the chief judge. Lucy Woodward is aside him, along with David Durnley. And there will be an opportunity to hear from the judges whilst they're doing their deliberations. I should just add, this is a pre-record. We won't be able to actually talk to them whilst they're doing their deliberations. That'll be a new one for you, wouldn't it? We've also got a conversation lined up with the chair of the 12 Well Committee, Mark Bell. And we're talking to Simon Redding, who is the Tower Secretary here, doing a tower tour, actually, that we did last night. So we'll be able to hear about what it's like inside the town. We went up to the bells as well, and lots coming up. And, of course, the events team here at Sheffield Cathedral we shall be talking to. So that is Leeds doing their warm-up, and it's interesting because some bands will maximise their time, some will cut it short. We're talking to the Sheffield Ringers. They were having a little pause before they went into their test piece, nice and relaxed, and it's just very interesting to capture those different approaches. I reckon I've got time to squeeze in a couple more emails. Okay, so let's go to Jan de Kok, who we've had in the studio in the past. He said, "Good afternoon, Matthew and the broadcasting team. Thank you for hosting another excellent 12 Bell broadcast. Very much enjoyed listening to all the teams so far. Just a quick message to share all the various locations from where the family is watching." So we've got Paul, that's Dad, is live at the event in Sheffield. Wilhelmina, Mum, is at work in Dordrecht. But she's already shared a live stream picture showing Dad. Thea, sister, is listening from home in... this is a good one. This is Dutch town, Alblasserdam. I think I've got that one right. We've got a thumbs up there from someone. He said, and Jan is... Harm is on board a marine construction site vessel. How about that? Near Manila in the Philippines. I think that's a new one. Don't think we've ever had anyone on a marine construction site vessel before. Currently locked in my cabin due to flu and listening to the broadcast and working. Well, hopefully we are helping your recovery, Harmian, and hope you get well soon as well. So, good. I love these random locations and the variety of people. And that's the thing about ringing. Ringing brings lots of people together. Here's an interesting fact for you today, and I say this because it's Pride Month, but of the voices that you're hearing on today's broadcast, we have full representation right across the LGBTQ plus spectrum. How about that? Very, very proud of that. Good. Right, all eyes are on the tower. Can we go to the camera outside? I want to see people outside at the moment. Let's have a look what's going on there. We've got the ringers inside, and I must stress people are coming in because the inside the cathedral is the most comfortable place. Outside it's very, very muggy and there's not a lot of air moving, which of course is contributing to the issues that the ringers are experiencing in the tower. I posed the question earlier, do you think that ringers who are ringing later with the heat may be at a slight disadvantage? Or is it not an issue because they're only ringing for such a short time? I'd be interested in your views on that. We've got some views being shared here in the studio so far. We'll try and bring more of those to you as well. Look at that. Ringers arrange themselves in little circles. It's what we do, isn't it? On the chairs there in little circles. People standing around inside the cathedral in little circles. Even the left-hand side there, up towards the tram stop, another little circle of ringers. We don't know any different. Good. Right. I'm keeping my eyes and ears on the tower at the moment because Leeds will be going into their test piece any moment. And then our final team of the day will be Exeter, who have had to stay dry. I think there's a 3-line whip. We will try and get confirmation on that. But there have been sightings of them drinking orange juice just to try and stay hydrated but sober as well. And right on cue, there are the trebles from the Leeds team. They're keeping to time. So we'll go live to the tower. This is Leeds test piece.
Matthew Tosh brings you live coverage of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
Well, there we had Leeds doing their test piece, and we will be talking to them very shortly once they've made their way across the north transept roof and come down into the studio. So that means there is just one team left in today's competition, and that is Exeter. Contest. I keep getting corrected. It is actually a contest, not so much a competition. There's a minutiae of detail, but if you explore the history of this event, it's on our YouTube channel. Actually, we covered the history of the event in the Not the 12 Bell Live broadcast that we did a few years ago, and it was decided that it would very much be a contest. So we've got one more team left, and they are Exeter.
Big Wilf's bell muffles have been manufactured since 2004. We are proud to be the leading manufacturer of muffles with over 1,000 towers now using our products. The muffles are handmade using leather and use the Velcro fastening that Big Wilf pioneered for a secure fit. All Big Wilf's bell muffles are tailor-made to fit the size and shape of clapper and weight of the bell for a secure, non-slip fit. Big Wilf's Bell Muffles is delighted to sponsor this year's National 12 Bell Final.
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest.
Now, Twitter has been busy during that last piece. I've got a message, first of all, from Rob Lane. He says, I'm unexpectedly working this afternoon and sat at Hoo Junction waiting for my train to arrive. I've had an enjoyable day so far, listening to the live broadcast from National 12 Bell. Some very impressive and inspiring ringing heard. And I hope to tune in for the results later on. He's used the hashtag 12Bell and tweeted us at National 12 Bell. Jessica D has also been in touch and says, what great ringing and a great broadcast. It's lovely weather and I'm very jealous of the beer selection at the competition. Good luck to all the ringers, but I'm rooting for the college youths, who my cousin Adam Brady is on the team. So there we go. Thank you, Jessica. And, actually, two more tweets whilst I'm here. Adam N says, hello once again from Northern Ireland. No, I don't think we've had anybody tweet from Northern Ireland or disclose that they're listening from Northern Ireland so far today. So thank you, Adam. Really appreciate that. Hello to Matthew and Gareth and the team. Now, Charlie Burns has sent in a very interesting message in reference to trying to get yourself along to a 12-bell tower. And I do hear what you're saying here, Charlie. Charlie says there are some city 12-bell towers that are not welcoming or don't appear welcoming for keen 8-bell ringers wanting to move onto higher numbers unless you're part of their clique. It's counter-progressive, as one in particular does not have enough ringers for service and practices. So yes, there are parts of the country where that can be an issue, and we've got still quite a lot of work to do, but by sharing stories of where it is working, we can help people appreciate the importance of being open and welcoming people. And that's certainly been my experience. But thank you very much, Charlie. That tweet has come into at National 12 Bell. Turning to our emails now, and more have come into our studio box. The address, just to remind you, is 12bellstudio@gmail.com. And actually, just before I do go to those, look how busy that bar area is in the cathedral there. That's the huddle around the bar area. That's just outside our studio. We've got a little cafeteria, which is lovely and air-conditioned. And then, straight after that, you're into that melee outside the bar. So that's people there. Lots of smiling, and the liquid is flowing, which is good. Those little huddles of ringers standing around chatting. Okay, enough of that. Let's go back to my inbox. Owen Borlace, he said, what a cracking broadcast, as always. Sorry not to be at Sheffield today, but I'm currently listening while painting our bell frame in sunny St Dominic in Cornwall. All the best to the teams. That's from Owen Borlace. Thank you. I hope the painting's going well, and if you've got the warm weather here, then maybe the paint will dry just that little bit quicker. So very good. And a message from Lord Christopher de Burgh says, hello, as a ringer of some 50 years
It's great to hear the ringing, and it's very impressive indeed. My home tower is St Mary's Cathedral in Edinburgh, where we have a 41 hundredweight ring of 12 bells. And he says that although I've been a ringer for 50 years now, I'm hoping one fine day that I will be able to compete with my fellow ringers from St Mary's Cathedral. It's been a really good contest so far, and good luck to all of the teams taking part this year. Well, speaking of the teams, we can talk to the Leeds team now. Well, not all of them. Katie Turner and Rob Charles have come into the studio with refreshment, I see. I've got very well planned. How are you doing?
Much better now.
Yeah?
Yeah, now that's over. We've got a pint.
And I have to refer, you are branded up. Leeds are out there every year. You're branded up, and I have to salute your brand consistency amongst the band.
Yeah, that's all good. We're in bright purple T-shirts, as we have been for the last few years. Sadly, the cathedral stewards here are in bright purple T-shirts, so we have had a little bit of confusion.
You're getting some interesting queries, are you?
Yeah,
running out of paper in the toilets, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and looking at the stewards and thinking, would that be someone I could send up to take my rope?
Quick substitute.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we're aware that the ringing conditions in that tower are getting pretty grim this afternoon. What was it like when you were going in?
It was extremely smelly and hot.
Yeah, it smells of sweaty bell ringer. But actually, when we came to practice, it was a really, really hot Sunday. So we thought it might actually be slightly less warm up there than on the day we came to practice, but only by marginal degrees. Yeah, it's pretty nasty up there.
Yeah, sweat factor, isn't it? Okay. And performance-wise, how was that for you? And what was going through your mind when you were performing?
So I think we were really happy with this. I was reasonably happy with my performance. You're always overcritical of how you're doing, but as a band, I think it's one of the best touches that we've rung. So yes, I think we're pleased, and we'll just see how it's gone.
I think the practice went slightly better than the touch test piece, but that's sometimes happens. But we pulled it off in the end, didn't we? I think we're quite pleased with it.
Have you, because you're regulars here and you often made it through to the final? Has the band evolved much, and what's the impact been on the wider band at Leeds?
Well, we've attracted a few more ringers than we have done in the last year, and definitely made some steps. And we've got 2 or 3 new ones this year as well, haven't we, that have moved up to the area. So we're doing well for ringers. We hold monthly 12-bell practices, which are for different types of methods that we don't normally ring, and that's really starting to help us, I think.
Yeah. And we actually had someone new ringing for us this year, a guy who has given up ringing for about 15, 20 years until after the pandemic, who came back after the pandemic, started ringing with Leeds, and he was in our band today. So if he's rung in a 12-bell, it's a very long time ago. So really nice.
What a great story, and I'm sort of seeing this around the country. Okay, we had the Ring for the King thing, sort of bringing some ringers out of the woodwork, but I think a pandemic did give people an opportunity to sort of evaluate their activities and things. So what a great story.
Yeah, and he did really well, didn't he, Simon, today?
He did really well.
Kept his nerve really well and rang well.
And he was really made up afterwards to be able to feel like he'd been a thorough part of our band. We've got quite a lot of supporters here as well outside, so not
always important.
Yeah, very important. So it's nice to know that we've brought a small army of people down from Leeds.
Were you in your own train carriage coming across, was it?
We weren't coming down, but we may well be going back, and pity those who are on the same one as us.
A little bit of singing going on there, yeah. Katie, if you don't mind, I'm just going to momentarily put you on the spot, because you rung with different teams over the years, and I'm just interested, have you experienced much of a difference in the approach with the different teams that you've rung with?
Well, I've only actually rung with 2 teams. So I've only rung with the college youths and with Leeds in the actual competition. I think that there are differing approaches. At Leeds, we practice really, really hard. We do a lot of days out and a lot of practicing, and that's part of the building the band's ethos and getting us to be part of a team. For instance, this week we went practicing on Wednesday, went for a curry afterwards. We went practicing on Thursday. We were allowed Friday off, but some of us had dinner together, and now we're here today.
Like you were allowed a day off.
I know, a whole day
strict
off.
Regime, isn't it?
Yeah, and let's just say that the college youths don't often do that much practicing in the week leading up to the competition.
Okay. Point taken. Now, we've some questions come in from listeners, very interested in any advice or tips that you have for aspiring 12-bell ringers and fledgling bands who are thinking about entering this competition.
I think one of the most important things is just to stick at it, even if you're not that confident, because you will make progress from ringing with people who ring on 12 all the time. So just keep at it, as I'd say. Because it is a daunting thing to do when you're just making that step from 8 and 10 bell ringing up to 12. But once you've got the knack, I think it's really rewarding, isn't it?
It really is. And I think it's something where the regularity of practice really helps. So I've heard what I got to consider completely ace 12 bell ringers who go away for a 2-week holiday and they come back and say, I feel out of practice. So really keeping up that regular 12 bell ringing so that you can settle in is the sort of thing that really helps you get your eyes and ears and your technique in place to actually make progress.
Well, that's really good. And listen, talking about making progress, you're starting to make progress on your pints there. Were you able to select, or were you just handed beer?
Well, we had a selection process, which was great, because one of our supporters brought around the menu, and we chose accordingly.
Very organised.
Which was very good, and it was waiting on the bar when we got down from the tower, which was
I mean, I had to
great.
go potluck with some people who'd chosen ones that have now run out, but Rob and I were lucky. What we chose is still there.
They are actually starting to run out, are they?
So I believe.
Yeah. Well, we should be getting the lowdown. We should be talking to the bar manager a little bit later. But I don't want to interrupt your beverage consumption any longer. So Rob Childs and Katie Town from Leeds, thank you so much for coming in and joining us and sharing your wisdom about ringing as well. And we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Matthew.
Thank you very much.
Good. So there we are. That was Leeds. Now Exeter are going into the tower, and whilst we just we get them practicing, we're going to talk in a moment to Mark Bell, the chair of the 12 Bell Committee, and just whilst we get him into his seat, we'll turn to our inbox again. Our emails still coming in thick and fast. Our next email is from Brian Newsom, who says. Oh yes, this is about the double striking of the tenor bell. And Brian's, I think he's done a bit of research looking at this. He says, you mentioned about the double striking of the tenor bell. It is very evident in the video feed. What's not often as appreciated is that all bells strike more than once, and this is a very valid point because the bell is vibrating. When the clapper lands against a vibrating bell, it's naturally going to be pushed backwards and forwards, and this keeps happening until the sound dies away. One of the ways of hearing this, here's a little tip, is if you're actually in the belfry. Now, you will need ear defenders on, but even with ear protection, you can actually sometimes hear that clapper vibrating if there's just a single bell. Brian goes on to say that some bells strike up to 50 times at each stroke. And he's actually done some recordings of individual bells at Sheffield to prove that point. Well, that's above board there. Sorry, Ben, looking at this. I think you've borrowed an email account. So thank you very much, Ben Newsom, for sharing that. Absolutely right. I find the mechanics of bells absolutely fascinating. Now, Mark Bell is just sat down next to me. We are going to keep our ear on the tower, so we may have to curtail this because we're waiting for Exeter to do their thing. But Mark, how, as chair of the 12 bell thing, what's your take on today so far?
I think it's going really well, as it always does. There's a lot of planning involved in the contest, both from the committee side and also from the local side, and then all the bands that practice to arrive at what happens today. So hopefully by the time we arrive at the contest, everything just runs like clockwork and goes smoothly and well, and that's what we're finding today. So
yeah,
it's very satisfying.
We spoke to Liz Evans earlier, Context Secretary, who's just giving us a heads up on just how far in advance you do the planning, and the fact that there are some quite fundamental checks that you have to make on a venue to make sure that it's suitable, I guess.
Yes, indeed. And there are, every year that the contest happens, we then, in the September meeting, we then have a review of that previous year's contest, what the feedback has been,
what's worked well, and what we can improve,
what hasn't worked as well, how we can improve. And we're always looking to go to different venues. The venues for the final are set quite a number of years in advance, and we want to go to those different venues, but we want to make sure that it's a good experience, both for particularly the ringers involved, but also for everybody else attending. So and that means with the sort of the go of the bells, the odd or well-struckness of the bells, the audibility, which is a really key criteria. It places quite a number of constraints on the different towers that we're looking to go to.
Yeah.
And so that can mean that there is a bit of a search as to find the most appropriate towers.
So if you put your tower in and it's not been selected, one of the things you might check is the acoustics.
And we do.
Yeah. Do you give us some feedback?
We do give, and hopefully honest feedback. And the committee is full of experienced 12 bell ringers, and they have experience of various different towers. And sometimes we'll even go to visit towers. People go and to a practice night or to ring people who've rung a peal or a quarter peal there to give feedback, and we will say, look, we don't think, and it's often with the balance of bells. So sometimes the trebles might be a bit quiet, or the back bells might be a bit boomy, or that generally they're not clear enough. And if we don't think they're up to standard, we will have that conversation and hopefully give some input as to this is what you might need to do to try and improve things.
And competition aside, actually, that kind of feedback's really helpful for people, because sometimes if you haven't got the experience locally, then having that expert advice is invaluable.
And we will go to. There's a whole wide range of towers that we will go to, and not all of those will have a 12 bell competition standard band at them.
Sure.
So there won't necessarily be that regularity of ringing on 12 with an experienced band that's able to appreciate those sort of subtleties of, say, the acoustics.
Yeah, sure. Mark, just whilst you're here, I wanted to get your take on that extraordinary performance that we had before the draw of the singing, singing dean. That was a new one for us, wasn't it?
It was quite brilliant and unexpected. So yes, it was a very welcome start.
Yeah,
to the day.
yeah. So Mark, that's the trebles going. So we're going to have to go straight to the tower. Mark Bell there, contest chair, but we're going to go to the tower now for the finals team of today, Exeter.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
And that was our final competing team of today, Exeter, and we'll be talking to a couple of ringers from that band very shortly once they've made their way round. Now stick around, we've got loads more coming up. We're going back to Mark Bell to talk about how the contest is structured. Plenty more coming up on our live coverage here from Sheffield.
Avon Ropes manufactures full-size and mini ring ropes. We even make light pull bell ropes, which make a great gift or addition to your home. We provide a 2-week repair service, extending the life of used bell ropes by adding new machined spliced tail ends, repairing failed sallies and replacing worn top ends. Avon Ropes is pleased to support the 12-Bell broadcast.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
Jenny Goodall has been in touch. So says, Matthew, great broadcast as ever. Listening from BS16. Leeds are sounding good. Good 12-bell ringing is such a tonic. I can't argue with that. Mark Bell is here, contest chair. Do you find it therapeutic listening to good 12-bell ringing?
Yes, very much.
Do you find it more therapeutic doing good 12-bell ringing or listening?
I do enjoy ringing, and
it's okay. It's a safe space. You can admit that. It's fine, Mark. It's okay.
The musical and rhythmic satisfaction of it is very good. I think I've been outside on the forecourt listening a lot today. I found myself actually getting engaged in conversations where you lose track a bit of the ringing and it becomes a bit background noise, which is obviously a nice background noise, and then you sort of have to tune your ear back into listening to it again.
But, find that balance.
It's a very good way to spend a day.
But though you do notice there are some ringers who don't want to talk because they're so fixated. I want to hear this, and you stand back. You think, yeah, I'll respect that. I'm not going to interrupt.
You often find at the 12-bell contest there's a special corner which has been identified as the place to listen to the bells ring, and it's often quite away from where everybody else is gathering, but you can spot the person who wants to listen intently to the ringing by them standing in that particular
special corner,
special space.
Just before we went to the Exeter ringing, we were talking about how the competition is. You prepare for it, and we were just talking briefly off air about the touches. And I mean, are these drawn out of a hat? How has this evolved?
So over the years, a number of different methods have been chosen over probably the majority of the contest, and particularly in recent years, we've settled on either ringing Stedman or Cambridge. The reason for that is that these are fairly commonly rung methods that are in most 12-bell bands' repertoires. And so there's not a barrier to having to learn a particularly complex method to ring, but also the way that they mix up the bells. So to take Cambridge, for example, in comparison to Yorkshire, in Cambridge, particularly when the bells go below the treble, they get mixed out of their natural coursing order, and so therefore it's a more difficult striking challenge for the ringers. So it presents more of a challenge.
So that's getting perhaps more smaller bells moving amongst big bells that wouldn't naturally do that in a natural sort of plain coursing order.
Exactly. And it's the same thing with Stedman and say Erin, Sinks have similarities in their structure, but Erin very much sticks to the natural coursing order of the bells, but with Stedman, with the bells going alternately in quick and slow, that mixes up the bells. So again, you get different bells working with each other, which presents a striking challenge, which is what we're looking for.
So do you have a sort of a natural rotation, or, I mean, how are you making those decisions? And then if you've got something like Stedman, how are you picking the touch? Are there arguments about this? I don't know how it works. Artistic differences?
Definitely. So each year in the committee meetings, we sit down and discuss for the next year's contest what the method is going to be, and then what the touch based on that method is going to be, particularly if it is Stedman. So it will be a combination of what methods have we rung recently, what are the bells like. So if it's a particularly heavy ring of bells, we'll often go with Stedman, and then Cambridge can be suitable for medium and lightweight bells. And then with Steadman, we've got a library of touches, which we will then vote on to choose an appropriate touch for the contest if it's Steadman, possibly with a slightly simpler touch for the eliminators and maybe a slightly more complicated touch for the final. What we don't want it to be is it to turn into a conducting competition.
Yes, of course.
It needs to stay as a striking contest.
Yes, if you're not familiar, Steadman can be very, very challenging because the calls can come very rapidly and people have got to count every 6 changes and things. So, I guess you want to keep it as accessible as possible in that respect.
Definitely, yeah.
Great. Mark Bell, thank you for sharing that wisdom. It's been fascinating, as ever, to hear about how the contest is put together and organised. And we appreciate you talking to us.
Thank you.
Lovely. We will say goodbye to Mark there, and we might catch up with him a little bit later. I'm sure we'll hear his voice again. And we will just allow a couple of the Exeter ringers to get themselves into their seats. Just whilst they do that, I have to share this tweet that's coming from Michael Hyatt. Last year, we gave you sheep. Now, if you were listening to the broadcast last year, there was a picture of them, I think they were having lunch or feeding sheep. He said, this year, we're listening to the National 12-Bell contest while feeding our English longhorn cows, and we're enjoying the coverage. Now, Michael has tweeted in a picture. He's there feeding the cows with one hand, and in the other hand, he's got a tablet listening to the 12-Bell broadcast. So we've got people on marine vessels feeding cows, doing all sorts of bits and pieces. Can you top that? Where are you listening from? Let me know. You can email me at 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Steph Hills and Paul Pascoe are here, and I have to say I'm quite impressed compared to some of the ringers that have come down. I know you're wiping your brow, but you don't look anywhere near as sweaty, and I'm just wondering whether that's because you're used to ringing really big, heavy bells.
Well, we were ringing little bells next to the doorway, which certainly helped today.
Did you have the door open?
Yes, both doors open.
That's the secret, because the people have been absolutely sweltering and looking a bit of a mess when they come into the studio. Have had the doors shut, you see. So I think
at our practice, we tried different things to hear the bells more loudly, and we found that propping the door open halfway anyway was the best way to hear the bells. So when we got up there, we just left them fully open.
Do you get much sound reflected back off the roof or anything?
A little bit of the little bells, yeah.
Okay. Steph, how was that experience for you?
Well, I may look okay, I suppose, but I think it's very, very warm, and as a pale-skinned person, I don't cope too well with these levels of heat, and I think the others had warmed it up for us as well, not in a good way. I had the dreaded 4.
Oh no, there's a bit of an acoustics issue there, isn't there?
Which I found quite difficult. I don't think it's ideal to have one of your less experienced ringers on that kind of bell, but I gave it my best shot, so
But that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You go and visit a tower on an outing, or you visit somewhere on to join a Sunday service band. You're given a bell that you can't hear properly. What do? Do you just try and just aim for a gap? What's your approach?
Try and ring by rhythm as much as possible, and luckily I'm ringing with some very good people who are good at establishing a decent rhythm. But I think if there was no rhythm there, I would stand not much of a chance.
Yeah, very good. Paul, you talked about these bells being much lighter to what you normally ring on. Have you had to put in practice on lighter rings to prepare for ringing in this particular round of the contest?
Definitely. From probably a month before even the eliminators, we were going out and ringing on different bells on Saturdays and Sundays. We're quite lucky from Exeter. We're only less than an hour away from the likes of Taunton and South Petherton and also Crediton. So we've used those fairly regularly as well to get used to lighter bells.
Yeah. And I imagine the pace has got to be different as well compared to what you would normally ring at
absolutely. We have our own pace when it comes to the 12 bells striking competition. We tend to not rush them, but we have our own pace and our own rhythm, and the structure we rang today stuck to that. I'm quite pleased with the effort. And
it's interesting you say that, because that corroborates with what our chief judge Ben Carey was saying today. He said there's nothing better than you can't say you must ring these bells at this particular speed. The right speed depends not just on the bells, but that particular band combination on the bells on that day.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's and I guess judging that only comes with experience. We've had a number of people asking for advice and tips on fledgling 12 bell ringers, people making their first steps towards ringing on 12, and also pulling together a 12 bell band. And I just wondered whether you'd share, either of you, your wisdom on that, your experiences so far.
I think for fledgling 12 bell ringers, definitely ask other people for feedback. Look at the feedback you're given if you're using hawk gear.
I have to argue a bit, because not everybody's got access to that sort of thing. So if someone's going
feedback from people, from more experienced ringers in your tower, ask how you can improve. If there's a particular thing you're not so good at, like I'm not very good at leading, and maybe pick one thing to focus on, or if you know you're always slow or quick at one stroke, focus on that to start with. And the better you get, the lower the margin of error, so it gets harder and harder, I find, to get better because you've got that margin of error right down. But if you've got a bigger margin of error, you might find you can make some quite big improvements quite quickly, just looking at a few small areas.
I think that's great advice in general, actually, not just for 12 bell ringing, but asking for feedback, because so often you don't want to say anything to somebody for fear of offending. But if we don't give people constructive feedback, how are they supposed to improve? I suppose.
Absolutely, make use of the more experienced ringers and people around you.
Yeah. Do you have any extra tips, Paul, from your experience over the years?
No, I reiterate what Steph's saying. Really.
Yeah.
What about building a 12 bell band?
About building the band, yeah. I mean, how do you start with that if you're at a 12 bell tower?
Firstly, it's getting people involved and wanting to ring with you, and then getting the right people around. A mixture. At Exeter, we've always had sort of a mixture of experience and new talent coming along, although in the last few years the newer talent hasn't been coming along, so we've been...
Is that linked to the university at all, or is it just in general?
To a little bit, yeah. We've not had ringers coming to the university very much. Steph's quite involved at St David's in Exeter, which is like the university.
We have got quite a few students at the moment, but they're sort of at the start. A lot of them at the start of their ringing journeys, rather than being at the stage where they're wanting to join a 12 bell band. That there's more looking to ring simple methods on 6 and 8.
Interesting stuff. Well, thank you very much for sharing those thoughts. I'm conscious that I'm also keeping you from your refreshments. There was a rumour circulating, I was wondering whether you can confirm or deny this rumour, that Exeter have only been drinking orange juice so far today. Has there been
I've not had a pint as yet.
Okay.
I've had half a pint.
Has it just helped calm the edge?
I think some of the bands have had a half or a pint.
So there was flexibility,
There was flexibility. I chose not to because it was so hot and it was...
Fair enough. Well, you're released now. You can go and enjoy the atmosphere, and hopefully there's some refreshments left of whatever choice you wish to select. Paul Pascoe and Steph Hills from the Exeter Band, thank you for talking to us.
Thanks, Matthew.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we were talking there, of course, about new ringers coming through, and in a moment we'll be talking to a young ringer who has come to the contest with his dad. Last time I saw him, he was a lot smaller. He's grown since last time. This is Billy Fisher. We'll get him into a position, and we'll also be talking to David Hull, who is the chief organiser of the Ringing World National Youth Contest. That is coming up. Don't forget, we've also got a tower talk with Simon Redding, and we'll be talking to Emma Gittins, who is the event organiser here at the at Sheffield Cathedral. Just whilst we get Billy into situ, going back to this is a tweet that's coming from Steve Haynes. He said, I've just got home and I intended to speed view selected YouTube highlights from the day so far, but I'm finding I'm listening to far more than I skip due to the high quality and interesting content. Hats off to you and the team. Thank you very much, Steve. It's what we try to do, but I can't do this unless I've got really interesting people to talk to. So it's all over to the interesting people. And Linda Harry says, oh no, that's a different message. Sorry, I got that. We just talked about the cows as well, the Longhorn cows. So that's good. Right, I turn away from my Twitter now, and Billy Fisher has joined me here. And Billy, you're one of the younger ringers here today, just absorbing the atmosphere. How would you describe this event?
I think it's quite an interesting competition to see the best ringers in the country going head to head to see who is the best team of all.
Yep. And what about when the people aren't in the tower? You've walked through the cathedral, you've been on the front. What sorts of things are going on? What's caught your eye?
Well, mostly it's just people milling around with a lot of beer.
See, I knew he was going to say that. It is the thing. It's what some ringers do. Now, not all ringers are drinking beer, of course, but there is a lot of beer, and I think it's starting to sell out. So, Billy, do you mind me asking your age? Because we've got other young ringers listening.
I'm 13.
13. And how long have you been ringing?
About 3 years, and I did a little bit before COVID, but that got interrupted. So.
Yeah, it's a kind of strange thing, that, wasn't it? Okay. And have you got any advice for other young ringers about sort of growing and sort of becoming better ringers?
Go out as many nights as you feasibly can, and go to as many different towers as you can, just to get the experience of different bells.
I can't argue with that. It's a great piece of advice, isn't it? Fantastic. Well, Billy, thank you for coming to talk to us. You've been staying in the studio for quite a bit, because I gather you've got an interest in media as well, haven't you?
Yes. We're doing a project in school about filmmaking and video making. And I thought it would be an interesting topic to do it on bell ringing. So I videoed a bit of the ringing today.
Yep.
And I thought it'd be interesting to do an interview as well to go in the video.
There you are. This is part of your... Were you doing your coursework for you? Or helping with your coursework? Well, I hope we have been helpful for you, and you're very welcome to stay around and take more photos and see how the show's put together. So, Billy Fisher, thank you very much, and good to see John Fisher, your dad, in the background. So as well, waving there. He's out of shot. Can we get John there? Give us a wave again, John. You're on camera. There we go. So thank you very much, to Billy there. Okay, now I promised this a little while ago. I had a good conversation with Simon Redding yesterday, and we went on a bit of a tour. We started outside on the south side of the cathedral. I'm standing on the south side of the cathedral by the entrance door to the tower steps, and with me is Simon Redding, who is the cathedral tower secretary. Right, you're going to show me the bells, so shall we head on up the tower and find out what's going on?
Let's go, yeah. It's a narrow staircase.
Right, okay, off we go. Oh, it is very narrow, so this is the route up where the... Oh, we're actually taking the route that the bands are going to take.
That's right.
I think this is the upstairs. You've got a down one as well?
Up, yeah, and it's the way we normally access the ringing chamber. But we've actually got 3 ways to get to our ringing chamber, which is...
3 ways? Oh, very lucky.
But this is the one we use most of the time. But it is very narrow. Difficult to carry anything up.
You tell me, I've got this brook. Ow, that's... you didn't tell me. Just
too late.
Ow. Oh, and we're coming out onto the... Look, I have to confess, I have been up here before, but I've got to explain to you, if you're listening, that we've come out of a... We're on a bit of the roof here on a wooden walkway covered with chicken mesh. Presumably that's for the winter when it's wet, is it?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's correct, yep.
And we're looking at, the louvers of the bells are probably just about sort of 4 metres above our heads. Are the bells actually at that level, or are they further up?
Yeah, that's where they are, yeah. So there's the clock's just below that, and there's a small clock room above the ringing chamber, and the bell's straight above that.
And we're looking at where we can see the trams going up the... is that Commercial Street there, isn't it?
Church Street. Yeah.
That's Church Street there, and we can see a few other spires as well, and the town hall.
The spire over there is St Marie's. That's the Roman Catholic cathedral, which has got a ring 2,500 wet ring of 8.
Where I have rung that, yeah.
2 closest cathedrals with rings of bells.
Well, there's a little fact for you. Okay, right, let's go on across. So we're along this walkway now, and this is into the ringing chamber. Well, I have to say here, they're very proud of the competition coming here, because they've just done an extensive cleaning operation, I think, in the town. It's looking spick and span here, Simon.
It certainly is, yes. It's been working solidly for 2 hours on the job, and she's made a great job of it, yeah. It's looking better than it's looked for a very long time.
So I should explain, we've got red, white and blue Sallies here, and we've come in... Which bell is this one we've come in behind?
That's the 7th.
That's the 7th. And you've actually got 14 bells in this tower, haven't you?
Well, that's correct, yeah. We've got a flat 6, which has been there since the bells were installed in 1970. About 5 years ago, we added an extra treble, so that we've got a light 10, which are very nice to ring.
Presumably that gives you more options at practice as well.
It does, yeah. So 1400 weight 10, and also a light 6, of course, around the 600 weight 6.
So just before we talk in more detail about the bells, what's the local ringing scene like here? How active is the band?
We've sort of got two bands in a way, because we have people who just ring here Sunday mornings and practice nights, and Sunday afternoons we get an invited band to come and ring, often quarter peals, or obviously when we're practising for the competition, 12 bell practices. Yeah, so it's a good time to do it. We can get people to come from other towers and ring with us then.
Where were bells first installed in this tower?
A long time ago. I've forgotten. I should have looked up my figures.
I've put it on the spot now. We've got this written down in the programme.
Yeah, there was a 6 in 16 something, I think. Quite early. The first peal on the 8 was in 17 something. There's been bells here for a long time.
Well, the reason I ask that is there's a lot of history in terms of the kind of expertise in Sheffield, isn't there?
Yes. I think particularly in the 19th century there were a lot of very proficient ringers here, and they actually had 2 separate societies at one point, because I probably fell out with each other.
Ringing controversy, it always, you look back in history, it's always been there, hasn't it?
Yes. I think there was the Sheffield Youths and the Sheffield Independent Youths or something like that. Probably never spoke to each other.
Very good. Now, just caught my eye. Going over we've got a cabinet over here.
Yes.
What's in this cabinet?
Okay. So there is...
there's tea... Is that a tea cosy? I can see a tea cosy.
Yes, there's a bell ringing tea cosy. There's a bell ringer doll, I suppose.
Like a little mascot, isn't it? In the red, white and blue colours of the Sally.
Yeah.
An arrangement of little bells, or desk bells and things.
Yes, that's right.
And then some trophies.
Yes. So this is a silver cup from quite a long time ago. It's
1895 on, isn't it? So it says the Old East Derbyshire Association. So did we used to be in Derbyshire many years ago?
No, I think, isn't there another part to it? And
I can't see it. No, I can't see anything else on that one.
I think that the society disappeared and was probably inherited by the Sheffield and District Society, which covered in a whole area of what is now South Yorkshire, North Nottinghamshire and parts of Derbyshire. So I think that old society probably became amalgamated into that. I think that's so.
Oh, I got you. Okay, and this tank, and we've got a tankard in the middle.
There's a bit of a story behind this. This was given to the Sheffield ringers by the Ashton-upon-Lyme ringers, Ashton-under-Lyme, I should say, who received a similar tankard from the Sheffield ringers 100 years previously. And in fact, both tankards will be on display tomorrow.
So the other one's coming across for the occasion?
It is. Jeff Brannan's bringing the other one.
And do we have any idea why were they just gifts in kind? Was it a friendly competition?
I think it was just friendly recognition of each other. I think that the Sheffield ringers went and rang Ashton. I think they were quite well-known 12-bell tower at the time. I think went and rang there and enjoyed their stay so much that they gave them. It would have been made in Sheffield, obviously, the tankard that they gave them, and it is, it's from 17 something, so it's probably quite valuable.
I love all these stories. It's great, isn't it? And then this final one, your Sunday service striking contest shield here.
Well, yes, again, that has been retired. We've got a new cup now, which it's just a place where we keep that one.
So that's the local association competition. It's the Yorkshire Association one, isn't it?
Yeah, local branch one. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So we're in just to describe the rest of the ringing chambers. A nice sort of light red carpet. There's benches around the outside with cushions on. Not sure they're going to get much use tomorrow. I'll be honest.
No. They'll be standing up in here, won't they, to ring the contest? Won't be much sitting down.
Can I just, as a little aside, what are your thoughts? Because you've got to buy into this tomorrow. You're the local band, local bells.
That's right.
What's the feeling amongst people at the moment?
Well, we're aware of the standard of competition these days. It's formidable. The bands who qualify through the eliminators are just so good. See, we previously had the competition here in 1996 when we had a buy into the final, and we finished 5th in that final.
That's pretty good, isn't it, for a local band like that?
You can't do that these days. You just can't do that.
Never say never, Simon. Never say never.
It doesn't happen.
Right, so we've got the preparations here. The table's been cleared in the middle, and we've got the official timing clock, because this competition runs to the second. So that clock in the middle of the table is synchronised with the judges' clock and the main event clock. So when you hear us talking about bands going in at 1/2 the hour or on the hour, they're all working to these synchronised clocks. And the rules, remember, they have to be in changes by 1:15 or 1:45 the hour, otherwise they can get penalised and knocked out of the competition. We don't want that to happen. Right, can we go a bit further up the tower?
Yes, certainly. Yes, we'll go and see the bells. Yeah.
Right. Are we going different door? We get different door this time. So we're going out the opposite side of the tower now.
Yeah. So this is the second route.
Hang on, we're going down.
Well, we go down first, and then we go up again. So if we carried on going down, we would come out in the church, just behind the organ. But the reason we won't be using this staircase, because we have a third staircase that we'll be using as the exit route.
Right, so we've gone around a sort of a full spiral, and now onto a straight section a little bit, or in a wider spiral now. And hopefully I'm not going to hit my head.
I think you're okay on this one.
Well, there's a lot more headroom on this one. I do like exploring these sorts of places. Oh, and I can see some bells. That's good.
Yeah.
Right. So we'll just into the bell chamber. Over the threshold, and immediately there's a clock hammer in front of me. This is for one of the quarter jacks, is it?
Yes, that's the fourth bell we're standing next to. The tenor, obviously, in the middle.
We're all on one level here, aren't we, I think? Yes. Yeah, so there's a sort of walkway over the top for maintenance, I imagine.
The extra bell we had a few years ago is actually on a higher level, just up there, a little treble. But
the 12 and the flat 6 are all on the one level. So tell us a bit about the bells, the weight of the tenor.
Yeah, the weight's 3,400 weight, £7. Cast by Whitechapel in 1970. Complete new ring. They had an old 12, which were 4,000 weight. I understand they were in a wooden frame. I wasn't here at the time, which were quite difficult to ring, hard work. They were actually going to refurbish them, I think. When they came to take them out, they found 2 or 3 of the bells were cracked.
All right.
So they decided to have a complete new ring of bells.
Did the metal get reused at all?
I imagine so, yeah. Yeah, that's what they do, wouldn't they? Yeah.
Very good. Well, I have to say, so as bell chambers go, you're pretty tidy up here, I'll be honest. Is it well insulated from birds and things?
Yes, it is, yeah. Yeah, we don't have any problem with that, no.
And what about soundproofing? Is that something I'm looking at panels. Are they actual soundproofing? Is that something you've had to contend with over the years?
It hasn't changed since I've been here. Their actual bells are quite loud outside, in fact. I think there are gaps in the sound control, so as you'll find out tomorrow when the bells are ringing out on the front forecourt where a lot of people will be milling around, the bells are quite loud.
Yeah, I should say the activity today is not just taking place inside the cathedral, but there's a forecourt outside which more or less goes up to the tram stop outside, doesn't it?
That's it, yeah. I mean, it was formerly the churchyard. That was cleared and became an area that anybody can walk around, but it does still belong to the cathedral. So,
well, listen, thank you very much, Simon, for the tower tour, and best of luck with your competition ringing tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
You're listening to the National 12 Bells Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
Well, I've stepped into the main body of the cathedral. I have to say it's a bit cooler in here than it is in the studio, although I can feel the level of humidity increasing very gently. And I've caught up with Wendy Bloom, one of the Leeds ringers. You've been taking part in this event quite a bit now, haven't you? How would you encapsulate today's atmosphere?
Today's atmosphere is brilliant. It's been superbly run, and the facilities here are wonderful because everybody has been able to stay on site. So the thing that we all enjoy most, which is socialising with people we don't get to see from year to year, or in our case pre-COVID, has been brilliant because everything is on one site, and it's been absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be hearing from the events team in a moment about how that's been possible, and then catching up with Simon Redding, our key kind of organiser here. How many contests have you been involved in?
This is my 15th final. So there have been odd eliminators on the way to the 15th final. I was part of the group that organised the Leeds final sort of 10 odd years ago, so I know exactly what a brilliant job Simon's done and how hard it is to get all the team involved. Today's been outstanding and very, very enjoyable.
Have you seen many changes over the years in the contests that you've been to?
Yes, the extent of what's provided, let alone the live streaming that you do so wonderfully to open it up to everybody else. We actually did the first audio streaming in Leeds. That was the first time that happened, and you've moved on exponentially from that. And it's great because it gives people who can't travel anymore, like my parents, who would much love to have come over the years and have been to a lot of finals, they can watch it from home. People around the world can watch it. And I think it shares the excitement of being involved in a day like today and hopefully encourages other people to take part, which is what it's all about.
Yes, and we will actually be talking in a moment, in about 40 minutes or so, about how the contest has evolved, because I'm not sure whether you're aware, Wendy, it is actually 10 years ago that we started this kind of live broadcast.
I wasn't. Well, congratulations, because I think for me, last year when we weren't able to take part because we were knocked out by COVID in the eliminators, your feed from the day in Guildford was painful for us, but still a lifeline.
Hang on a minute. Someone's saying my broadcast is painful. Look, I can take it. Be brutal.
So wanted to be there. We wanted to be part of it, but you gave us that experience at a distance. And there's always something that happens. The standard improves so much with this competition every year that no matter how you try, there are going to be teams that don't qualify. And you allow people to experience that from wherever they are, and also to learn a little bit about what can be achieved. Hearing people perform at their best, whichever team it might be, is inspiring. It's what inspired me when I ran in my first competition 40 years ago, and that's exactly why we're here now, to try and inspire the next generation.
Do you find when you're doing contests on lower numbers, like local association contests, the experience that you get from this event, does it feed into that at all?
Yes, it does, because it's the same thing. It's actually about, for me, it's not about winning, it's about developing the band and choosing how you do that, and this can be a useful way to do it. We develop a whole group of people, not just the 12 that actually compete today, and we're hoping to have an even bigger squad next time. The Leeds band has developed over the years from the point of having to teach people to ring Cambridge Maximus to be able to take part, to actually having surplus, benefit of reserves, all sorts of things, and that's through 15 years of investment and time in this competition. It's helped us hugely.
I guess what we're taking from that, and you're not the only person to mention this, but the evolution of a 12-bell band, you have to allow the time, don't you, and put that investment, it doesn't happen overnight.
Well, you've only got to listen to, I was part of the band that won in 1987. You go and listen to the recordings in Cambridge when we won in 1987. Now we probably wouldn't qualify in an eliminator, and this competition and the people that it's inspired have something to do with that, because year after year after year the standard has improved, and whether we're all trying to take the Brummies down or we're all just actually trying to improve what we do at home, it's a really good thing to focus on, and that's how we use it.
Lovely. And just we've talked about the ringing. What about the atmosphere here? How would you encapsulate that?
It's so joyful. It's friends reuniting from all around the country that we often don't get to see year to year until we get to the 12-bell final. That's why I was so upset last year. So yeah, it is joyful, I think, and everybody encourages everybody else. Everybody wishes every other team good luck. It really is about taking part, which is why qualifying is such a big deal. So it encourages everybody at the eliminator stage. It's the wrong name. It should be a qualifier, not an eliminator, because it should be a positive thing to get people through. But it's really a benefit in the long run. I think it's been fantastic for the standard of 12-bell ringing in the time that I've been ringing.
Wendy Bloom, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and and also the benefits of the positive benefits of taking part in this. Those stories really do help inspire other ringers. So thank you for sharing your time.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to move on to Mr. Simon Redding, who's looking a bit more relaxed compared to when I saw you this morning. How's the day turned out for you?
I think it's been very good. I'm very, very pleased with how it's turned out, yeah. We've got the fabulous weather, obviously. Everything seems to be going pretty well. People are enjoying themselves. Everybody I've talked to said they've enjoyed how it's working out, so great.
That's really good to hear. And what about the refreshments you're on? What's your choice of refreshment today?
Well, normally I drink beer, and I've been drinking moonshine, which is the Sheffield beer, which is my favourite beer, actually, and I ordered the moonshine to be here, so, that's good. But now I'm actually drinking Sam cider from Exeter. and very much enjoying it.
That's good to hear. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You can try these new things. You can go back to your local brew after today. And just tell us about obviously your brain, I guess, has been split in two halves because you've been ringing as well as the organising. Yes. And is that much of a challenge?
It wasn't as much of a challenge as I expected to be, actually. The ringing was almost a relaxation from, the stress of being responsible for everything. Or I felt I was, well, not really, obviously. But the ringing was good and I enjoyed it.
Well, we're going to hear for a moment from Emma Gittins, your events manager here at the Cathedral. Can you just give us an overview of how many people have been involved behind the scenes? A rough number of how many people are involved to make this happen? So people from here at the Cathedral.
Well, from a ringing point of view, I've been the main organiser and I've not actually had to involve many other ringers in it, to be honest. We had volunteers, but we've only had about 10 or a dozen volunteers do things on the day, and they've all done a superb job. But the big advantage we've had, perhaps over other locations, is that the Cathedral have been completely on board with the event right from the start. And particularly Emma, who is the events and operations manager, she's been superb, absolutely superb. You ask her to do something, she does it immediately, and everything has worked beautifully, and we've got a good relationship, and we sorted it all out between us. So there's really two people have organised it. There've been other people who've contributed on the day, but for all the planning and everything was Emma and myself.
Well, we should give a big shout out and thank you to all the volunteers that are working here, roving around in their purple shirts, which I know has caused a little bit of confusion with some of the Leeds ringers who've been told we've run out of toilet paper and things like that.
That's very interesting. Yes, because the Sheffield Cathedral staff wear purple T-shirts. Yes, and they're doing a brilliant job on the day. Absolutely, they're fantastic. But it's the planning, that has involved myself and Emma mainly. Emily has also been a very good, useful person. She's serving behind the bar today, but she also designed the website, set the website up for us, deal with social media, all that sort of thing. So, she's also been...
all of these important things, but as you said, Simon, it's really crucial to have that support and a really good relationship with the Dean and Chapter.
Absolutely. The Dean's been brilliant. If you saw her earlier today, you'll know what a character she is. And she's been so supportive. And, if you want to do it, yes, do it. That's her attitude always. Just do it. She's absolutely brilliant.
That's fantastic. I do have to ask, though, there was a bit of a surprise sprung on you this morning, wasn't there? Because we were all aware this was going to happen, but I gather that you weren't. The a cappella singing. What was going through your mind?
Indeed, yes. Well, yes, it's a good song, that, but my wife is a singer, a musician, and she actually had a chat with the Dean afterwards and said that the singing should have been more on a rhythm of bell ringing, because it's a bell ringing song, so she has actually had a word with the Dean about that.
A little bit of constructive feedback?
Yeah, constructive feedback, yeah. She's wonderful, the Dean. She's got an amazing voice, and obviously she had her backup singers as well, but yeah, very good.
Well, you've definitely struck there with a first in this final, because it's Mark Bell was reflecting on it. He said it was just extraordinary. It was so nice to have something unique that will help this particular final stand out from many others.
That's very true. Yeah, it was great.
Okay, Simon Redding, the Tower Secretary here. Thank you for the tour yesterday that you gave me, but also I will let you get back to your drink, and congratulations on a great event.
Thank you very much. Been great.
Well, speaking of the organisation, we are going to hear now from Emma Gittins, who is the events manager and kind of the person in charge of all the operations here at Sheffield Cathedral. Emma Gittins is the events and operations manager here at Sheffield Cathedral. What an amazing building to have that role within.
It's an absolutely beautiful building to have that role in. I've been here for 8 years. I've worked in several different roles, but this is the most exciting and challenging role that I've had, because putting events on inside a cathedral is fun, exciting, but also there's lots of other things that we have to take into consideration, such as the liturgical aspect as well.
Indeed, and then you have a machine like the 12 bell contest come in and say, we want to take over the cathedral. What's that journey been like? And of course, we've had the pandemic thrown into the middle of it all.
Okay, so our journey's probably been a little bit different to most places when they're told that they're doing the 12 bell competition. This originally was booked for the summer of 2020, and unfortunately it had to be rearranged to the summer of 2023. So it's been a longer journey, I think, than what most people would normally go on. It's been an exciting one, an interesting one, and challenging at times, just trying to find the space to put everyone and studios, etc., as well as being able to be open on Saturday for our usual customer who comes through the door for groups and meetings that would usually take place. So there's been a lot of juggling of balls, shall we say, all at the same time to make everybody happy.
And what happens if you've got services and things? How does your role sort of fit around that? So do you have occasions where there may be prayers going on or matins that you have to sort of negotiate with tactfully?
Yes, we do. So we are a worshipping cathedral. We have 3 services here every day of the week, a few more on a Sunday, obviously. We don't do any events on a Sunday unless it's something special, like this coming Sunday. We've got Grimethorpe Colliery Brass Band in, which is also our Patronial Festival weekend. But trying to balance events with the liturgical worshipping side of the cathedral is interesting, but we can run alongside each other, which is amazing. And we do also do quieter times during events where I stop an event or we'll turn the music down and both will run alongside each other. Earlier this week we had a beautiful experience of 30 school children on a guided tour whilst the Book of Common Prayer service was taking place at 10:30. We just balance it out and are very mindful of each other.
I suppose in that instance it's good for the children to see the cathedral actually working as a cathedral.
It certainly is, and Dean Abbey is very, very much about making everybody feel welcome, come through the door. The cathedral doesn't have to be quiet at all times. Last summer, for example, we had Bricktropolis, which is a Lego event in the back of the West End.
No, you've got me there.
As soon as I said the word Lego, wasn't it? So in our West End area, we had the equivalent of 2 huge ball pits filled with Lego and Duplo, and we opened our doors at 8:30 every morning, closed them at 5 o'clock every evening, and we played Lego throughout every service. It was beautiful way to see lots of different people come into our building. And hopefully this event that we're pushing on this weekend, this Saturday, we'll see loads and loads of people from across the city who didn't realise that we actually have real bells that real people ring every week. On a Thursday we do practice and we ring regularly on a Sunday. They will see a beautiful different side of music that the cathedral can produce.
That's a really nice way of describing it. And just how does this particular event differ from the regular events that you put on, or doesn't it?
It is slightly different. I don't think I've ever had 16 kegs of beer lined up in my heritage area before.
It's quite an impressive sight, isn't it?
It's amazing to see. And when it was coming in yesterday, I was like, this takes me back to working in a cellar. Is it different? I just think it's a different set of logistics that we've had to go through. We've just had to plan slightly differently. We're here a little bit later. It's no bigger challenge than a gala dinner. So it's just an exciting challenge.
You take it within your stride. And I have to say, from our perspective, we've been made incredibly welcome, and the operations side that we have experienced on the technical team has been second to none. So a little thank you from us.
You're very, very welcome. I'm so glad that our new live streaming equipment and cameras were all in place and ready to go, because I think you're the first people that are actually going to try it properly and hopefully be able to give us some advice as to how they work going forwards.
Well, there we have it. Emma, thank you so much for talking to us. I can see your radios flashing and people queuing up to talk to you, so we'll let you get back to work.
Thank you very much, and I hope you have an amazing day.
Matthew Tosh brings you live coverage of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final.
Well, I'm back in the studio, and I've come back here because I actually want to just go through some more emails, because the email box has been very busy. So keep those messages coming in. Our address is 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Josh W. Josh from Staplehurst has been in touch and says, "This is my first time watching the National 12 Bell Final. This is a great stream. Best of luck to all the ringers, but especially the Ancient Society of College Youths. We look forward to seeing Adam Brady. And it's amazing to see all the passion around ringing." Josh, I quite agree with you. If you just were hearing that conversation I was having with Wendy Bloom, just sheer
passion for being amongst fellow ringers as well. So that's why we keep coming back and doing this, just to capture that. A lot of people just come for the atmosphere, not to actually do any ringing. There's a troupe of people that keep coming around to this event. Now, I've had another message. You haven't given us your name. Oh, actually, you have. It's Oliver Poulton. Oliver, fantastic. Good to hear from you, fellow ringer from Coventry. Just watching this at home with my grandparents on the TV. I hope it goes well. It looks like a lot to cope with all that heat up there when they come down red. You're not kidding. There is a lot of heat up in that tower. It's not a very comfortable place to ring, but they are only in there for a short amount of time. And a number of people I've been speaking to say, actually, for a short stint, not too bad, but hats off definitely to the ringers for putting up with that heat. I do notice though in the cathedral it's been relatively cool in there today, but now if you look on our screens you'll see in the cathedral there are quite a lot of people gathering there. They're sort of hovering. They don't want to go too far because we're in this flexible part of the day when we're waiting for the judges. So we're ready to respond, obviously, in the studio, but the people don't want to wander too far away because they might miss the events, the results. You are not going to miss the results, though, because we will bring that to you as our broadcast priority. I've just noticed someone walking past on the screen with a David Hull mask on their head. So it's true, people are wearing David Hull masks. Going to go to one more email before we hear from Chris Kippin. And this is from Ollie Watson in Aylsham in Norfolk. He says, I'm sitting in the greenhouse listening whilst repotting tomatoes. Well, how lovely. Dare I say it, I might have better acoustics than in the ringing room. Well done to all of the teams in the increasing temperatures similar to the greenhouse. I was going to say it's not the coolest of places there. So thank you very much, Ollie, and I hope those plants give you plenty of fruit later in the season. Okay, now today's competition piece, contest piece, has been Cambridge Surprise Major. They're ringing the first half of the course, 6 leads, and I want to give an explanation. We had a question raised in our production group. How is a surprise method dictated? How is that described? What makes a surprise method and how does that differ from other methods? Chris Kippin tells us more.
A surprise method is a method normally on an even number of bells where the treble path is a treble bob hunt, and the defining thing within that is that at each cross section there should be an internal place.
Right, okay, we're getting technical very quickly, and this is the thing, this is the challenge, isn't it? Train ringing can get very technical. So, we've got the treble that is dodging, treble bobbing, so we should just clarify for people, that means dodging in places 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on until we get to the back.
Yes.
And what do you mean by the intersection?
The cross section, where the treble moves from one dodging position to another. So from 1, 2 to 3, 4, and from 3, 4 to 5, 6, and so on all the way up to the back in Maximus, that is known as a cross section. And in simpler methods, like let's say Kent triple bob, the places made at those cross sections are always at the extremities, 1st and 6th, or 1st and 12th, depending on how many bells you're ringing on. Now, in a surprise method, one of those places has to be not at the back or the front. It has to be in the middle somewhere. So it might be 4ths instead of 6ths, or 3rds instead of 12ths, or something like that. And that generally makes the method more complicated than something which is entirely treble bob.
So that's a very clearly defined rule, and that's kind of fixed in our definitions. That place internally has to be made somewhere internally when the treble is moving from its dodging position. So, like you say, from thirds place up to from seconds into thirds if it's just done the 1-2 dodge before it does the 3-4 dodge.
That's right.
Okay, so What about delight methods? Because I have to confess, I've rung a few delight methods, and when I'm ringing them, I'm thinking these are less than a delight. But what defines those?
You have to go back a little bit. Let's just talk about methods on 6 because it's easier to explain.
Sure.
So on 6, if there are no internal places at the cross section, it's a treble bob method. If there are internal places made at both cross sections, it's a surprise method.
Ooh.
If there is an internal place made at just one of those two, it's a delight method.
So I have written these methods out before, some simple delight ones, simple surprise, but the rule is it has to be at both intersections for a surprise.
All of them.
All of them, yeah. So
however many bells you've got. Yeah.
Ah, okay, right. So when we're writing them out, you can actually look for those internal places, each of those intersections. Have you any idea which developed first? I mean, you're a very experienced ringer. I'm not for one moment implying that you were around when these things were started to be invented. But you know, these two classes and where the names have come from. Have you any light on those?
Well, I suspect that in the very early days of ringing, when methods were first being invented, people gave them whatever names they felt inclined to. And some of those names are quite colourful. And the words surprise and delight and exercise and pleasure were used as part of the name, perhaps just to make it sound more interesting. So we have Francis Genius Delight, College Youth's Pleasure, and so on. Later on, as there were more methods invented, it became a good idea, or it was seen to be a good idea, that methods should be classified and organised in some way. And I think once we had a central council to do this, they set about the task of defining the use of the words treble bob, delight, surprise, and so on. And those definitions of what happens at the cross-section to make those, to classify methods in that way, arose, I think, probably late Victorian times, early 20th century. I'm not sure of the exact date, but I'm sure someone on the Central Council history will be able to enlighten us if we need to. I can think of a name.
Oh, this is fascinating. And just finally, what do you think is the attraction? I mean, clearly this year it's the test piece in the National 12 Bell contest. But why? What draws us to surprise methods in particular? You know, when you scan through the performance columns, whether it's quarter peals or peals, surprise really does sort of stand out.
I think you're right. If you go back 100 years, no more than 100 years, I forget how old I am. Go back 150 years.
You're not that old, Chris.
No, but when I realised that the peal 8, the back 8 of the peal bells on which I learnt to ring were cast 100 years ago, that does make me, that does put it into some perspective.
Yes.
If you go back to the early part, let's say the early part of the 20th century, and look through the ringing world and look at the peals, you will find far more peals of plain methods, plain bob and so on. You will find far more peals of particularly Kent treble bob, double Norwich, and few peals of surprise. And I think the reason for this is that the introduction of those internal places starts to make the methods more complicated. And consequently, there's an aspirational issue that people want to be seen to be ringing the latest things, the more difficult things. And I think that's why surprise as a category has gained the popularity that it has. You don't see very many peals of Kent treble bob rung today, except perhaps on handbells, because it's a good method of learning how to bring treble bob on handbells.
Yes, don't I know it? Very good. And of course, there is steps beyond surprise. We see methods, alliance methods, and little surprise. Could you just give us a rundown of some of those definitions?
Well, I think it's a question of people wanting to try new things. An alliance method is a method in which the treble path is a mixture of plain and treble bob. So let's say a method in which the treble hunts to the back, does a dodge and a pull, another dodge, and then comes back. So that would be an example. Another one of the methods rung in the pipe cyclic Surprise Maximus composition, DMOS, where the treble dodges in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but doesn't dodge in 11, 12.
So that definition that
introduces all sorts of interesting things that don't happen or don't necessarily happen in a treble bob hunt.
Yes, of course, and as you alluded to there, that definition is it means it's quite flexible. There's no fixed pattern for an alliance method. The treble doesn't always have to, it always must dodge it, say, in 3, 4 or 7, 8 or anything like that.
There are all sorts of possibilities. Some give more difficulties in composition than others, because if the treble strikes more than twice in one position in the half lead, then you're going to get more forces possibilities.
But I guess then for someone who's composing a performance and is after particular music, some of these methods might offer, dare I say it, a shortcut or an efficient way. I mean, that could be very controversial to say that. As on top of, in addition to the challenge of ringing these, of course.
It could do. I suspect that more likely these days, in major anyway, we are beginning to, not exactly to run out of methods, but for example, I think every possible method with treble lead ends and Cambridge work above the treble has now been peeled. And consequently, people are beginning to look for new pastures, and that's why we've seen probably an increase in the number of delight methods run to peels, and there are certainly more methods with other treble paths being run these days.
Well, Chris, one can never claim that bell ringing is not educational, even for someone long in the tooth like myself. I really appreciate you taking the time to make those explanations and offer your thoughts on how the exercise is still evolving and moving forward.
Absolutely, yes. There were Philip Irises around in the late 17th century, I'm sure, which is probably how the treble bob hunt came into being.
I love it. Chris Kippin, thank you so much for giving us your definition and explanations on what a surprise method is and much more. Well, there we go. So you now know a bit about Cambridge Surprise Maximus. I think I said major a little bit earlier. Now, I said I couldn't see any David Hulls here at this event, but I found 2 of them. Well, we're going to hear from David now as we go under the bonnet about the Ringing World National Youth Contest. And this is a pre-record that we did on Thursday.
It started in 2011, so the original concept was part of the Ringing World's centenary celebrations in 2011, and it was conceived really as a one-off. But it was so successful and so popular that in 2012 it was decided to run it again, and that popularity continued. And I suppose it's continued to grow from there.
Take us through the format, because it's there's more than one category in the ringing, isn't there?
Yeah, so it started off just as a contest, which and teams could choose to ring either call changes or to ring a method. But in order just to cope really with the numbers of teams wanting to enter, we split that a few years ago into a separate method ringing and a separate call change contest. And Robert Lewis, who was the previous editor of the Ringing World and who was editor when the contest was created, donated a second trophy. So we now award, and in fact we're renaming that trophy this year as the Robert Lewis Trophy for Excellence, and that goes to the team that wins the call changes contest, and the Whitechapel Trophy, which Alan Hughes donated, that goes to the methods. winning method ringing team. And so this year we've got 25 teams from 23 squads taking part. 8 of those are in the method ringing contest, and 17 are taking part in the call changes contest. So
that's seriously
quite a long day.
Yeah, it is a long day. It's seriously impressive numbers. Just has it grown organically? Do you think? Do you think there's a kind of natural enthusiasm for this, or have there been some challenges on the way?
I think if you look at the teams that enter year on year, there's a steady core, and then teams come and go, and inevitably with some areas you get teams that they're all 18 in the same year, and then suddenly there aren't necessarily the people coming up behind them to take over. So we've got representation from most of the country now, but most of England. We have had teams from Scotland. I don't think we've ever had, maybe there was one team from Wales once, but and inevitably last year when we were in Exeter, we were able to attract teams from Devon and Cornwall. They've struggled to enthuse people to come as far as York this year. And I think if you look at the numbers as well, we haven't, in terms of the number of youngsters attending, we're still below the pre-pandemic numbers. So we got up to 24 teams in 2019 in Liverpool, and those squads were 10, 12, 14 people or more. This year, we've got some teams where only 6 people are coming, and we did change the format after the pandemic just to recognise the fact that some counties, some teams simply didn't have the numbers to bring more.
I mean, you've hit on a really important point. I mean, the whole UK, it's an odd shape, isn't it? And if you are based down at the end of Cornwall, trying to get up to, if the contest is being held in Newcastle, it's a heck of a stretch. So, are you trying to move it around strategically, or are you relying on volunteer cities, or is it simply a case of logistics? There are not many places that could actually host this contest.
Well, so I think that last point's really important. There aren't all that many places where you can find 2 suitable 8-bell towers. And by suitable, I mean the bells go well, the 1200 weight or less, that these youngsters are going to be able to ring to a reasonable standard, and also that has the infrastructure, all the other towers that you can actually get people to. Because this is... although it's called the Ring World National Youth Contest, it's far more than that. It's a festival of ringing. 20 minutes of the day is spent on the contest, and then another 6.5 hours or so of ringing at all these other towers. So you do have to have a location that can support all of that. So when I took over, I wanted to take the contest around the country. When we took it to Liverpool, that was the first year that we attracted a team from Lancashire, and the Cheshire team came back. When we went to Exeter, we were able to, like I say, to get a Devon and Cornwall team. So I did want to travel it around. Next year it's going to be back in London, which obviously has the infrastructure, has the towers, and I think because the contestants are a transient group, it's okay to go back there every 6 or 7 years because you're actually bringing a whole new group of youngsters to the contest itself. Yeah,
a fresh batch of people to experience the bells in these parts of the countries. Are you finding that the teams, are they tending to be broadly based within a diocesan association or a chain ringing association? Is it those geographical organisations, or is there a freedom to sort of step out that? And if you're sort of on a border and struggling to get people together, how's that manifesting itself?
Yeah, and I think that's right. They are broadly based around the more traditional associations, and I think that's probably at least in part because they look to the associations for funding. So yes, if you want to enter a team and you want to seek some funding, really your only current route is to ask your local association for that. So I think there is. And I think that's actually a bit of a shame, really, because I think there are opportunities in certain parts of the country to cross those county boundaries and actually to ring. There's no reason why people, just because they live in Suffolk, couldn't ring with the people in Essex. And I think those things do happen. and there are obviously some very good regional contests. There's certainly one in the southeast that happens every year, and that in itself is something I'd quite like to see more of. A bit of regional activity on a smaller scale. The Ringing World National Youth Contest is a great thing. It brings lots of people together, but the reality is that teams tend to travel around in their smallish groups, and in terms of getting to know other people and maybe networking a bit, that's actually really quite difficult because it's such a big event.
It is, and I don't want to take away anything from the huge success and the growth that you're experiencing here, but I just wondered, is there a need to be targeted? Are you seeing gaps in certain parts of the country? And do you feel there's a need to be strategic in how you offer support or encouragement in those parts of the country?
I did do some analysis of the teams that had entered over the years, a few years ago, and there were some notable absences, and I base that around counties actually rather than anything else. That seems to be the most obvious way to do it. And there are still areas where we haven't ever had entries, and I mentioned Wales and Scotland, but they simply don't have the numbers, I think, at the moment to enter the contest. I can't actually remember now other areas that haven't yet entered, because some of those gaps that existed a few years ago when I did the analysis have now been plugged. So, and a lot of this stuff relies, as a lot of ringing does, on enthusiastic individuals bringing together a group of people and making something happen. And so we're very lucky that these 23 squads exist, because those local organisers have taken it upon themselves to bring the youngsters together and get them practicing and get them enthused to enter the contest.
Here. I think we can all drink to that one, and I've witnessed some of that enthusiasm, and it's really inspiring when you see it, and if people caring about the exercise and the future of the exercise. And one of the things I don't know whether it was the same for you, David, when you started to ring, is I was very quickly integrated into a huge diverse age range of people, and I was talking to people in their sort of late 70s and early 80s in the same way I was talking to sort of fellow teenagers. It's extraordinary.
And certainly when I learned to ring, there were very few other young ringers around in South Essex where I was from, and so yes, you do get thrown into this situation where you have to interact with people who are much older than you, and I think those in themselves are quite useful life skills to have. But obviously what we're doing here is trying to get youngsters in regions interacting with each other, and I think that's a great thing, and something that the Young Change Ringers Association is conscious of and trying to push as well.
That's great stuff. Well, we've been talking to David Hull. The 12th annual Ringing World National Youth Contest will take place on Saturday, the 8th of July. It's taking place in York, which has a very good park and ride system going now. I can vouch for that. There is a website for people to look at, isn't there? There is, yes, rwnyc.ringworld.co.uk. All the details on there, including the teams that are taking part. Indeed, that's 25 teams from 23 squads taking part in those two contests. That website has got loads of information, including the all-important safeguarding guidelines, which you can't overlook for such a special event like this. The headquarters is going to be York Minster, and I'm really interested to see on the website that they will all have the opportunity to ring there, as you've said, on the 5900 weight 12. But there are mini rings going to be available. There's even a handbell workshop and a whole number of stores. In effect, this has become a festival of ringing for young people rather than just a competition, and it looks like you're going to have a great day. So yeah, it promises to be a great day. Rain or shine, it will be a fantastic day. I'm sure it will. I'll just read that again. So it's RWNYC, Ringing World National Youth Contest, the acronym there, ringingworld.co.uk, and I must say there are some fantastically creative team names. Yes, and some go for the more traditional, just name after your local association. But yes, there are some good ones in there. Yes, Go Ballistic is a particularly good one. It's very good. On that note, David Hull, thank you very much. We wish you all the best, and I look forward to being there in York and seeing it with my own eyes. Fantastic, Matthew. We'll look forward to seeing you there.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
I love it, and yes, I am very much looking forward to being there for this Festival of Youth Ringing in a couple of weeks' time. So thank you very much to David Hull, all one of him, for doing that pre-record on Thursday. Now, this bit is very special because this year's broadcast marks 10 years since we did the first one from Ripon Cathedral in 2013. And I say we, it wasn't actually we, it was me. And I've got the team together. I've got my production team, Gareth and Matt, have just joined me here. And we just wanted to just reflect on how this has changed over the years. We've got the opening from that very first one in... I'm going to send Gareth back in the opening that I did at Ripon, because this was it was very different. I was operating with a 4-channel mixing desk on a wobbly table at the back of the cathedral, so nothing else fancy, and we just had a link, and we used I think we used a thing called Ustream. It was full of adverts. Anyway, this is how we opened all those years ago. On the 23rd of March 2013, the top 19 change ringing teams in the country competed at 3 towers. 228 ringers, all with one thing on their mind. Their aim, a place in the final of the most pressured change ringing competition in the world. 9 teams have made it through, but there can only be one winner. Join us at Ripon Cathedral on Saturday the 22nd of June for the ultimate battle of the 12 bell bands. This is the National 12 Bell Final. Good morning and welcome to Ripon Cathedral. This is it. This is the National 12 Bell Striking Competition. My name is Matthew Tosh and I'm going to be with you during the course of the day, bringing you all the news and happenings as it goes on. We've done interviews with people, we've spoken to judges, we've been down in the breakfast tent this morning talking to people, just trying to capture some of the atmosphere ahead of today's competition. And I have to say, it's a lovely day here in Ripon. It's a great location. It's the first time I've actually been to Ripon myself. The cathedral is up on a little hill, and there's a delightful deer park about 100 metres away from the cathedral, and that's the focus of the competition. That's where all the festivities and the happenings are going on. There's a hog roast, which I've been told has been going since 2 o'clock this morning. So the preparations behind the scene for an event like today. Well, there we go. That was my opening from Ripon Cathedral in 2013, and the operation has grown a bit because the few months that followed the Ripon broadcast, Gareth Lawson got in touch. Do you remember that email you sent me, Gareth?
Vaguely. My memory's not good at the best of times, but I do remember saying to you, I heard your broadcast. I used to work in commercial radio. Is there anything I can do to help? I'd love to be involved.
And I bit your hand off.
You did. Well, you probably bit off more than you could chew, to be fair. But
it's funny, isn't it? Because there's no doubt that having someone else on board who's got that experience of broadcast has made it much easier for me, because I should explain, when you're trying to operate and think about the content and ferry guests around all at the same time, as a one person operating all that, it becomes quite challenging. So I was able to give Gareth some more of the technical things to look after, and then that meant I only had to think about the content and finding people to come and talk to us. But it was quite an interesting year, wasn't it? Because we moved forward in other ways.
Oxford, yeah, I remember it very, very well. It was such a transformation. I brought a multitude of different mixing desks that I'd acquired over the years, and
I think you were using an old DJ mixer as one of your things.
I did my old Pioneer DJ mixer from when I used to DJ in the nightclubs and stuff. Yeah, it was. I remember that great big room we were in. It was huge. It was high ceilings.
This was Christchurch College, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah. And the weather changed from one minute to the next. We had sunshine one minute and then showers the next.
And we had a system, didn't we? Do you remember opening and closing the window? Because these studios, and you can see the amount of monitors. We've got 14 monitors in this studio here, and it generates a lot of heat. Then you add the people, and we are quite literally generating hot air. But I remember there was a very regimented thing. The touch started ringing, and then the windows would open to get the air through.
Yeah, I just remember windows. It's almost like when you're on an aeroplane. Doors to automatic, doors to manual. It was that sort of thing during the broadcast.
And I think we owe a bit of thanks to Simon Bond, who pushed the online thing.
Without doubt.
On YouTube.
I didn't really know that much about the streaming side of things. I just had my radio experience, so my technical skills from working in a studio, operating mixing desks, producing broadcasts. Simon Bond just sat there very calmly, did all of his...
It sort of happened, didn't it? We didn't have to think about it. Yeah. We just sent him the audio and he looked after the rest. So that was, And so that was the journey. That's how the broadcast started on YouTube. And then after Oxford, we went to, what was 2015? Where were we then? That was...
Norwich.
That was Norwich. Now... That presented us with some very interesting challenges because the competition was held at St Peter Mancroft, but our broadcast location wasn't actually in the church, was it?
No, it was across the square. There's a great big square in Norwich, and you had the forum, which is where the results were done. And you had us in the studio, which was part of the I think it was like the parish offices.
Yes, it was. It was a sort of office multifunction space, wasn't it? It wasn't very big, I seem to remember.
And then you had the St Peter Mancroft itself also across the square. So it was like this triangle.
These three locations.
Of venues that we had to broadcast from. And I still, to this day, don't know how we managed to do that.
We didn't actually run really long bits of cable across like squares and car parks and things. We used a kind of internet connection really, but it was very pioneering it for its time.
It was. And the other thing that really sticks out for me about that particular year was the fact that the college used won. And I remember you being in the forum and being in the studio as those results were announced, and Birmingham were announced as being second. And it was...
I mean, it was overwhelming, the kind of cheer that happened in that forum, and I thought that gives you that edge that you get with live broadcasting, and then the interview with Katie Town, the then master of capturing just the excitement of that event. So there was an example. Again, we're just capturing that atmosphere that we're trying to bring to you as you listen to this live broadcast. So Norwich was 2015. We got these kind of three locations, so that stretched us a bit more. 2016 then took us to
Aston.
Yes. Oh, Aston.
Oh yeah, Aston nearly didn't happen, did it?
No, that's true, and it was for a whole number of reasons, but I think the main reason was the bandwidth at the venue, because we wanted to broadcast pictures as well as audio. That was kind of there's a minimum requirement for doing this, so we don't get a sort of big glitchy output. And I think you went along and you did a sort of bandwidth test, didn't you?
Yeah, I went there a couple of weeks before from memory to check out the internet connection and to establish whether it was actually going to be feasible for us to do a broadcast. And the results coming back on the speed test were not looking very promising. Were they?
No.
And I remember there was this sort of lull period where we thought this isn't going to happen. We're not going to be able to sustain an 8-hour broadcast with such a low internet speed. And then the week prior to the competition, it just felt wrong to abandon it. And I just remember thinking, no, let's do it. Let's go and give it the best shot we can. We'll go and see what we can do.
I remember it was very nerve-wracking, that unknown. Is this actually going to work? We just don't know. And I mean, there was another challenge as well, because the room that we were in was somewhat cluttered.
It's like a broom cupboard.
It was a store cupboard. It was a store cupboard.
It was. We spent what seemed like half a day shifting cupboards and desks,
photocopiers, all sorts of things.
Everything into this store area so that we had some space, and the amount of dust and dirt that accumulated was quite frankly vile.
And we do this to bring you out the goodness of our own hearts to bring you this broadcast. But it wasn't. I mean, that whole Aston experience was it wasn't without its hurdles, shall we say. We had all sorts thrown at us, didn't we? Because we went on air and then something happened.
Yeah, I think it was towards the end of the broadcast, just when it was getting to its almost climax moment. I think we'd had either the results or the judges were delivering their sort of updates on the ringing, and then somebody managed to work their way into the electric box and take us off air. They literally switched. I don't know if it was I don't know if it was a disgruntled local resident or somebody who had just thought, well, this is really annoying me. Bells have been ringing all day. I've had enough now. Switch it off.
Oh, you think he was turning the bells off?
Maybe.
Well, he did online. So yes, Aston, but we did it. We got it. We got some stuff out at Aston. That was good. So that was 2016, wasn't it? Yeah. So I'm losing track of 2017. There must have been. Was that Cambridge?
Southwark.
Oh no,
Southwark.
Oh.
Oh yes. No. Oh, what happened with you?
I have a confession, and I don't think this ever went out on air. So this is.
I think it may have done.
Well, I'm going to have to hold my hands up because if I don't say it, you will. We were driving from Bristol to London, and I think I got to the South Circular, and I had this horrible feeling growing that I'd forgotten the mixing desk, which, as you may appreciate, for these sorts of things, is rather crucial, and I had to break it to my producer, who was not the best pleased, and rightly so. I completely understand. So I had to drop you off at in the London Bridge sort of area to go into Southwark without much kit, or without the crucial bit of kit, and you sort of had to set everything up, but apart from the mixing desk. And I drove back to Bristol on a Friday afternoon, which is not the best time to try and leave London in a hurry.
And having already driven down from Bristol to London, to then have to return to Bristol within half an hour and come back. I mean, I didn't envy you, to be honest.
No. Well, anyway, we made that one happen, and that was actually a very poignant one because we were there, was it a week or 2 weeks after the...
2 weeks, I think.
After the Borough Market and London Bridge incidents. You know, and these occasions, when you open them, you have to find that balance. You know, do you go, woo, hello, it's the final here, or be respectful to what's going on? So that was, a poignant start, but a great broadcast overall, and got some great stuff there. Now, then it was Cambridge, wasn't it?
Cambridge.
Aha, and enter Mr. Thusey, Matt Thusey here. We sort of kept you up our sleeve, didn't we? I seem to remember.
Yes, I think that's how it went down. I think Gareth approached me. It was sort of as all ringing or good ringing things are organised in the pub.
Excellent.
Well, can I just say, I think you came to a Redcliffe practice.
Oh, did I?
And it was afterwards in the pub, and it must have been just before the Cambridge broadcast, or just before the Southwark one.
It was just before Southwark, because you were getting all the pre-records through. I remember now, yes.
And I just remember you asking all the right questions, and it was all the questions
showing
that
a good level of interest.
Oh, this guy knows what he's talking about. I was like, right, we need to do something about this.
So we should explain actually what Matt brought to the to this operation. It was the multi-camera and the vision mixing, and you turned up with a vision mixer, which allows you just to cut and mix and add graphics and all sorts.
Yes, and to point out, Dave sort of, Cambridge being his home tower, has sort of done a lot of the stuff.
This is David Richards.
Yes, David Richards, yes. And I sort of came in and plugged into it, and it sort of just worked. There wasn't really any hiccups.
I think that was also the first time we went roving, didn't I? I sort of went roving amongst... Was that the first? I don't think we did that prior to that, but I certainly went across the road into the college.
I think that's right.
With a radio mic to see how that worked. And it was slightly chaotic because Cambridge is full of cyclists, and you're trying to cross the outside, you're trying to talk calmly, and you get mown down by cyclists. So
it was also a glorious day. Sun was beaming down.
It was quite a hot one, wasn't it?
Very hot.
It was hot. That was a window opening when the ringing was going on. Sort of thing. Yes, not another one.
Yeah.
Opening, closing. So that was Cambridge. So then Matt's joined the team at that point. And Rob Convey has kind of been around. I'm trying to think when you first, because you've come to quite a few of these over the years. Can you remember when your first one was?
First time I really helped was Oxford.
Yeah, it was Oxford, and just start. And he spotted very quickly that actually lining people up for interviews would be very beneficial for us, and we couldn't do that without you. It's getting people in, because whilst I'm talking on air, I can't be finding people to talk to, and it's not anything that Gareth and Matt can do, because the other role that you have, Matt, of course, is checking the stability of our connection and what's going out.
Yes, I sort of make sure that the YouTube feed is that there is a good connection and that it's all going out cleanly, kind of the master output, if you will. And also the vision mixing.
Hang on, who's doing it now?
Well.
No, we have. This is why we have support here. We've got Pete Spain looking after it at the moment. So, brilliant. So after Cambridge, where do we go next? We're Cambridge.
Exeter.
Oh, Exeter. Yes. Okay. Exeter was.
How much cable?
Epic.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal amount of cable, wasn't it?
It was over 1,000 metres for sure.
We often refer to it as Epic Exeter, don't
Epic
we?
Exeter.
Yeah.
It was a miracle we managed to do it.
And it was magical as well.
It was.
Absolutely magical.
Well, of course, Exeter won.
Yeah, of course.
Not always good to see a home team winning like that. But hats off, because we really did push the cabling then. We did full roving outside, and we had something called talkback, which is very important for when you're out of a studio, because it's impossible to know what's going on in the studio. So that we have like a radio communication, and that just helps Gareth keeping communication with me if I'm out and about, and I can sort of follow what's going on and get countdowns and things like that. And then something went a bit weird, didn't it? It went a bit weird.
What was that major thing that happened?
Well,
was it COVID?
Just before it went weird, we were in Sheffield.
Oh, we were. You were doing a recce, weren't you?
Yes. So was that November 2019?
It was, yeah.
Yes.
Or maybe even December, but it was really close to Christmas. It was the end of 2019.
You come back with all pictures, and it was all looking really good.
It was all planned. We were like, we know exactly where the studio's going to be, where we are now. You know, we knew where the judges were going to be. We knew how we were going to run the cable.
Yeah, all planned, which, shows you how far in advance we start thinking about it. If there are any massive blockers, like the studio isn't big enough or it's too far away, you've got plenty of time to negotiate and figure it out.
Yeah, or the internet connection's not good enough or stable enough.
Yeah. If you've just joined us and wondering what on earth we're talking about, it's Matthew Tosh, Gareth Lawson and Matt Thusey. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the 12 Bell live coverage, and we're just reminiscing on how it has evolved over the years, and we're currently just talking about the end of 2019 going to 2020. So we've just had the Exeter final. Preparations are in place for the final at Sheffield in 2020, and then it couldn't happen. Dun, 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 because of a global pandemic. That's strangely enough got in the way. So we were faced with a bit of a situation, weren't we? Really,
we were. What should we do? How can we deal with this? Is what we had. Those were the discussions, weren't they?
Yes, there wasn't a competition, but we thought we ought to do something
within the kind of rules as well of various gatherings and things, and so that's where we offered our house in Bristol, me and Rob, and we sort of turned it into a broadcast station. There was a production gallery effectively in my office. The studio where the cameras were in our lounge. Matt, you were in the basement kitchen, and we were all in our own little bubbles effectively.
Bubbles, socially distanced.
Yeah, we still had social distancing.
We did it. That's right.
That we had to follow.
All connected remotely through the network.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we wanted to keep it interactive with listeners, and you may remember that we ran a sort of a contest, a challenge for you to send in what we call idents, and these are the little snippets that we play between interviews at the end of ringing pieces and things like that. And we had the Not the 12 Bell Live challenge of idents, and you responded really well, I have to say. You had all sorts of things, people doing it outdoors, indoors. I think we had people in a cow shed.
Annabelle
in a cow
the
shed.
One that sticks out for
We've
me.
got, I think we had Jamie, Jim Hughes over in Norwich ringing. He got a little mini bell on his porch. All
Sam
sorts.
Austin.
Oh, Sam Austin with the jazz.
Yes, I remember.
The jazz. If you want to catch these are all on the YouTube channel. So the channel that you're listening to this stream on, if you go back, you'll find those idents, and they are worth watching. And that is down to you, very, very creative ringers, rising to the challenge in what was a very weird year. Now, after that, there wasn't a contest. We took a break in 2021 because there wasn't when we came back last year in Guildford.
Yes, which for not just for us, of course, the ringers have had a few years off as well. I think we pulled it together in Guildford.
We did, but hang on, we did also move forwards again with some technology, didn't we? Because some of the cameras that you introduced.
I suppose because of as a reaction to the pandemic, lots of churches, cathedrals, whatever, implemented their own live streaming systems. And if you ask very nicely and it's compatible with your system or the system we have in the studio, you can plug into that, which is exactly what we did. So we took advantage of all the cameras and microphones in Guildford Cathedral, and it took the broadcast up another notch.
Yeah, having that infrastructure there was very beneficial. Yeah, and I noticed that I remember we had, I think it was the first time we used a remote controlled camera to be able to sort of zoom in and pan around.
Indeed, the PTZ cameras, the so-called beer cam looking out over the tent, which went down very well.
Which effectively we've got a beer cam today, haven't we?
Indeed, yes.
Doing its job, but the beer just happens to be indoors this year. So having those cameras, we really are spoilt, and I guess that's a nice segue into this year's setup, because we've got even more of those remote cameras.
We do, yes. Sheffield Cathedral didn't have a live streaming service until 2 weeks ago. So they had a newly installed system, which I asked very nicely, and they let me plug into. So
are we charging to test run this thing? I've got an idea. No.
The beta version.
The beta version, yes. So we have about 4 remote control cameras this year, and then however many cameras in the studio. So it's 4 in here, 1 in the belfry, and the microphones in the cathedral as well, plugged into.
Brilliant.
And I should just say that, what we do is great, and I'm very proud of what we do. I think we work together really well as a team. But we can't do it without the support of all those people at those venues. So here in Sheffield, Simon Redding and Emma Gittins have been absolutely fantastic. They've literally said, yeah, you do that. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, you can do that. And we've had that at every single venue we've been to. It's just building up that relationship and them trusting us to not break their systems and to not mess things up for them.
For some of it, it's quite a tall ask, because you've already got this big machine moving into town anyway, the actual contest, and then we're saying we need this kind of bandwidth, we need dedicated network here, we want to plug into this, unplug that.
Yeah. Some people are so cagey about, no, you can't do that, or you can't do that.
And you can understand that, because it's their setup that they're using day in, day out, that you've got to sort of earn the trust, haven't you?
Yeah. Absolutely, but we've been very lucky. Everyone has been absolutely amazing.
Yeah, every year, and this year in particular, the cathedral staff cannot floor them at all.
Yeah. Gareth, you mentioned about the forum was a standout moment for you. Is that the kind of one of the predominant ones for you over the years?
Oh, now there's a question. I think when the colleges won, brilliant. When Exeter won, there's a theme here, isn't there?
Yes. Well, it's the response, isn't it, of the audience, the people in there. That really, you get such a buzz from it, and who knows what's going to happen out there.
You sat there listening on tenterhooks, and it's like, we know who third is, who's second, who's it going to be.
Yeah, I should just point out what's actually going on outside the studio. I mean, we've got a whole line of ringers, because they know that the results are coming up not too soon. I'm just going to check in with Liz, the contest secretary. Have we got any heads up yet on any timings?
6:30. Can you put it on the big screen?
We'll get that message out. So here we are. We've just got an update that the results will be at 6:30. So you heard it here first. 6:30. We're expecting the results. So another half an hour of deliberations, and we've got plenty of content to fill. More coming up. So don't go anywhere. And of course, you can sit back, relax, enjoy the evening, and we bring you the updates and the results from this contest. But no, I was just saying that we've got ringers gathering outside, just trying to make their way to the toilet so they don't miss the results, because they might last some of them.
It's all that beer they've been drinking.
It is. It's got to go somewhere, isn't it? That's good. What about for you, Matt? Any standout moments over the years when you've been involved?
There's one technical moment, and Gareth knows this, at Exeter. So every year I always try to do something a bit different.
You want to push the boundary a little bit, don't you? Let's be honest. We're really great. This is how we've got to where we are.
Yeah, push the boundaries. And Exeter, the challenge was the scale. It's a big place, huge place, and the studio wasn't near the cathedral. It was connected, but it was,
No, that's right.
We had to go through out of 2 or 3 windows. It was all over the place.
Yeah.
One of the challenges of running cameras that distance is signal integrity, and you have to boost a signal along the line. Completely untested until the Friday evening. And there's one moment where we plugged in the camera, and I was in the cathedral, Gareth was in the studio pretending to be Matthew, and I could see Gareth in the cathedral. I knew that it was going to work.
Yeah.
Up to that point, it was always it might not.
A bit cagey.
It might not, theoretically, but untested. And that was definitely a poignant moment.
So I then sat where you are, the equivalent of where you are. Matt was down in the cathedral, and I played the opening jingle, the one that says "Now live from Exeter," and then I opened up the microphone and started to talk as if I was you. I said, "I'm Matthew Tosh." Actually, no, I'm not.
I feel sorry for you.
But Matt videoed it on his phone, looking at the screen. And so we've just got this. It's just brilliant, wasn't it?
It's a special moment for the team.
Incredible moment, yeah.
We won't take that.
And it was about 9 o'clock at night on the Friday, the day before.
Yeah, those days can be quite long, can't they? Because you've got this kind of impending deadline, which is fixed. That when we go live. So
and many people don't realise that we turn up on the Thursday to build the studio. In fact, many people don't even realise how much equipment and how much kit is involved in making this broadcast happen. So,
but it's all credit to the people involved, and of course we mustn't overlook the fact that we've got Pete Spain, who's been with us now for a couple of years, and I think you sort of turned up 3 years ago to have a look, and this year we are joined by Isaac, who's providing a bit of backup and redundancy, and hopefully we can build more of that into the plan as we move forward. And I won't lie, I've got a couple of people who've just approached me about getting involved from the younger end of the spectrum, and I think that's really helpful as well, including some people who are interested in doing the actual presentation side, and that this is not I'm not precious about that. The most important thing is that the broadcast happens and that we help tell the story of what's going on. So if you're not aware, I also take the role of the executive producer of this, and I just happen to be presenter as well. But it's lovely to see it grow and evolve, and that we have the support from the ringers at a very, very top level behind the contest, all the 12 Bell committee, and also our generous sponsors, without whom we just couldn't do this. And of course this year that is Avon Ropes, Big Wilf's Muffles, and also Go Pension. So thank you to Philip Pratt and to Chris Stanley this year, and all the other sponsors that have helped us over the years. We really appreciate it. Right, okay, well that was our little thing. Hang on just a minute. The other thing I've got to do, I'm a pyrotechnician. I can't do, this is where it goes a bit weird. I can't do some sort of celebration without firing some sort of pyrotechnic device. So I bought some party poppers into the studio. Right. If it goes wrong, I'm Matthew Tosh, and it's been a pleasure broadcasting to you live. Right, so we'll do a countdown, 3, 2, 1, and then fire. Okay, here we go. This is to celebrate 10 years of the 12 Bell broadcast. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, there we go. We've made an utter mess. There we go. Thank you. Right, you two, back to work. We've got stuff to do. Gareth Lawson and Matt Thusey there helping me make an utter mess of this studio. We've got to clear this up afterwards. Let's have a look at messages. We've still got messages coming in, and it's not too late to give us your take on what's happening today. We're going to go to Southern Brittany first of all, and Jenny Page has sent in a message. Jenny says, I'm enjoying the coverage from Brittany. It's a gap to allow my phone to cool down. The boat I am on has a fridge, and it's allowed me to listen to both the Melbourne and Cumberland bands. The bands I have vested interest in, and I'm very pleased that the bands seem to be more resilient to the UK heat than YouTube and my phone. Oh no, have we overheated your phone, Jenny? It's going back. She's put her phone back in the fridge so that she can listen to the results. This is brilliant. Yes, I hope your phone has stayed cool in the fridge, Jenny. Very good. Okay, so Jenny has emailed us at it's studio. Let me start that one again. It's 12bellstudio@gmail.com. I'm going to give you the social media stuff in a minute on our recorded message. Just before I do that, I've got one more email to read, and it is a message from Jennifer Dean, who was saying we want to wish best wishes to Ed and all the Leeds team, and best of luck from Florence, Max, Robert and Annie. Thank you very much, Jennifer Dean, for your message. If you do want to get in touch on the socials or our email, here are the details.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Okay, now, as you were aware, what's happening now are the judges doing their deliberations, and one of the things feeding into their decision-making is the strikeometer data, or the software hawk here. It churns out lots of information. And we heard the judges earlier, and we're going to hear from the judges again in a moment. We're going to replay their interview, explaining how they use that information. But before we do that, I just want to take us back to an interview I did with Jenny Eris, who explains what that information is and how it's used. What does the strikeometer actually spit out?
It's a hugely useful tool for the judges because it gives you an independent point of reference. I'd also say that there is no strikeometer score. It's not like we just look at one score that comes out. There are various different measures and metrics for each team. Those measures and metrics could rank the teams in different orders, and we look at several of those. So,
well, I wanted to talk about that because we've touched on the strikeometer quite a lot, and I'm aware it is very data heavy, and there'll be people listening. That we've got new ringers listening, and it's just trying to explain to them what it churns out, because it basically spits out lots of data for you, doesn't it?
Yes. So the strikeometer does two things. So there's two things that need to be done within the sort of strikeometer or hawk here. So you have the sound of the bells, and the first thing you need to do is take the sound of the bells and translate it into data, so numbers which represent the time at which each of those rang. But then you need to apply a calculation to those numbers, which aims to measure how sort of good, for what better word, the striking is. And things you can do, you can look at the standard deviation of those. Or you could look at some...
And for people that don't understand what you mean by standard deviation, this is really important, because there'll be people that don't understand what you mean by that.
Yeah, so it's a measure of the overall difference from the nominal perfect position. So the first thing that these metrics or models do is work out what the perfect position is, and the second thing they need to do is work out the difference from that perfect position. So the beauty of ringing is there is no clear agreed definition of the perfect position. So the first challenge is, where's the perfect position? We have lots of views of that, and then there are different ways of measuring how far each team is from that perfect position. So you can measure how far every single individual bell is, and do a calculation, add that together, that's the standard deviation. Or you can say, well, actually, we'll only hear a difference from that perfect position for each bell if it's more than a certain amount.
So there's like a threshold at which the human ear can pick up.
Exactly, and that's like counting faults. So that's what you would, that's the traditional counting faults. So you could say count the number of errors over a certain amount, over a certain size within the whole touch.
So without getting into too much detail, can I push you? What would you consider that time difference to be? That time variation, is it, have we got that information? Has it been collected?
So there are lots of views on that. What we use, because it's what's available, and I've had lots of discussions with Dave, is errors over 50 milliseconds, and that's what people will have seen in their output from their practices and things as well, is my understanding. My understanding of what the human ear can actually hear, and I'm sure people have different views, is about 20 milliseconds. That's my understanding.
That's a figure I've heard.
So
I was just curious where that information came from.
But it would make no sense to count faults over 20 milliseconds, because you'd just be counting nearly all blows. So what you're actually thinking is what
everything's wrong.
What is so my perfect. So I'm an actuary, so I like data and I like spreadsheets and I like seeing what comes out of those. My perfect world would be, you can choose what your error is and you can very easily see how that varies. There's no time to do that in this competition, and we just have to absorb a lot of information very quickly, come to a broad view. But ultimately, we have, as humans, been given the mandate to judge, and we have to be able to judge on top of the data that we're given as well.
And a very important point there, as we've heard so often when covering this contest, is that judges' decision is final. But very interesting there, Jenny, as how she explained standard deviation and how that information is used by the judges. Well, speaking of judges, Julia Cater was chief judge last year, and she's emailed the studio, and she says, thoroughly enjoying listening to all the ringing and the interviews from my garden in Penrith, Cumbria. Well done to the whole tech team for putting this on so professionally yet again. My girls and I are establishing our top 4 teams at the moment, but we'll keep that secret for now. Oh, very good. Start them early, Julia. Get them judging. Julie goes on to say, having led the team of judges at Guildford last year, I give a thought to how they must be feeling at this late stage in the contest. Now, of course, we've heard that they're going to be deliberating. We're expecting the results around 6:30. That usually means that it's very, very close, and they're probably listening to the recordings back. Julia says they'll be tired, probably with headaches, but still concentrating hard in a hot and stuffy room. They will be starting to think about placement of teams. Have they got a clear winner, second and third? And checking their thoughts back against the strikeometer data to see if they need to listen back to any teams. They will be starting to think about the commentary they are going to provide and who is going to say what. All the time trying to keep their focus for the remaining teams. It's an exhausting and often thankless task at times, but it is also a real privilege to be in the best position to listen intimately to such high quality ringing on such fine bells. What fantastic words, Julia. I think you've encapsulated it really well there, because that certainly reflects what we hear when we talk to the judges here, both on and off air. And for those of you listening online, you are hearing exactly the same feed that the judges are hearing. So that intimate hearing, you're hearing the bells very, very clear. There's no wind noise in the background, people shouting or talking. You say, hang on, I'm trying to listen. That is it. So if you've got headphones on or earbuds in, then you are really getting that optimum sound quality that is coming from the ringers. So that was Julia Cater, chair of the judges last year. We're going to drop back in with our judges, who are busy at the moment, but we're going to listen. We're going to play the interview again that we had with them this morning, just explaining what was going through their minds before we started, and this is what they had to say. I now have three very important people in front of me. Ben Carey, who is our chief judge today, Lucy Woodward and David Durney. Welcome to the three of you, and welcome to the studio.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning to you.
Can you just tell me, each of you, there's a lot of pressure on these days for the ringers, but what's going through each of your minds at the moment? We'll start with you, Ben.
I think the last kind of 6 months have been quite cool, calm about it. Woke up this morning, different story entirely. I think
is that the reality is here.
The reality is kind of here now. It's well, I think when you're not chief judge, you kind of want an interesting day, but it's be easy. When you're chief judge, you just want it to be easy. That's all you want.
Yeah. What about you, David?
Hoping that there's a clear winner. That's always
makes the job. Yeah, that kind of can be quite drawn out at the end of the day if you're not careful, can't it?
Oh yes. Yeah. I mean, having done a few in the past, I also know that it seems quite daunting when you start, but it's soon over. After you mark the first one, you think, oh no, another 9 of these to go, and then before you know it.
Is that because you're concentrating so intently?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah,
it's relentless.
Relentless. Lucy, what about you?
Well, I haven't done this before, so there's an element of blind panic going on, but...
But did you were involved in some of the eliminators, weren't you?
I've done a couple of eliminators, yes, which were made very easy for me by my co-judges. But I'm just, like David, hoping for a clear winner, and pleased that I'm not the chief judge.
So the role of the chief judge, for people that aren't familiar with the competition, why do you have a chief judge? Do you have a casting vote? Is it to whip your judges in line? What's going on there?
The main idea is that people start by judging the eliminators at being one of the helpers in the eliminators, and the idea is that they kind of progress, eventually kind of become in charge of one of the eliminators, and then obviously judging the final, and eventually become the chief judge just for 1 year of the final. The idea really is that you get a lot of experience working with various different people, different methods of judging the competition, so that hopefully by the time the day comes that you are in charge of the judging process, you've had a sort of 3 or 4, 5, 6 sometimes years of experience of doing it in advance of that day.
Let's just talk about that method, because regular listeners to this broadcast will know that different teams of judges approach the judging in a slightly different way. What's the structure you're adopting? Are you all having individual roles? What's your plan?
Yeah, so the way that we're doing things today, we're going to each of us have a mark sheet which shows every single row of every single touch. Every single bell, I should say, of every single touch, of every single row of every single touch.
That would be every single position, I take it, or is the touch actually written out?
It's every row is literally written out. Every bell of every row is written out. So if the 8 is slow or quick, we can see it was the 8 on the piece of paper. We're not necessarily good enough to hear the tone of the 8, but because we're following the rows in front of us, we can visually see what's going on in every row.
So I suppose that would give you an idea if there was particular bells struggling, say in like the 7/8 position, or when dodging on the front or something like that.
That's how we're going to pick up which bells are affected. Yeah.
Okay, and so you all do that, and then is there how are you judging things like pace and whether it feels the right speed?
Well, that's very much a personal thing, isn't it?
Well, that's why I asked the question, you see. I like a bit of controversy.
Well, it's not controversy, because what you have to remember is that ringing is a human thing performed by humans. And although you might have a piece of ringing which is mechanically perfect, it might not sound easy on the ear, if I can put it like that. So that's something which we will judge together, I'm sure.
I think people get quite hung up on the concept of speed. It's important in that some rings of bells, and we will probably hear that some rings of bells are easier to ring at a certain speed, but the actual speed of the ringing on the day, it doesn't actually affect our decision-making process. Ultimately, the band who rings the best on the day will be the band that wins. Of course, speed affects it. It will affect if bands try and ring too slowly for the bells, it makes the ringing harder, and they suffer for it.
I think there's a danger of saying this band rang too slowly or this band rang too fast.
Yeah.
That's not the case. They couldn't cope with the speed that they were trying to ring at.
I suppose you're saying it's finding the right speed for the band on that bell. Yes, that combination could vary, couldn't it?
So the comment like they rang too fast doesn't mean anything. What you're actually saying is they couldn't cope with the speed they were trying to ring at.
Right.
When push comes to shove, there's only 2 types of ringing, good and bad.
We've just condensed the entire 12-bell contest into 2 words there.
So all this build up. Well, 5 good, 5 bad. No.
So that your challenges when you stand up later, team A, good, bad.
Absolutely, yes.
All those flowery comments. No, but that's really important, because aspiring judges, people who are thinking about, quite interesting judging later, or something they've been asked to do for a forthcoming contest. Those comments, like you said, David, giving back the feedback to the ringers, it's really important. I mean, I know one competition I judged, I gave some negative comments. Never again. It was a horrible thing to do. You want to be, I guess, constructive.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And today, I think it's the comments on the final can actually be quite a lot easier. We were expecting 10 reasonably good pieces of ringing. The ones that win, obviously, are going to be exceptional. It's not. At the eliminators, it's more a case of, in some cases, having to give kind of constructive feedback. I think at the final it's a bit easier. The bands who are involved have already established themselves as, the 10 best in the country. On that side of things, I always think the final is a bit easier than the eliminator.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I see what you're saying. Can I just ask about the kind of the physical setup in the room? Do you sit relatively close? Do you try not to look at each other's papers? Because I appreciate that, like you said, Lucy, it's a human thing, and you may tune into slightly different things. So do you try and guard your own judging sheets until the end? How does that work?
Well, in terms of guarding it, if I looked at anybody else's piece of paper whilst we were doing it, I'd lose where I was.
Yes.
You're not in the slightest bit interested in what anybody else is doing.
Yeah, I think it simply doesn't come into it, does it?
It's just so intense.
You're so intensely concentrating on what you've got to do that nothing else around you matters. I mean, World War III could break out outside, I think, and you'd still be, yes, where are we at the backstroke there? Yes.
So how do you get into that headspace? Because there's going to be like a switch that goes up. Right, we're judging now. Are you going to be listening to have you already listened to ringing day, or are you going to be listening to the practice? How are you getting yourselves ready for that first touch?
Well, how does anybody do anything like that? Whenever you get on the
I think the key thing is that while the draw and everything's going on, we will listen to one of the test pieces that the practice band had. We won't know which band it was, but it'll give us an idea of what we're going to be hearing, so that the first piece of ringing we hear isn't a test piece. So we've tuned our ear in a bit.
And I think that's the nugget I was trying to get at, because if you're doing sport, you need to warm up before doing your first race, and you kind of maybe need to warm your ears up and that kind of thought process. Is why I asked the question.
Yeah, we as David said, we have quite a lot of dead time now between now and 11:30 when the first band rings. For the judges, that's a long time. For everybody else, it goes past quite quickly, I think. And I'm sure you guys in here are going to have plenty to do in that 2 hours. But for us, as David said, listening to other pieces of ringing, talking about the outputs that have come from the practices, sometimes can come into it more kind of any issues that are going on with the strichometer. Dave very well give us a really good briefing on all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's plenty to be doing in that time.
Let's talk about the strichometer, because that is an extra set of, I say ears, it's not, it's churning out data. How are you using that all the way through, or will that be an additional information at the end? What's your plan with that?
Yeah, so the strichometer, in my view, and I believe in many judges' past and futures view, is that it really acts as a leveller to the judges. My belief, and I think many other judges' belief, is that you cannot measure one fault in one row on the first team. You can't judge one fault, two different faults in the same row. Can I start that question answer again?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, because it is actually really complicated. Let's just try that again, because I want people to try and understand what it's giving you.
You can say, you're going to ask me again, or just say it. Sorry.
You can just say it. So the strichometer is churning out lots of data. How are you planning to use that today?
Yeah, so the strichometer, above all else, in my view, is a leveller on the judges. So it's very difficult for us to judge Team 1, for example, versus Team 10, particularly if they're very similar, 5 hours apart. I don't believe that a human being is capable of judging two faults in the same row accurately and consistently, let alone two faults that are judged 5 hours apart. So the strichometer, to me, gives us confidence that we're doing our jobs properly, and we hope, obviously, it gives the teams that are competing that confidence as well.
It's reminding me of when we used to do, when I was teaching, you used to have to do moderation to make sure that you were marking all papers at the same level. I suppose it's your mechanical moderator, isn't it? Yeah. Let's just go back to the beginning for each of you. I'd like to capture this, because you're each very experienced ringers. You're now judging this very high-profile contest. Where did your ringing journey start, each of you? Can I start with you, David, if you don't mind me asking?
You mean, where did I start to ring? In West Wickham in Kent, which is, it's London Borough of Bromley, so still think of it as Kent.
And how many bells were you on there?
6.
Six
I started on 6, but there was a very good district band of ringers, and so I was able to progress quite quickly. There was local practices of surprise major and things like that.
And your journey into 12-bell ringing, when did that?
I suppose I used to go up to London County Association practices at Southwark in Cripplegate. That's the first time I would have rung a 12. And also, although I'm a college youth, Cumberland's.
Are we allowed to say that in here? Can, yes.
First time I rang Surprise Maximus was at St Martin in the Fields with Dennis Beresford.
Okay, yeah.
And then college youths weren't quite as welcoming to people who were just starting out at the time.
Hopefully things have changed. Well, there's quite a lot of colleges in here, right? Lucy, what about you?
Well, I got into it quite by accident.
I love this. This is great.
On a school trip, actually. There was a tour of North Norfolk churches organised by our head of maths, who was Paul Catamel, and I knew he was a bell ringer. And this was just an excuse for him to organise a ringing outing for his mates. But a few of us went along, and I was mad keen on church organs at the time. Okay. I thought, well, I'll go along and I'll see if I can play the organs in the churches while they're off ringing the bells. But there were a couple of towers where I couldn't get into the organ no matter how I tried. Nefarious.
Got visions of you trying to screwdriver the thing open.
I thought, well, I'll go and watch the ringing. And there was something about it which was quite captivating. And a friend of mine who was a ringer noticed me taking an interest in it. He said, would you like to learn to ring? And I said, I might be persuaded. He said, well, come along to St George's Colgate on Wednesday evening. This is in Norwich.
Yep.
And so I learnt, like David, on a beautiful Gillett and Johnson 6. But of course, in Norwich, we had St Peter Mancroft.
Yes.
And I was lucky enough to make quite reasonable progress on 6. And I was invited to go and ring at Mancroft. initially just on the Gabriel 8, ringing a bit of plain Bob Major, maybe some Grand Cicadas in the evening at evensong. And then on a Monday night, I sat and heard all 12 ringing, and they were ringing something magical, which was called Stedman Sings. And I heard the wonderful Martin Cubitt calling a touch, "Go Stedman, Bob." And all of a sudden, these back bells started careering down through the change, and it was amazing, and I was hooked.
The magical titums you were a bit enchanted by. Yeah, there we go. Thank you for sharing. What a great story. I love it. And Ben, I know you've shared this story before, but could you just remind us how you got into ringing and your transition to 12-bell ringing?
Yeah, so I learnt a place called Titchfield in Hampshire. I got into ringing because both my parents did, and my dad's parents both did also. I went to university in Guildford. That was the first time I really got exposed to regular 12-bell ringing. I'd done a little bit of peal ringing in the meantime, but on a regular basis it was ringing with the Guildford band. A lot of those people still ring in the 12-bell every year for Guildford. They're very proud of the fact that they are a true Sunday service band. Fantastic experience ringing with them. And yeah, and I think I rang with them for 2 years, actually in the 12-bell eliminators. Got eliminated both times. But yeah, really enjoyed ringing with the Guildford Ringers. Fantastic bunch. I'm sorry they're not in the final today.
Well, there's always next year as well, of course. Yeah, indeed. Thank you for sharing those stories. That's really great to hear. Just before we let you go, final tips for anybody who's thinking about being a judge. What would your top tips be for if someone's about to judge a striking competition? How do they prepare for it? Oh, I've got them. I've got them.
I'm going to take a slightly different spin on this. I would actually say the 12-bell judges and the judging process is kind of put on this pedestal that it's the biggest competition in ringing, and yes, it is. There's a lot of pressure to get it right, but I think the people who are going into judging for the first time in a local competition need to have an awareness that actually they've actually got a tough job as well. There's a lot of pressure for us to get it right, but we've also got a lot working in our favour. We've got perfect judging conditions, perfect sound feed. Every band is ringing exactly the same touch, and we've got a strikometer and a strikometrist who understands the strikometer far better than any of the judges do. Yes, it's hard. Yes, you've got to talk in front of a lot of people, but you know, we have a lot going for us. I think people judging local competitions, in a way, actually have quite a lot harder job. Sometimes they're judging rounds and call changes versus rounds of triples. They sometimes have great ringing. Sometimes they're judging fire up versus fire up. It's a very different ball game. So my words might not necessarily be a tip, but it's kind of words of encouragement that yes, this is the 12-bell. Yes, it's 12-bell ringing. Yes, it's hard, but you've also got a tough job, so don't be demoralised by it.
Thank you for sharing that. Words of wisdom there. Lucy, what about you?
I don't think I can add to what Ben has said. I think he summed it up beautifully.
The only tip I would give is, as soon as the band's finished, write down what you thought about it. Don't leave it, because if you leave it, you've forgotten, and the time's gone and another band starts.
Your head's in the next band's.
You must get it down as soon as it's finished.
So presumably that's going to be an element of you quickly scribbling shorthand notes down. Yeah. Very good. Well, listen, we wish you the very best. We've seen your room. You've got plenty of space down there. Lots of windows that open as well. So we may come and grab you very, very quickly after the results as well, but we won't hold you up because I know you'll probably want to go for a little refreshment afterwards.
I've got catching up to do.
Ben Carey, Chief Judge, Lucy Woodward and David Durnley, thank you for speaking to us, and we hope you have a good day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, welcome back to the main body of Sheffield Cathedral, where we are gathering ahead of the results. The judges are coming to the end of their deliberations now, and we have it on good authority that they're not too far away. That does give me time to go through a few more emails that have come in to our studio email account. The first one is from Michael Cooper, who said, "Hi, I started bell ringing in April and would like to send a big thank you to the band of St John in Redhill for teaching me." What a lovely message, Michael. Thank you very much. We appreciate that and very happy to pass it on for you. Jennifer Johnson has been in touch. Dear Matthew and the team, great broadcast as always. I'm listening in while I wade through all the admin for the Young at Heart entry in the Ringing World National Youth Contest. I'm looking forward to some equally outstanding ringing in York in 2 weeks' time. That's from Jen Johnson. Jen, I'm with you there. I'm very much looking forward to that event in York in 2 weeks' time. Don't forget, we were talking to David Hull a little bit earlier. If you want to listen to that interview again, you can rewind the broadcast or replay it afterwards and hear what he had to say about the Ringing World National Youth Contest. Got a message here from Nick Bowden, who says, a marvellous broadcast as always. I really appreciate the effort you all put into making this happen so professionally each year. I'm hoping to make it to the next 2 finals as they are local to the Bristol area. As for this year, I think Birmingham have once again triumphed, taking full advantage of being drawn first. Nigel Williams says, hello Matthew and the team, thank you for your excellent coverage of the competition today. Congratulations to all the ringers that took part in producing some very good pieces of ringing in a very hot and sticky ringing environment. It's great to see the live feed from the Belfry. We await the results. Well, I can tell you, Nigel, the results are very close because right in front of me I've got 3 judges and just deciding who's going to be saying what with Mark Bell, the organiser. Whilst they do that, Luca Greenslade has been in touch, says well done to the team for pulling this off as usual. That's Luca from Sussex. And Toby Bent says, hi Matthew and the team, I'm currently tuned in from Paphos Airport in Cyprus. Fantastic ringing from all of the teams today. The beers seems to be going down well. Thank you for the service you supply. And Karis Hughes also said, just want to say brilliant effort, well done to the whole Sheffield band, especially my mother, Deborah Blackton. And Ian Fielding says, he's rooting for the Cumberlands in the results. Well, Ian Glint, that will come true now, or maybe it won't. We will find out the truth, the results of the competition, because the judges are standing by. And we've just heard the verger ringing. There's a bell. You've probably heard it. And ringers respond to bells, and that's why the volume is dropping here in the cathedral. So, will it be Cumberland's? Will it be College Hughes? Will it be Birmingham holding on to the contest trophy one more year? Could it be Bristol coming in from the side? Melbourne? Lots and lots of teams. So, a moment of truth is about to happen. Mark Bell will call people to order. As if he can get his microphone working.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah? Can everyone be quiet? Can everyone at the back hear me? No. Can we go up? It's up. Okay, it's as loud as it can be, so keep quiet, please. Thank you all for coming back after a very long and enjoyable day. I hope you've all had a good day, whether it being in the ringing chamber, in the judging room, or outside, or just propping up the bar. Obviously, you want to hear the results, so we'll try and get to that as quickly as possible. First, I would just like to offer a few thank yous to the many people that have been involved in making this such a successful day. First of all, the Dean of the Cathedral, the Very Reverend Abby Thompson. The presenter, the Reverend Canon Geoffrey Harbord, who will present the trophy in a moment. Very importantly, someone who's worked a lot behind the scenes is Emma Gittins, the Events and Operations Manager here at the Cathedral. She's pulled many strings for this to be a successful day, so thank you to her and the Cathedral staff. Another big thank you to all the local ringers and volunteers, particularly led by Simon Redding, for the use of the bells and all their help today. A thank you, though you may reserve judgment on this, to the judges, to Benjamin Carey, David Durnley and Lucinda Woodward. I know it's a very long day for them and lots of concentration involved. Thank you once again to Dave Richards for leading the technical team and operating the strikeometer. The big broad... Thank you to Ian McCallion for his work on the strikeometer. The broadcast team led by Matthew Tosh, but also including Rob Convey, Gareth Lawson, Matt Thusey, Pete Spain and Isaac Renton. And lastly, a very important person who coordinates all of that, the secretary, Liz Evans. A few last housekeeping points. The nominated post-results pub is the same as last night, the Fat Cat on Alma Street on Kelham Island. News from the committee is that I'm stepping down and a new chair for next year's contest has been elected, and that is Eleanor Kippin. Sorry, Limford. Why is it written? Someone wrote the wrong name. Sorry, Eleanor Limford. My apologies. The dates and locations of the eliminators and finals for 2024 are Saturday the 23rd of March 2024 at Bristol St Stephen's, Portsmouth Cathedral and St Lawrence's Reading. The final is to be held at Chilcompton, noting the earlier date of Saturday the 15th of June not to be clashing with Glastonbury. And now I would like to hand over the judges to present their results.
So thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. I'd like to start by thanking the 12 Bell Committee for asking me to judge this year's contest. It's been a great privilege to do so. Thank you in particular to Liz for all the regular support she has given me and the judging team over the past 6 months. May I echo my thanks to Sheffield for hosting today. We've been brilliantly looked after by Maria and Eliza, and judging by the variety of beer and cider here today, so have you been all. I was due to judge the final here in 2020, and so it's been fantastic to finally do it today. Well done to Team Sheffield for organising effectively 2 12 Bell finals in the space of 3 years. My thanks to this year's judging team. Lucy Woodward and David Durnley have joined me today, and my sincere thanks to Jad Vergie, Ed Collis and Tom Hinks for their support at the Eliminators in March. I'd also like to thank Linda Garton, John Lovelace and Ian Hill, who were part of the 2020 team, who also put in considerable time and effort preparing for the contest that year. This year's strikeometrists have been Craig Robertson, Matt Thusey, Dave Richards and Christian Peckham. I'd like to say a little bit more about the technical team's contributions to the contest. This group of people are truly brilliant at what they do. Without exception, their knowledge of the strikeometer's models and outputs are immense. They spend many more hours and days preparing for the contest than the judges do. They make multiple visits to host venues, and they invariably ensure that year after year the equipment is set up to the best possible standard it can be, no matter what the local tower conditions throw at them. Across up to 5 hours of judging, the use of the strikeometer, tandemed with Ian McCallion's continued allowance of our use of the Hawkeye software, enable the judges, hopefully the competing teams, to have continued confidence in the ranking of bands. As such, the technical team, in my view, form an integral part of the judging process,
and their contribution should be valued not in addition to, but truly alongside of that of the judges. So could we have the biggest round of applause for the strikeometer, sir? The most important thanks of all goes to the competing teams and ringers. Around 240 ringers rang this year across 20 bands in the 12 Bell 2023. Of those, today just 12 will take home the Taylor Trophy. I believe, however, the wealth of this contest goes far deeper than that. Done well, the process of ringing in and, importantly, preparing for the competition can have a hugely positive impact on the standard of 12 bell ringing at every level of the contest, and this is something to be celebrated. The winning band today will do so with just 12 minutes of ringing. It is, however, the countless hours of dedicated practice by every one of the ringers who have participated that puts continual pressure on the very top bands to continually improve. In that way, every ringer in every band contributes to the improvement of the ringing across the contest. And as such, I believe that the 12 bell plays a key role in the continued health and success of this art that we all love so much. So a brief note on stage ringing. This is my third time as a judge at a final, and today has been by far the toughest. Despite being relatively easy to handle, we felt that some audibility issues of the front bells caused most bands problems. The front bell stringing out of the back was a common feature, as were a couple of the middle bells being slow. We want to stress that our scores and the strikeometer results reflect that many of the middle teams are extremely closely placed. Despite there being a clear winner, we felt that no band got to total grips with what turned out to be a challenging ring of bells on the day. I will now hand over to Lucy to deliver our comments on each team, followed by David, who will give the final result. Thank you.
If you've just joined us, this is the results of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest 2023, live from Sheffield Cathedral.
Thank you, Ben. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You will be pleased to hear our comments are brief, but I hope constructive. We'll give comments in order of bands ringing, starting with Band A at a peel speed of 3 hours and 31 minutes. A good start to the day. There was perhaps some nervy leading, but taken as a whole, an enjoyable piece to listen to, setting the bar at a respectable level. Team B, peel speed of 3 hours and 25 minutes. The band took a little time to settle after an unfortunate method mistake in the second lead. Leading at times felt inconsistent. It sounded like there was some good ringing, just trying to break out. Team C, peel speed of 3 hours and 34 minutes. For us, this did not quite settle into a comfortable rhythm. Nevertheless, the band did well to produce a reasonable piece of ringing, notably assisted by controlled leading. Team D, with a peel speed of 3 hours and 30 minutes. Some of the changes were strung out, and this had a knock-on effect for the rhythm. There was the making of a good framework, but it was never really sustained. Team E, peel speed of 3 hours and 18 minutes. There were small and regular errors scattered throughout this piece. However, it did have a sense of purpose and improved notably towards the end. Team F, with a peel speed of 3 hours and 27 minutes. This had a good framework, which meant any minor errors didn't really detract from the overall effect. Team G, once again a peel speed of 3 hours and 27 minutes. There were some periods of good ringing, but sadly, they sort of came and went. Start the car. Start the car. Team H, peel speed of 3 hours and 17 minutes. And this, of course, was the quickest ringing of the day. And we felt the ringing was nervous and never really settled. The bells were kind of running together frequently throughout, and we felt it could have benefited from the pace of being held back just a fraction.
Team I, peal speed of 3 hours and 33 minutes. This band rang relatively slowly and we felt it had potential, but sadly never really settled into particularly good ringing. And finally, Team J, with a peal speed of 3 hours and 36 minutes. This was the slowest ringing of the day for us. It had a good framework with only minor faults, but unfortunately there were quite a lot of them. So, that's it from me. I'll hand over to David.
So David Durnley is about to deliver the results in reverse order. This is the moment of truth, folks.
I don't know about... It looks like Glastonbury out there now, but fewer tents, more drunks, I think. Right. In 10th place, Team H with 50%.
That is Sheffield.
Respectable cheer there for the local team.
So in 9th place with 61%, Team D.
St Paul's Cathedral.
In 8th place with 62%, Team I.
Leeds.
Seventh place with 64% is Team B.
Cambridge.
In 6th place with 65%, Team J.
Exeter.
Fifth place with 67%, Team G.
Ancient Society of College Youths.
Fourth place with 69%, Team C.
Bristol.
So third place with 70% is Team E.
Melbourne.
Ooh, this is getting interesting now.
Do you want some more? Second place with 74%, Team F.
The Society of Royal Cumberland Youths.
Which means the first place with 79%, Team A.
And that is Birmingham.
And there you have it, Birmingham taking the lead.
I invite the captain of Birmingham to come and receive the trophy.
So Michael will be being invited up now to accept the trophy from the Canon presenter, the Reverend Canon Geoffrey Harbord. Remember, it's a very heavy trophy, that.
Thank you very much.
We're going to hear from the presenter now.
Come on. Thank you very much, and it's so marvellous to see so many people here in the cathedral today. We've been waiting so long to host this competition here, so we're so grateful that we've been able to do it today. And like many people, I suppose, until I became the presenter, I didn't really know anything about bell ringing. All I knew was what I'd read in the Nine Tailors by Dorothy L. Sayers. But now I've learnt so much. I've learnt so much about what ringing is about, and how it is a great accompaniment to our services and calling people to worship, and it has its own vocabulary, which I've learnt as well, and I've also learnt how much you can drink beer. And the results today, well, doesn't it say somewhere in the scriptures, the last shall be first? Perhaps one time. It gives me very great pleasure indeed to congratulate Birmingham yet again for winning this competition, and so to present the trophy to them today. Birmingham, very well done indeed.
Now Michael Wilby stepping forward to accept the trophy from the Canon presenter, Reverend Canon Geoffrey Harbord, here at Sheffield Cathedral, just posing for their official photos, the handshake, and I think we may hear from Michael. Not before one final pose.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just a little thanks. Awesome venue today. Absolutely wonderful. Loved every minute of it, and we're a little bit surprised to come in the place we did. But thank you ever so much, and see you next year.
There you go, Michael Wilby, leader of the Birmingham band, who take the trophy again for the second year on the trot. We'll try and get a word with Michael in a moment. Let me just run through the results again. In first place, we had Birmingham. Second place were the Cumberlands, and in third place, the Melbourne Ringers, followed by Bristol, College Youths, Exeter, Cambridge, Leeds, St Paul's, and Sheffield. And Michael Wilby joins me now. Michael, did you really mean that when you said you were surprised to get this?
Yes, very much so. Upstairs, they're a bit of a challenging thing to listen to. So I am really surprised that we did as well as we did. But, I'm very delighted, but blimey.
And you're very pleased. Clearly you're very pleased. It's slightly speechless. I've not heard you speechless before.
Oh, well, I'm a little bit speechless. That's the best way of saying it.
And you're flexing your muscles. It's quite a heavy trophy, that one, isn't it?
I carried it here today. I had to hand it over to somebody else. The sad thing is I've got to carry it home.
Will it get a little dust before it goes back on the wall?
Oh, blimey, have you spotted it? It needs it. I'm embarrassed.
Listen, I no doubt you'll have a lot of celebrating to do this evening. We wish you a very safe journey home, all of you, and congratulations once again on winning the Taylor Trophy.
Thank you ever so much. Cheerio.
Michael will be there. So that more or less wraps up the coverage, but just before we say our goodbyes, I'm just going to go over to the judges and just catch a quick word with Ben Carey, who looks very, very tired. Ben, that was a tough one, wasn't it?
Very hard day. Not a lot separating the middle teams, to be honest. Not a lot separating 1 and 2 either. But Birmingham pulled off what they usually do, pulled out on the day. Did a great job.
Absolutely. Well, I think you've earned a good drink now. You're off for a refreshment somewhere?
Several refreshments now somewhere, yes, indeed.
Well, thank you so much, and thanks for giving your time and sharing your wisdom with their interviews today. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, okay, so looking ahead to 2024, the Eliminators will be taking place on the 23rd of March in Bristol, Portsmouth and Reading. Next year's competition final will be coming from Chilcompton in Somerset on Saturday the 15th of June. Now that is a week earlier than normal. That is to avoid clashes with Glastonbury traffic. Believe me, you don't want to be doing that. So it's on the 15th of June from Chilcompton. This year's broadcast would not have been possible without the generous support of our sponsors. So we'd like to thank Chris Stanley of Go Pensions and Philip Pratt of Avon Ropes and Big Wilf's Muffles. And of course, I should also like to thank the local ringers here in Sheffield, along with the Dean and Chapter of Sheffield Cathedral, and Emma Gittins and the Cathedral Operations and Events team. I would like to offer a personal thanks to my production team. A huge thank you goes to Robert Convey, my content producer, for his tremendous support and understanding. Studio producer Gareth Lawson, who remains absolutely solid whatever I throw at him. Plus the phenomenal technical wizardry of Matt Thusey, assisted by David Richards, Pete Spain and Isaac Renton. And a special thank you to Claire Preston for her unrivaled support over these past few weeks. This broadcast nearly didn't happen, and this would not have been possible without you and all of the team around me. So a heartfelt thanks for me. So we hope you've enjoyed this year's coverage, and we look forward to your company next year in Chilcompton on the 15th of June. Remember, it is a week earlier than usual. So for now, we'll leave you with the winning piece of ringing from Birmingham, and from all of us here at Sheffield Cathedral, this is Matthew Tosh saying goodbye and see you again next year. Take care.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh. The National 12 Bell Striking Contest.